Hey everybody, it's Romania Black, and we're here. We're finally to End of Evangelion. I'm trying not to get overhyped. I'm really not, because I want to do this reaction and this movie justice, but I've made it this far. Nothing's really been spoiled. I don't know what's gonna happen. But people in Discord have been like, this is my favorite piece of Neon Genesis material ever, and I'm like, so I don't know what to expect. It's an hour and a half, though, of Neon Genesis Evangelion, and it's continuing on from episode 26 on. So I can only imagine what we're going to cover in an hour and a half worth of content. I just did the reaction to the recap this morning, and there was a lot of stuff in the recap. There was new things with the Death, the True Squared, where we got the cello recital. Like, that was a lot of fun, the string quartet. So I can only imagine... I can't imagine what's going to be in this. And so I covered all the comments from episodes 25 and 26 from Patreon and YouTube in the recap. Any comments that I receive on the recap and episode 26 from YouTube, I'll probably incorporate into the next video that I do, which is going to be looking at the scripts for episode 24. The unused scripts for those series. So that's pretty exciting. But I have some questions over there on Whiteboard Kun that I wanted to bring up. I didn't want to wheel Whiteboard Kun out yet because then I just had to put him right back. But basically, the questions I have going into this movie, as far as what has not been answered, there's a few things from episode 26 that we don't get answers on. One, who shot Kaji? Who shot Masato? Who shot Ritsuko? What led up to their deaths? I mean, Kaji we know, but Ritsuko and Masato, they're blank slates. Like, what the fudge happened? Who shot them and killed them? Someone in the Discord was like, it was Pinpin! And I was like, damn it, that's why Pinpin had to go into hiding, because he had a Glock and like took out Kaji and the others. But there's that question. What was the first Eva with the wings? Rewatching the recap, I was like, wait a minute. So if we've established that Lilith is the one that's been in the basement this whole time, and Adam's in Gendo's hand, what the hell was the Eva back at the second impact? Was that the first Eva? Was that the OO unit? It wasn't Yui, it wasn't her yet, because she hadn't done the experiments to get into an Evangelion yet. So who was that? What was that all about? We didn't have answers from that. So hopefully we get something with all that explained, or if it has something to do with Lilith and Adam, that gets solved by the end of this. So there's that question. If Lilith's in the basement, why is Adam in Gendo's hand? Does he need it to perform the instrumentality project? What's the deal? What's up with that? Why did he have to use the Lance of Longinus on Lilith? Why do they even have Lilith? What is Lilith? Supposedly Lilith created man. Is it a god in the basement? How does that function? What? All gods in his heaven, all rights in the realm? Like, what's happening? Is a big question, with that. What was Yui's ultimate fate? What was the experiment she was tied to? How did she get into the Eva unit? Did she just become primordial soup and was imbued into the O1 unit? We don't know for sure. Kaoru and Rei's origins. It's established that Kaoru and Rei both are from Lilith, but also from Adam. How does that work? So there's that. The Lance of Longinus, how'd they come about that weapon? Did Fuyuchin just pull it out of the ocean and was like, yep, it's this divine artifact, here we go, and just went from there? So there's that question. How do we stop the instrumentality process? Is it too late? If Shinji makes it out and gains a physical form again and makes it out of the instrumentality project, can he save Asuka and the others? Is that even a possibility? Masato's dead. Is he going to find out that she's dead and go off the rails? What's going to go on with that? Can Shinji save the others, and how does this story end? So I know the rebuilds are kind of like a second canon. I don't want to know anything more about them. I want to be surprised when I go into the rebuilds. I don't want to know anything about if they're like an alternate universe, if they're a retelling, a reboot. I don't want to know. Do not spoil with me with that. I want to go in blind with those and treat them as their own thing. But I am curious to be like, what the hell are we going to do with End of Evangelion? I don't know. So that's what the next hour and a half is going to be about. And I am already planning that an hour and a half of any Neon Genesis material is going to take a long time to get through. So I'm like going to block out segments of this. I may change shirts, is what I'm saying in the analysis. If my shirt changes, that means it's a brand new day, a new day of analysis, and just go from there. So I don't know how long it will take to analyze. We'll see. So you guys will all get to see the finished product and not see me like stress out and scream as I try to go through this movie. But maybe that won't be the case. Maybe it'll be a straightforward, easy to analyze, totally fine hour and a half of material that will not need an exorbitant amount of time to analyze. Maybe not. We'll see, but we're not going to waste any more time. I've wasted 5 minutes already. We're going to start End of Evangelion. See what all the hype's about, right? What could all this hype be? We're going to start that here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's do this. That's it? That is it? That's how it ends? I'm kind of floored. Yeah, Whiteboard Coon is going to come out. Maybe Conspiracy Board Sama. Maybe things I don't even know about, because wow. I feel like I watched an entire season of something in an hour and 30 minutes. So that was wow. I don't have words. I'm kind of speechless. that went in places I did not see. And then it got weird and I was like, well, you knew it was coming, but man, so the problem really was that Shinji hadn't got laid. So if we could have just solved that like way back in episode 14, we would have been totally fine. No, that didn't necessarily help. It may have made things worse. But man, Shinji just got on with everybody in this movie. So wow. There's a lot of things implied. I mean, with Shinji and Rei literally connected as one, that seems pretty on the nose, right? It seems pretty on the nose. Although, at the time, let's be fair, were they having sex? I mean, the sounds as we pan to a real-life people in Japan would implicate that. Or was it just like a god and Lilith like coming together, like to create more mankind? I don't know. And then that ending! Is it bad that I really liked the ending of episode 26, maybe more? Is it bad that I kind of like the ending of episode 26 more than the ending of this movie? Is that bad? Not to say it wasn't bad. It reinforces everything, right? The ending of this movie reinforces the entire point of the movie, and we'll talk about that, but it makes sense. It seems apt. It's just such a bittersweet ending, and it's like, where do they go from here? All we see at the very ending of the film is Asuka and Shinji. So are they the only two left on Earth? Are they going to be stuck together repopulating the Earth? Are we starting over? Is everybody else back? Did they reverse time, or did Shinji just get Asuka? And they're stuck together despite having these AT fields, these walls between them. The ocean was red. Where do we go to? Are they just starting a new world? Is that where we're left to just meander and speculate on that? Did Shinji and Asuka become like Adam and Eve and we're just going to go from there and then we're left with that? I don't know. There's a lot to go through this movie, and I've already decided. I jotted down some notes on this. I was like, there is no way I can sit here in one sitting and tell you all about this movie. It's too big for that. So yeah, it was way too big for that. So you're probably going to see my shirt change throughout this video. That just means that I've moved on to a new day, a new segment of End of Evangelion to talk about. And we'll just go through the motions. There's going to be like probably 7 parts. Seems fitting, right? 7 parts of End of Evangelion to talk about. We need to talk about the timeline. The timeline. What I like about this movie is that it basically is taking place over the course of episodes 25 and 26, right? It's taking place over the course of those 2 episodes. So I like that about it. Although it's so trippy because when you watch episode 25 and 26, you get a sense of what's happening in Shinji's mind, and then you see what's happening outside, and it's like, wow, let's go back to episodes 25 and 26. At one point watching this movie, I was like, I kind of want to go back to the show. Like Anno's saying, oh, you want to see what was happening outside with the plot? Here you go. And I'm like, actually, if we could go back to that stage and that existential crisis, I think I'll be happy with that. Let's do that instead. So we get to see that. We need to talk about the timeline, how it ties into episodes 25 and 26, and how it ties into what's going on. Like there's a little bit of overlap, but then there's some parts that get a little confusing. So we got to tie in that part there. We do get some answers to questions. Some are still left unanswered, but we'll talk about those that are left unsaid and see if maybe the rebuilds give us more with that. I'm very curious about the rebuilds now. I'm super curious about the rebuilds to see what the hell is going to go on with those. If this was End of Evangelion, what are we going to get with those? So that's going to be interesting. I don't want spoilers about those, but it's going to be fun diving into those and seeing what happens. But when you talk about the timeline, everyone's fate's in it. Man, I'm not saying that I'm going to give Gendo a fair shake off, but I will say that we finally get some more perspective from Gendo, and it made me go, oh, oh, okay, interesting. But we're going to talk about that with timeline, everybody's fates, lots of questions answered, lots of freaky body horror and terrifying elements of this film. God. And so then when you talk about like just the symbolic like craziness of Seal, of Nerve, of Adam and Lilith, when you talk about kind of the plot elements specifically that were tied up in this and kind of the symbolism behind those plot points, when you talk about that and you go through there, and tied with that will be answered and unanswered questions. And these points that I'm bringing about will likely, I've got them on my page here for notes. As I'm going through and analyzing, they will likely move around. So we're just going to go over them now. Characters, when you talk about the characters, the resolutions with Masato, I am glad Masato and Asuka got some resolution in this. They managed to get some character resolution. I'm happy about that. Some parts of episodes 25 and 26 were expanded upon. Lots of things to theorize. Lots of things to question. Masato and Asuka and Shinji. I could talk about those. We're going to examine that. But talk also about Fuyu-chan, the others. Maya in this. We got a lot with Maya. We got Alba and Hyuga. And then obviously Gendo, who gets Jurassic Parked by the end of this movie. I was like, shit, he didn't get turned into LCL fluid. They just ate him. Like he didn't get to join Yui. That's the scary thing. We'll talk about that. And then obviously Shinji. Shinji's the focal point of this entire movie, and God, Shinji. Which he makes a choice. He makes a choice. It's like hashtag no regrets. And we'll talk about that. So there's going to be that we're going to talk about. The visual imagery. I feel like I was about halfway through this movie, and in the second part when things start to get super trippy, I was thinking to myself, there is no way I can do this entire discussion of this movie in one sitting. There's no way. Doing the scene by scene breakdown is going to take like 2 hours in itself, likely. So that's going to be a thing. So I'm like, there's no way I could, there's no way. No way. So yeah. So we're going to talk about the visual imagery, and then talking about like just mainly the themes. So the themes about humanity, about our hearts, and this is all everything's going to kind of, as Neon Genesis does, kind of overlap and tie together. But the overlapping themes about humanity, our hearts, sex and betrayal, the meaning of life and existence, destruction and rebirth. There's all that mumbo jumbo going on with this, and I feel like I need to go through this movie with a fine-tooth comb and break it apart into these categories and then talk to you all about them like piece by piece, right? So that's going to be a thing. And so then we have where the ending and where do we go to from here and the conclusion. So yeah, 7 elements that are all going to probably overlap and go in crazy directions. But yeah, I really liked this movie as far as summing up Neon Genesis as a whole, and we'll talk about it. I feel like this was definitely, those of you that say this is the true ending of Neon Genesis, and I'm honestly glad that Anno didn't decide to try to cram the plot of this movie into 2 episodes. Granted, the movie was split into 2 parts. I'm glad he didn't try to condense everything in 25 and 26 and everything in this movie into 2 episodes and cut a bunch of stuff. I'm glad he didn't do that. He was like, no, let me, in hindsight, the series ends on a great note. And then you have End of Evangelion and you're like, okay. So yeah, so there's going to be some overlap to figure like where does episode 26, because it's so, the contrast of how episode 26 ends and how this movie ends is mind-boggling. The contrast between Shinji smiling, and I guess maybe that was the point the Instrumentality Project really began, and then we get the epilogue. of what happens after, but I guess the little apostrophes for End of Evangelion was like, this is the director's cut. This is what you didn't see, and it's like, shit. Uh, so yeah, those are the parts that we're going to talk about in this analysis discussion. I'll know by the end of it how long it ends up being, but holy cow, guys. This movie was a lot, and we have a lot to cover. So as I've said, my shirt's going to change. I'm going to go by this piece by piece, and I'm gonna take off for right now before you watch the rest of this discussion. I'm going to take off. I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to take a break, breathe, maybe do some dusting around the house, and just kind of let my mind settle. And then as we go through the series, give my mind some time to like breathe and sort things out and map out what we're going to do. And then we'll go by this analysis piece by piece and just see where we go to from there. But I hope you're ready for this discussion. It's going to be fun. I'm super excited, y'all. But let's gear up, and we're going to dive in to analyzing the End of Evangelion. Remember how I said I'd have 7 parts and that I had things figured out? I went back. I've spent this last week going back and rewatching this movie and taking notes. And when I got done with the script for End of Evangelion, it was 27 pages. So as I sit down to record this, I don't know how many recording sessions I'll have to do for this, how long it's going to take. I'm going to try to do it in 3 to 4 parts. So, oh my God, there's just so much. And then when I feel almost embarrassed now about the initial reaction and my initial thoughts, because I went back and re-listened to them today, and I was like, oh no, I've changed so many thoughts since rewatching the movie. So that first segment there where I talked about my initial thoughts, I was like, ooh, I've kind of changed my tune on some things. And when you go back and rewatch it, it makes a little bit more sense, and you get to stop the video and like think about it, then it makes even more sense. And you're like, So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of discussion in this video, so holy shit. I'm so like, this movie has got me so out of wits that I poured 2 cups of coffee this morning without realizing it. I hadn't finished the first, and I made another one. I was like, I didn't even finish the first one. So that's where I'm at in terms of End of Evangelion. So there's actually going to be 5 parts to the rest of this discussion, not 7. I've made it a little bit more succinct. The biggest one that I'm going to, you won't see me in this shirt for this part because I'm going to skip it and do it later. I've figured out I need to do this in a roundabout way. The part that's going to come next after this is going to be the timeline between episodes 25 and 26 and End of Evangelion. But there's so much to that. That's probably going to be the bulk of this. And I'm going to be wearing a different shirt because I'm just not going to record that today. Because I've still got to get like stuff ready for it, and Conspiracy Board Summit needs to be prepped. So you will see that soon. But we're going to go over the timeline. I decided to do like case files because it's kind of like with episodes 25 and 26, they did the case of Shinji Ikari, the case of Masato Kusanagi. So we're going to do case files of each character and how they go throughout this movie. We're going to do that. We're going to look at the visual imagery and the symbolism and themes all together as one. That's going to be one. I had people request that I talk about the OP lyrics now that I've seen End of Evangelion. I want to do that, and I want to talk about the intermission song. So we're going to have the little segment on that, and then the conclusion. So it's totally fine, but I put on Twitter, I was like, I thought that I could go into this discussion and do it in a linear fashion, like a sweet summer child that I thought I was. No, you can't do that, especially not with the timeline. Linear time, what is that? I do have a few caveats before we dive into the discussion, though, so please hear me out. 1, and I should have said this from the very beginning. 1, I am not an expert on Neon Genesis Evangelion. I am an English and speech teacher who is for fun watching these series and torturing myself for your entertainment purposes. So I do not claim to be an expert. I am sure that whatever I tell you in the next however long this reaction discussion takes, you've probably heard before. You've probably watched reactors talk about it too. It's probably nothing new, but hopefully what I've discerned from this movie will be something that's new to add to the zeitgeist, to add to the lore and the analyses that have been done on this film. Hopefully something I say will be something new that you've not heard of before, but I don't claim to be somebody that knows physics, that knows psychology. those aren't my majors. I'm coming at this from very much an outsider perspective. I'm more looking at this from character and narrative and themes and symbolism than I am from anything that's outside of that. But I figure that's where the comments will come in, and you guys will have some really cool comments that I'll be able to take towards the recap that we do at the end of our Neon Genesis Evangelion journey and apply there to those. So that should be a lot of fun. But in terms of that's the first thing. And then second, the second thing is that I don't want spoilers about the rebuilds. If there's something that comes up that's like about the rebuilds or about the manga, I don't want to know anything with that because I am going to read the manga and I am going to watch the rebuilds. So if there's any spoilers with that, just keep those on the down low till we get to those films and those manga volumes. But yeah, so yeah, we got 5 parts to go through. I'm excited. I hope you all are too, but let's not waste any more time, and we're gonna dive into this journey with Neon Genesis Evangelion. Okay, so in doing the timeline, I realized I was gonna need some help. So Whiteboard Kun was not gonna cut it. So this is Conspiracy Board Sama. If you've not seen my Attack on Titan latest recap, Conspiracy Board Sama is my helper when Whiteboard Kun does not cut it. He is the amazing bulletin board that my coworkers were gonna throw away, and I was like, no. So I salvaged him from a dumpster dive, and here he is to aid us. So this timeline with Neon Genesis Evangelion, End of Evangelion, it's not complicated. It's really not. It's very straightforward. What makes it complicated is when you try to compare it with episodes 25 and 26. Because let's be honest, episodes 25 and 26 are essentially happening at the exact same time as End of Evangelion. End of Evangelion is the external conflict that's happening in this world, and episodes 25 and 26 are the internal conflict that's happening within Shinji. So I decided to bring Whiteboard Kun's nice, kind friend, Conspiracy Board Sama, out here to help me, and we're going to go through the timeline of End of Evangelion in comparisons to episodes 25 and 26. Which, there's a lot of interesting comparisons. Anno gives us a lot of visual clues throughout End of Evangelion to let you know when certain things are happening within the timeline of episodes 25 and 26. Now, obviously, End of Evangelion is a lot longer than those 2 episodes, so there is it's not exactly balanced. There's some unequal quality there. But for episodes 25 and 26, we need to start out with those first, and I have them in blue here. Now, you probably cannot see them because it's far away, because Conspiracy Board Sama is like 6 foot tall. So it's like 6 foot. I'm like 5'8", and so this is like a gigantic board. But I am going to go ahead and we're going to start out with episodes 25 and 26, even though this is an End of Evangelion review, and we'll just add an End of Evangelion as it so happens. So in episodes 25 and 26, let's review the timeline very succinctly, right? Starting out episode 25, the case of Shinji Ikari. We start out with Kaoru telling Shinji that he wishes for death. A nice tie-in to Shinji wishing for the exact same thing by the end of episode 25 and in End of Evangelion. And so we start out with Shinji on the shoreline where he asks for help, which, going back and rewatching these episodes after watching End of Evangelion, I was like, oh, they're all matching up. So just like at the start of End of Evangelion, Shinji is on the shoreline asking for help, and Rei, in his mind, asks him why he killed Kaoru. And Shinji laments that he just wishes that Kaoru had survived instead of him. So Shinji's having a case of survivor's guilt, right? From there, Shinji talks about his uncertainty and fear of being hated by others. So that's what he discusses next at that point. And then from there, he questions, what should I do if people hate me? And that is the image that we get of Shinji in all of the fog. Shinji has the thicket and the fog surrounding him. He's not exactly sure what he's supposed to do. So, from there, he also asks Masato, where should he go now? And we're going to put that over here and kind of tie that one right there. So Shinji's in a state in episode 25 just questioning what he should be doing at this point, right? And so at that point, Shinji feels like he has to be an EVA pilot in order to have value and purpose. And we see that really cool ominous shot in episode 25 where he's like in front of the EVA unit and it's like got itself surrounding around him. That's that really cool badass shot of Shinji in the EVA unit with the red background. That happens as he's questioning why he pilots the Eva. Right, so we're going to put that right there. All right. He asks for his mother to aid him and questions again if his main purpose is to pilot the Evangelion. And he questions why he pilots that Evangelion. He talks about his loneliness, his dependence, the idea of false happiness that he gets from getting praised by others, and that it's really just the fact that he wants people to rely upon him. So that's talked about there. And from there, we cut away from Shinji and we go down here and talk about the case of Asuka Langley. And she is in the O2 unit. She doesn't remember how she got there. It's going to tie to End of Evangelion. But she calls herself junk and laments that she's afraid of isolation and she doesn't want to disappear. Basically, the Instrumentality Project is not something Asuka's interested in whatsoever. And we cut from that. We don't spend a lot of time on Asuka at this point of episode 25 because we have to go down and talk about Rei Ayanami, which is the case of Rei. And she is questioning who she is and how she is multiple people. How does that work? Why am I not just one person? Why do I keep coming back? And we get the exposition in episode 25 from Rei about how she is a false soul that was made by Gendo. And we also get this hint that there is a darkness in her heart, and it's hinted that that darkness is Yui, which is curious because Yui's been framed as a very innocent kind of martyr figure up until this point. But the little Rei talks about how she's kind of like the darkness within her. Rei denies that she has a false soul and says that the experiences she's had has shaped who she is and will continue to do so. And the real her is not someone else, as the baby Rei is suggesting. She's just afraid that she's afraid to cease to exist and doesn't want to die. And that creates this conundrum in the fact that she originally did want to die. She wanted to despair and disappear, but Gendo wouldn't let her because he needed her for this plan. So now that she's actually been around and had experiences, she's gone from this kind of nihilistic state of wanting to not exist to having met people and had experiences that makes her do want to exist, and now she's being used and they're all going to die anyway. So she's like, it's a conundrum for Rei. Rei's having a hard time, right? And at that moment, as she's having this existential crisis, Gendo comes in and says that it's time to go and that the instrumentality is going to begin. So from there in episode 25, we cut to the fact that the instrumentality actually does begin, and Shinji's over here stuck in this primordial soup. Now again, much like in the anime, there is a continuity error where we do see like Shinji's suit floating around and he's nowhere near it. But in End of Evangelion and at the end of the movie, we find out that Shinji has his clothes on. So it's just an animation error. They did it earlier in the series, so they may have even just reused the footage. Who knows? But he's in the primordial soup. However, because he's in the primordial soup, he's actually happy. He's having a good time. And so Gendo says that everyone needs to return to the mother that was lost. Now, Gendo means this very literally, we come to find out in End of Evangelion. He's literally talking about Yui, the mother that was lost. But you could refer it to Lilith. You could refer it to a lot of different things. But he wants everything to go back to its original state, which is all together as one being without restrictions and being completely free. Kind of what's talked about at the end of episode 26. We'll get to that. But we have shots of Ritsuko and Masato dead. Ritsuko says this is what Masato wants, and we cut to the case of Masato and the idea that she doesn't want to be the good girl. Girl wants to be dirty. She's like having Rocky Horror playing on blast. So Masato, we see her caught in the act with Shinji, and the fact that she ran away from Shinji, and we get the line that's going to come back up in End of Evangelion, which is that love begins for no reason, but always ends for a reason. And like Shinji, she clings to people. In her case, she clings to men, and she clings to praise, right? And so is not being around those men or not having that praise, is it really going to fill the void in her heart? That question is brought up. And we go back to the case of Asuka. And I'm not exactly sure where to put this because we have the case of Asuka mentioned up here, but then we go through all the Rei and Masato stuff, so we're just going to tie it down. We're going to tie it right here. We're going to keep it close to, we're just going to put it here. We're going to keep it kind of close to everybody and right under Asuka. So we go back to Asuka, that she wants to be self-reliant, she feels abandoned, she doesn't want to die, and she hates how no one can protect her or stay with her. She wants to be self-reliant, but not alone. And that's her big problem, right? She doesn't know anybody that will stay with her and support her and protect her, but also allow her to have her independence. So there's that. And it kind of ties to her and Shinji having such a tumultuous relationship in End of Evangelion, because Shinji wants to be relied upon and needed, and Asuka wants someone with her, but she also wants somebody that's going to respect her independence and that she can take care of herself. And Shinji wants to take care of somebody. So it's just not a mix that's working very well, right? And at that point, we get the stage and the concept that your memory becomes your own truth. That is brought up, the fact that we were on a stage. It ties to the whole death true reaction where they're on the stage from the cello recital. All of that's brought back up. And then we get the concept that there are many realities. This is but one. This is just one reality that we're seeing. There are many realities, but this one is the result of what Shinji wanted. Shinji wanted there to be annihilation and for no one to exist. And at the time in episode 25, I was like, no, he doesn't. He doesn't want the world to not exist. He doesn't want people to die. And then we get to End of Evangelion, and it's like, maybe that is what he wanted. So it's like, oh no. So again, the episode ties back up. Well, we'll tie End of Evangelion and all this, don't you worry. But Shinji wants someone to save him, but there's no one around to do so, which will connect back to End of Evangelion. And so the reality is what you decide and how you perceive and accept it. And Shinji, they say, has just wanted a closed off and comfy world, and he has wanted instrumentality because of it, because instrumentality is going to give him that comfy closed off world that he's always desired. But we'll see that's not exactly the case, right? So that's episode 25. That just little string of events, episode 25, that's it. So then in episode 26, I don't have nearly as many cards because I feel like most of End of Evangelion ties in with episode 25. And then episode 26 and End of Evangelion, they kind of become a little bit harder to discern from one another, but we'll get there. Again, this is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. This timeline's not hard, y'all. This right here, easy. Easy, easy, easy. So episode 26, we go back to case 3, of course, which is the case of Shinji Ikari, that he fears ceasing to exist, but he can't find a purpose. He feels unwanted and unneeded. And Shinji compares himself to Masato, and Masato says that everybody's in the same boat, right? Which will tie back to the elevator scene when we get to End of Evangelion. Everyone is becoming one, they're becoming one so they can close the hole in their hearts, but one person still means that they're alone. And so we get this shot of one person, but this is how it's meant to be. And we see Rei with her eye blinking, just like in the OP. They're meant to be in groups by design, and it's why we seek to meld with others, which ties to Masato and the concept of having sex. And then we live and compensate our weaknesses with who we're with and who we want to be with. And that's the whole purpose of instrumentality, is to compensate for the holes in everyone's heart. And then we see Asuka, who seems like she doesn't approve of any of this. And so then from there, we have, and this is, when we get to End of Evangelion, at this point in the series, I was like, oh, okay. So we have Shinji and Asuka, who ask if they are alive for each other. And tying that back to End of Evangelion is going to be a lot of fun. But they ask if they are meant to be alive for each other. They hate loneliness and suffering. And as this is said, we see the ocean waves in episode 26. We get the exit sign is always there, but can you run away? Shinji is back in Masato's apartment, and we see the idea of him crossing over into the apartment is the idea of obeying others when they say so that you're not abandoned. And it's the idea that Shinji went along with Masato. He went along with her plan to go into the apartment because he didn't want to be left behind. He wanted to be recognized. And so the idea is not to dismiss your own self-worth. Shinji hates himself and thinks others hate him because of it. And so becoming an Eva is the idea that it takes some identity away until nothing else is left. And we're left with the questions that are asked by Masato and Asuka and Rei to Shinji. What do we desire? What do we want? What do we seek? Is it okay to stay? Do you want me to be here? Do you love me? And so those questions are all going to come back at End of Evangelion. And so then we have the idea that Shinji and Asuka, they both, and I'm going to put this one right here, the idea that they both kind of avoid their parents because either they don't want to lose their identity, like in Asuka's case, or they don't want to be hated. And then we see Yui, and Yui looking down at Shinji. Honestly, the images of Shinji in episodes 25 and 26 and throughout the series where he's looking up at the camera and someone's looking down at him, it all comes full circle in End of Evangelion. But Shinji looking up and seeing Yui and him saying that he wants self-worth, and Yui says only you can find self-worth for yourself. And Shinji, he says, what am I? And as he says, what am I, Shinji is in the shadow of the Lance of Longinus, which again ties to when the Lance of Longinus combines with Shinji in End of Evangelion. Or at least that's my interpretation. But it matches up really, really well. And so then from there, my big old long spiel here, we have the forms of me. We find the forms of someone's identity in clothes, in items and how we're seen, the concept of the world and freedom. With restrictions, it becomes an anchor for security. Shinji says that he needs people to have a shape in his soul, and that the first other person we ever recognize is our own mother. So Shinji's like, I can't really have my own identity and be somebody if I'm by myself. And so then the alternate universe happens in episode 26, which the alternate universe, we'll talk about it tying in with End of Evangelion, but basically we find out that all realities are possible. He doesn't have to be a pilot for the EVA if he doesn't want to. And Shinji still hates himself, but he asks if he can be in charge of chasing his own happiness. And it's all in his head. He says that I know that I'm a coward, but I can learn to love myself. And that's when he says, he's like, I'm here, I am me, I want to be here, it's okay to be here. And that's when we get the giant congratulations scene that happens there. And we're gonna put it down here. The giant congratulations scene where everybody claps, everybody's having a great time. And then we get the final thing of him saying, thank you. To my father, thank you. To my mother, farewell. And to all the children, congratulations. And that's where episode 26 ends. And we'll put it down there. So yeah, I might put it up just a little bit in case I crop that. Yeah. So yeah, that is the very simple timeline of episodes 25 and 26. Just made it into a nice little spiral there. So that seems pretty simple enough, right? Seems simple enough. So let's bring it into End of Evangelion, because End of Evangelion should be totally fine, right? We start out, interestingly enough, in the exact same place as episode 25. Just like in episode 25, Shinji is on the shoreline, like he is in episode 25. There's a ripple in the water. That ripple in the water has been there the entire series. It's happened over and over again. In this case, it's a piece of debris from an electricity pole, falls into the water, creates the ripple, and that sets off like a chain of events for End of Evangelion. So we cut from that ripple to Asuka in room 303. And Asuka, just like in episode 25, Shinji is asking for help. And he laments that Masato and Ayanami scare him, and he doesn't know who else to turn to other than Asuka. And so I do want to point out that Asuka's, her IV bag, the fluid bag, is orange. Looks like LCL fluid. And he tries to wake Asuka up, but it doesn't work. And so desperate for some release of his emotions, Shinji ends up masturbating to Asuka in the hospital room. And we cut to the title, episode 25, and it says Air. And that's how we start End of Evangelion. Why wouldn't we start with a scene like that, right? So from there, make it known that we cut to the fact that Nerve is on lockdown. I'm going to put this right here. Nerve is on lockdown. The EVA, I thought it was interesting at this point that the EVA units 00 and 01, they both have the word none beside them, but then the 02 and 03 units say the word deleted. So to me, it almost reminded me of the fact that Gendo wanted to have 00 and 01 as options in case if Shinji needed to get into them to activate the third impact and the instrumentality, but they didn't want anything overridden in 02 and 03. But then Asuka ends up using it, but she also kind of overcomes her problems and like is able to use like her mom's spirit and connect to it and everything. So it's fine. Don't worry about it. But we have Maya, Hyuga, and Alba that are unsure of their future. They're questioning if Nerve disbands, what do we end up doing? And they are all just sitting there waiting for the instrumentality to happen. The scary thing is none of them seem to know what is going to happen during the instrumentality. They just are just going to see. They're just going to wait and see. They've been told to wait. It's that concept of obeying that's kind of interesting, that they just sit there and they obey Gendo and they're like, oh, we'll just wait and see what happens, without even knowing exactly what the instrumentality is. Meanwhile, Masato recalls Ritsuko's words that humanity has reached its flawed limits, and then now it's time for an artificial evolution of mankind into this one singular entity. And Masato's not having it. She's like, nope, not about that life. So we cut from her to the committee, who say that now that they can't have the Lance of Longinus, they can't use Lilith to cause a third impact. So instead, they're not going to use Adam or Nerve, but the Evas themselves. At the time, I was like, well, how is Seal using the Evas any different than Gendo using Shinji? But they also had the Eva series, and so I was like, oh, they were going to use the Eva series as well, since they didn't have the Lance of Longinus. Okay. It's funny, this whole time, and I'll talk about it later, I didn't imagine we'd ever even see the other series again. So for them to be a major plot point of this is exciting. But without the Lance, they can't use Lilith. Gendo's comments that this scenario is not exactly part of the initial plan of Seal's, and Seal kind of chides them about it. And then Fuyu kind of defends Gendo as well, and says humankind has existed to make the Evas to help evolve humankind into this singular entity. But Seal's not on board with that. That's kind of the curious thing, is that you wonder, like, it's been a question this entire series of who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. Well, it kind of depends on your viewpoint at this point, because Seal, their whole thing is that they don't want to lose their identity. They don't want to discard humanity and become this singular primordial soup being. No, they just want to eliminate humanity and start over, essentially. So the options are, with Gendo's plan and the instrumentality, they're all going to just be combined into one life form. They're still going to be alive. You're still going to be alive. You won't have any restrictions to your freedom. You're going to be living forever. You're basically going to be a divine entity. You're just going to be a conglomeration of souls and have no defined structure. Totally fine. Whereas Seal, they want to perform this ritual to start the third impact, destroy humanity, start right back from the beginning, and attain their true form through death, right? They don't want to enter the Eva arc, as they label it. They just want to have this rite of passage happen. And so I want to make note with this that Seal comments that destruction is the joy of rebirth. Destruction is an idea that you just start over. You just destroy it, you just erase the slate and start clean, right? It's the joy of rebirth. This ritual is just to unite. This ritual is going to do the same thing Gendo's planning to do. We're going to unite the god, humans, and all other forms. It's just going to be through death. We're all just going to have a mass suicide, and then we'll all be united once again. And then we'll just get reborn, and it'll all be fine. But Gendo, he says that death leads to nothing being born. So he's like, that won't work. He's like, as nihilistic as we've thought Gendo has been this entire time, he surprisingly is a little bit anti-nihilistic in this. He's just like, no. I'm not for everybody dying. No. We're all just going to live as one being. We're just going to evolve to the next plane of humanity, right? And Fuyu-chan says that Fuyu's kind of against Seal too. He says humanity exists because humans have the will to live. And that it was quote-unquote Yui's desire to keep humanity alive as she remained in the Eva. So it explains, in the first 5 minutes of this movie, we not only tie back to episode 25 and where Shinji's at, but we also establish like what Seal and Gendo's objectives have been this entire time, what Masato's objective is now, and why Fuyu-chan goes along with Gendo. Because Yui was all on board Gendo's plan as well. Or Gendo was aboard Yui's plan. However you want to put it. So I want to make note that we're going to cut to B. At this point, I will note that the next thing that happens, we cut to B, and this happens a little bit later in episode 25. So we're just shaking the timeline up just a little bit. But after this in the movie, from the conversation with Gendo and Fuyu-chan, we cut over to Rei waking up, and this all happens around the same time as this point in episode 25. But the next part with Rei happens way over here in number 8. So we're going to just put it right here. After the Seal meeting, Rei wakes up. And there, I want to make note that there is a chair right by her bed that is the same type of chair that is in episode 25. So that's fun. And she leaves the apartment after she has smashed Gendo's glasses. And from there, we cut back to C. and we cut back to C, which is going to happen over here, where Shinji is in the apartment with his headphones in. At this point, way back in episode 25, we talked about Shinji being in the fog, wondering why people are hating him. He's like at the lowest point he's ever been. Shinji, we come back to him in the apartment with his headphones in. Nothing is playing, the battery is dying, and we cut to a lake with a misty fog. So again, like I said, Anno was trying to give us visual clues of where this stuff is happening in relation to episodes 25 and 26. So Shinji just sitting on his bed in a blank state of despair, and we cut to the misty lake and fog, ties back to this part in episode 25 where Shinji is stuck in the thicket and fog. So connecting those two together, right? So we cut to Masato researching, and I'm going to put that over here as Shinji is questioning, where's Masato? Where do we go to from here? We're going to I'm going to just put it over here, but I would normally put it right here. Yeah, we'll just put it right here. Where Masato's researching. We have on the screen. This part was really funny because during the rewatch of End of Evangelion, when I got to this part of the laptop, I couldn't pause it during the reaction, but I was like, oh, what's on the screen? I thought, foolishly, like the sweet summer child that I am, that it would be like something really cool, like an Easter egg. It would show us like, oh, here's like some secret stuff about the plot that you wouldn't know unless you like pause the screen at that moment. No, it's just information about Gainax and the film. It's just to troll us, because Anno. And the instrumentality is set to begin. So Seal decides to attack the Magi with 5 of their own, a bit excessive, as Fuyu-chan would say. And what I love is that the 5 Magi that attack them, there are 2 from Germany, which you could tie to the O2 unit in Asuka. There's 2 from Berlin, Germany. There's 1 from Beijing, China. There's 1 from Matsushiro, Japan, which I'm assuming is where the government is or where Seal is located. And then there's one from the US, but like, of all the states they picked, Massachusetts? I was like, the capital DC is like in between Maryland and Virginia, but Massachusetts? Okay. It's like a Bostonian EVA unit. And so I thought that was really interesting. Just Massachusetts, like it could have been from Utah or something. But yeah, Ritsuko, they call Ritsuko out of her jail cell, which I honestly love that scene because Ritsuko's just so done. And she's like, wow, really the ego of this man, the ego of Gendo, to ask her to come out of hiding and out of isolation to save them after everything he's done. And I love that she reasons, the reason why she goes through with it is that logic, quote unquote, logic has no place in the relationship between a man and a woman. She's like, some things you just do and you don't really have an explanation for it. So she connects back with Casper, which of the Magi that is her mother, you have Balthazar, which is the scientist, you have Melchior, the mother, and then you have Casper, the woman. Or it could be Balthazar's the mother, but Casper's definitely the woman, and that's what she connects with. And she puts her hand up on the recently reforged Casper unit. And so then she puts a patch in. Now the patch happens to be 666, which is the mark of the beast. Funny enough, tie back to episode 2's title, The Beast, and it's going to last for 62 hours. So a bit over like 2.5 days, which they don't even get to that point, right? And I love that in that scene, the words freeze kept like repeating over and over again and droning. It was very creepy. But Seal decides, well, you know what? We were going to try to break into your unit without any violence, but you wouldn't let us hack your system. So now we're just going to come in like Danny DeVito off of It's Always Sunday and just go guns a-blazing. And that's what they do. They just start attacking directly. Masato orders Shinji to be put into the O1 unit and for Asuka to be put into the O2 unit and descend to the bottom of the lake to hide them for now. And from there we cut to D. Now D happens to be about Rei, right? And D, even though it happens about Rei, it actually happens right after B. So in chronological order, so we're going to put it over here. Where Rei, like, we see her in the tanks or the pits where the Evas have been. She's just chilling out, meditating, like, preparing herself mentally for what's about to happen. So we have that. And then we cut to E. So then we cut to E, which is about Seal closing in, and Gendo decides, I guess we'll put this right here, where Seal closes in, and Gendo decides to leave everything in Fuyu's hands. Fuyu says his famous "give my regards to Yui" line. It's like, could you not be more obvious? I love that Fuyu just like slides that in, like, hey, I liked your wife too. Tell her I give my regards, you know. I like Fuyu-chan does that. But Hyuga, I'm with Hyuga. Hyuga brings up a great point, being like, I kind of preferred the angels. Like, yeah. Like, yes, all this senseless violence is happening with humanity? And Masato says, well, we're not used to killing humans. Because you shouldn't be, right? And so we find out that level 3 block has been invaded. Of course, it's level 3. Masato orders the backlight coolant to be put into area 803. So there's that. And then I love the comparison that the coolant is the color of blood and it rises up and like over encompasses the corpses who are all bloody themselves. It's great visual imagery. And then group 3, again, that number is cut off from Shinji. So Masato loads her gun, says, I'm getting ready to go. And the thing that's kind of curious about this scene is that she tells Hyuga and them that if they're surrounded, to surrender. And I'm like, in the moment, that's such a weird thing to say, because we've seen as the audience up until this point that the SEAL guys, when they find you, there is no surrender. They're just going to kill you. So her saying that, it's kind of like, that's a great thought, but I didn't want Hyuga and them to surrender because they weren't going to live, right? So we cut to Shinji on the stairwell. His stairwell inner turmoil connects to all of this happening in episodes 25, where Shinji's having this internal monologue and soliloquy with himself. That Shinji's like having all this internal drama and he's just sitting on the stairwell. It's kind of funny because we were wondering what is happening on the outside as all of this inner drama of episode 25 is happening with Shinji. Well, now we know, and we wish it wasn't happening. So it's kind of a funny thing, right? It's like Anno said, oh, you want to find out what was going on? Fine, I'll show you. Happy? And it's like, no, I don't want all this death and destruction. So Alba and Hyuga, while this is all going on, they make the commentary that NERV is not equipped to handle this level of a threat. Alba says, at the most, it's funny when Alba says, we were meant to handle acts of terrorism. And I'm like, wow, this is beyond that. That's how bad it is. And Hyuga notes the reduction in funds, and Alba's like, yeah, that reduction of funds seems pretty intentional now. They didn't want NERV to be supplied so that they would fall down a lot quicker. And it's like, Alba gives Maya the gun. She says that she doesn't want to kill someone even though she's been trained. And Alba says, if you don't kill someone, you will die. And we cut to the first title of episode 25, apostrophe, which is Love is Destructive. Very fitting for the very first portion of End of Evangelion, right? And so from there, we cut down to Shinji still under the stairwell, and Masato rescues him. And there's such a badass moment when the guy was about to shoot Shinji and he's like, oh, nothing personal. And then Masato comes up and she's like, nothing personal, and does the same thing back to him. So we'll tie this down actually we're going to tie down Shinji getting rescued over here to Masato, to the case of Masato. Now at this point, I want to make note that the instrumentality process is technically in the process of beginning. Rei is going to be with Gendo around this time. Oh no. I literally just talk about Rei and she falls off. But it's not technically, people aren't goop yet. That's going to be a long time coming. In the reality of this, even though episode 25 ended with the instrumentality beginning, it's most of End of Evangelion before we even get to that point. So episode 26 within Shinji's mind takes place really quickly in the span of End of Evangelion. It's kind of insane. But yeah, so from there, Masato and Shinji are in the parking lot, which is lot 667, which comes right after Ritsuko's order of the freeze. So we're going to put it over here then, because it's right after her freeze thing was the mark of the beast, and they're in parking lot 667, which seems like a visual cue that this is happening right around the same time as that. So Masato tells Shinji that he has to pilot the Eva if he doesn't want to die, and he doesn't want to die meaninglessly. Shinji, he asks for Asuka's help, which ties back to all this. He's still in that mental state. And Masato ties back to the conversation happening in episode 25 in Shinji's head, which makes me think that this entire conversation in the parking lot with Shinji and Masato is a big portion of that early part with the case of Asuka and the case of Masato and the case of Rei. Because Masato says, don't hide behind a woman, don't run away, and don't lie to yourself. And that whole hiding behind a woman, a big portion of episode 25 is the case of Asuka, the case of Rei, the case of Masato. So it's the three women that he's hid behind that she's talking about in this one scene. So there's that. But then Shinji says he's done and he just doesn't want to live anymore, which is going to tie back down to all of this. And Masato says to live and do all that you can and then die afterwards. Do everything you can in the moment, and if you die later, then whatever. But that's where we go to. And so while all this is happening, Seal decides that it's just going to bomb Nerve and destroy the Geofront. And so we're going to tie that, we're going to put it right over here, where Seal decides that it's going to bomb Nerve, destroy the Geofront. The rejected Evas are all lined up as Masato tells Shinji that Seal wants to cause the third impact using the Evas. The second, we get basically a giant exposition dump at this point, where Masato just goes through a bunch of stuff that Shinji pays no attention to. So she talks about the second impact being caused 15 years ago by humans, before the other angels were even awoken. It reduced Adam to an egg, which Gendo now has in his hand, and it allowed to minimize the damage, and that humans were born of Lilith. She's another life source just like Adam, so there's Lilith and Adam, and that the angels were just other possibilities. They were humans that gave up human form, which is, I think, such a really cool concept. The idea that the angels were humans the entire time, y'all. Ramiel is best girl. Huckleberry is like, play with me. And so we find out that humanity is the 18th angel. Sorry, but that humanity is the 18th angel, and that we're destined to hate each other. And as we do this, we drive past. I want to make note, one of the Evas had a title that said Grace Trial, like 25. I thought that was pretty cool. So then we cut to H. Now, in the series here, we cut to H, right? And H actually comes right here after, when we see the stage and the idea that memory can become your own truth. Then right there, we get to the part of End of Evangelion where Masato tells Shinji he needs to destroy all of the Eva. That it's the only way to survive. That it is one possible reality, right? And then we cut to the Prime Minister at Executive Office number 3. And he wants to stop Nerve. This part is really ridiculous, right? Because the Prime Minister makes note, he's like, oh, I want to stop Nerve from causing the third impact. But at this point we know that, yeah, Nerve is trying to get the Instrumentality Project to go, but that the fact that it's actually Seal trying to cause the third impact. So the reality is nobody knows what's going on. The people in the Japanese government have just as much clue as we all do as the audience, which is kind of funny. And from there, we cut to I, which is Asuka awakening in the Eva unit that's way up here in episode 25. She wakes up in the Eva unit and notes that she's alive, luckily. And then the bombs start to hit the lake. And from there, we cut over to J. And from there, the stuff with Asuka cuts over from way up here down to here where we go back to her. And it cuts down to her not wanting to die. We see the image of the forest and her connecting with her mama and reaching out to her. And the idea that she understands the AT field, how it works, how it protects, how it watches over her, and how her mom is with her. And we have all that. And then we cut to K, which happens after I in all of this, where Masato runs over the man on floor 33 of Dogma Level 7 and finds out that Asuka is alive. Shinji flinches at that. He has a visceral reaction. Asuka gets to be the main character once, which is great. Seal is angry that the Evas are in the way, which is funny because you were going to use them from the start. And they sit in the 9 Eva series to fight Asuka. And at that point, we find out that just like how the O1 and O2, the OO and O1 units had dummy plugs made out of Rei, we find out that the 9 Evas had dummy plugs made out of Kaoru. And my dog thinks this is the most fascinating thing in the world, right? So, he'll be back. But yeah, so from there, Masato, her car is clearly, we don't get confirmation of this, but we do find out that her car has been shot and that she's crashed into the wall. She's drugged Shinji out. She manages to maintain her calm throughout all of this and tells Asuka to wait for Shinji and the Eva. And that's when Masato like comically drags Shinji away, right? Asuka hates the threat of Shinji coming because she wants to be the main character and do this all herself. And Masato leads Shinji to the cross-shaped door of the elevator that's iconic at this point. Masato ends up getting shot, and the guards are told to abandon the building for demolition. Which is such a, I hate that plot point because it's the idea, it's the idea that Masato the whole time, she could have just, if they had been there like 30 seconds later, maybe they would have gotten shot earlier too. I guess it wouldn't have mattered. It just sucks because as soon as she's shot and they get away, they're like, oh, should we chase after her? And they're like, oh no, just abandon it. We're going to demolish the building anyway. I'm like, well, then what was the point? So it's just the timing of it is so frustrating. And so from there, we get this part here after number 10. We cut back to Shinji realizing, and I'm trying to think of where to put this. I guess we'll put it right here because it's right around the time that Gendo is waking Rei up. That Shinji has his first awake moment in the movie. Up until this point, Shinji's been asleep. He's been in inner monologue mode, and so he finally like wakes up to see that Masato is injured, mortally wounded, and we have the elevator moment with Masato, which I will go into much more detail with later on in this video. But Shinji believes that he has no choice, and he thought that he had no choice in piloting the Eva. He realizes he was fooling himself, and right before she dies, Masato thinks of Kaji, and we see the creepy image of Rei. Again, we're going to talk in a lot more detail about this later on, so I'm not going to touch upon it too much. But then we have part 2, after the intermission, where Gendo, we're going to put them right around here, where Gendo asks Rei to release her AT field, the barrier of her heart, and start the instrumentality process. And we get the title of episode 26, which is Sincerely Yours. So I guess we're going to tie that back around here. But it's funny, it's weird because I think they mainly put it over here as episode 26 because we're at the halfway point of End of Evangelion at this point. But content-wise, I struggle to find where to put this section because even though it's called Sincerely Yours episode 26, at this point, we're not really, I guess we're at the end of episode 25 more than anything. We're at the end of episode 25 where Gendo asks Rei to start the instrumentality process, but we're not even there yet because people don't even get instrumentalized until later on in End of Evangelion, so I don't like that. I'm going to put this back over, we're going to put this back over here for now. So even though it says episode 26, no, in the actual timeline, it does not take place when episode 26 starts of the TV series. No, it's just the halfway point. It's after the intermission, so they had to do it, right? It thematically makes sense for the movie, but the timeline of the show does not add up. So from there, we have Rei and Gendo at Lilith. Ritsuko's waiting for them. She makes the whole plea about trying to trick him by reconfiguring the Magi. Doesn't work. Gendo ends up shooting Ritsuko, and Akagi sees Rei right before she dies. And so Asuka figures out that she's run out of time. So we're going to put this actually, again, this is, again, tying in. It's not quite at episode 26 yet, which is so confusing if you're trying to figure out the actual timeline. But we're going to put this down here by Asuka, right? Asuka runs out of time. The Eva series have their own Lance of Longinuses. Apparently, they can break the AT field. She runs out of power. Her face ends up being cut, which is kind of creepy in itself, right? Her face ends up actually being cut and bleeding everywhere. I mean, with the arm later, it makes sense because the lance went through it, but the actual like cut on her face is so creepy. The Eva series are not destroyed. They descend upon her. We'll talk more about that in the symbolism section. And Maya begs Shinji to save Asuka. And Shinji's like, I would if I could, but I can't get to the Eva unit. He finally makes his way down the elevator. So I guess we'll tie this all in kind of in between these parts right here. Because it kind of connects. At this point, End of Evangelion, Asuka getting attacked by the Eva series is happening at the same time that Shinji's gone down the elevator to find the O1 unit, but he can't get to it. And then Yui, aka Unit 1, acts out on its own, reaches Shinji. At this point, Gendo asks if O1 has been awakened. All as planned, Aizen style. And then we see another cross form after Shinji's awakening, similar to the O2 unit and similar to the second impact, right? We see the angel wings come out like the second impact's angel as well. And Shinji sees the aftermath of Asuka getting attacked by the Eva series and screams and lets out his big rage moment, just like he did at the intermission. So from there we get Rei rejecting Gendo. And she says that Shinji's calling her. She realizes that Shinji's in trouble. She chooses Shinji over Gendo, and Lilith eats her and Adam. And Shinji she becomes the giant Akira style that we'll talk about later, and Shinji screams at what Rei has become. And at this point, Seal believes this is all still part of their plan, right? So we're going to put this one right here, I guess. We're going to put it right here. Because it's around toward the end of episode 25. Seal believes that this is all part of their plan. Shinji tries to run, but he cannot. The whole thing of Destrudo materializes. We talked about Destrudo back earlier on in the TV series, that it's the opposite of libido. It's actually a destructive impulse. It starts to materialize, breaking down humanity. Shinji's ego breaks down. The lance pierces the O1 unit, and he becomes basically the equivalent of a god. And Fushin's like, well, this is either going to work in our favor or not. Shinji's either going to save us or he's going to destroy us. So he has a choice right now to become a god, to either lead them to the Ark of the Eva, or to cause the third impact. And I'm gonna change my mind and put it right here as we have the case of Shinji Ikari, because it happens right at the end of episode 25, is when they're like, this is the world that you wanted. This is the choice that you have, Shinji, to do whatever you want, right? So then we're gonna cut to M. And the idea behind it, again, is right here at the end, that Shinji has to choose whether to save humanity from destruction or to destroy them all. Now, he has this happy face at the end of episode 26, and instrumentality begins in episode 25 as Shinji, wants himself and everyone else to die. So I'm going to say that this actually ties more to the sandcastle scene and everything that's going to happen next. And we're going to put that over here. And so we have the idea of Shinji having that encounter with Asuka. And we'll talk about that in a lot more detail. But he questions if Asuka is mad at Shinji because he's a lot like her. And that ends up connecting to number 11, which is over here with Masato. We cut back to the case of Masato, where she talks about how she was sad that she couldn't be a mother to Shinji, and that her and Kaji, they have sex as Shinji watches them. He has the cross in his hand. He watches her and Kaji have sex. And she explains that this is just one reality. So we're going to tie them together there. And from there, we're going to cut back to episode 26, where we talk about, let me find number 2. Shinji wants the three of them to care about him and see him. And that's one of my favorite parts of the whole movie, is when he's on the train and he has his back to them and the three of them are looking at him. He wants them to care about him and to see him, and admits and laments that no one understands him. And that's going to tie to the monologue he has in episode 26, right? Now, we see Shinji smile like he does at the very end here. So we could put it there. But as he smiles, he screams like he did in episode 24, the idea of "you betrayed me," and we cut to Kaoru. And Rei said that you only believed what you wanted to believe. So even though he has the face on him that looks like the thank you, I'm going to put it kind of up here in between these two right here, because he has the face that he has at the very end of the TV series, but the content happens towards the beginning of episode 26. So it's kind of in this weird space between. So we're just going to put it right there. We're going to put it right there. All right. And so Shinji laments over here that no one understands him. We're going to cut to R. I did miss a little piece in all this, and we see that Rei, she senses Shinji's pain as their strengths break off. That happened a little bit more towards right when the Lands of Longinus attack Shinji and he kind of becomes like a god where he gets the choice. We're going to put that one right there. But what happens next is that Shinji laments that no one understands him, and he thinks that everybody should die. He wants everybody to die, and he questions why. He asks, do I deserve to be here? And that question is answered with silence, and that's like the last straw for Shinji. That's the scream that starts the instrumentality project. So we're going to put that right over here. Because yeah, the whole point of this entire journey has been for Shinji to realize you can't ask people questions and expect them to give you an answer. You have to find those answers yourself. So what does he do? He asks a question no one has an answer for him, and then he gets, pushed into this despair even more. So he screams, Lilith and the egg and Shinji rise higher. Shinji determines the outcome as the Chamber of Guff opens and instrumentality begins. And Shinji basically becomes a god and connects himself to Rei. Fun times, right? And so from there, they're at the top of the world. We see Rei and Lilith and Adam all combine. Shinji kind of combines with them. They have the Lilith egg. They're at the top of the world. It's the most visually surreal scene in the movie. And I argue that the scene of Lilith with the egg at the top of the movie, where Shinji is combining with all of them and about to have this moment of realization that he wants to exist, that is all happening at the very end of episode 26, where he's on top of the world and everybody's congratulating him. I think that moment where he gets congratulated is the moment that he decides with Rei and Kaoru that he wants to exist and he does not want the instrumentality to continue. I think that's what we're happening. I think that's what's happening, Huck. I think that's the goal. So because It all makes sense, right? He's at the very top of the world. He realizes that he wants to exist. He realizes that the instrumentality is wrong. That they shouldn't all be mixed together. And the same thing happens in End of Evangelion. So it kind of mirrors, you have the moment where he realizes he wants to exist, the same time everybody congratulates him. And if you'll notice, Gendo is there in vision, but he's not clapping along with everybody else because he's not there. So at that point, I realized that I missed an F. F. I missed it. And I'm trying to think where on earth F would have been at. It's from 9, so it would have been where Rey... she stands naked at the tanks of dead rays. We're going to put those right back there. We cut to G. Look at that. And so the final thing I have is that Evangelion in Humankind, it's supposed to be this... They release the anti-AT fields, and then there's the Red Earth Purification Ceremony. I should have put this up here earlier, but it got lost in the timeline. So we'll just say that Fuyu comments that everybody doesn't want to return to Lilith. We're fine. We're going to label that there. But the end of Evangelion's climax is happening at the same time at the end of episode 26. So, Huckleberry. This was easy, right? Totally easy, right? He agrees. A very easy, totally succinct look at how the timelines of episodes 25 and 26 totally coincide. I will make note, if you rewatch End of Evangelion and watch episodes 25, that episode at End of Evangelion is actually pretty easy to sync up. There's a lot of visual cues that Anno gives to show, like with the fog and with the scenes with Rey and the visuals and like Rey talking to Gendo, you can sync that up with End of Evangelion when Gendo talks to Rey in that scene. That stuff's all pretty easy. It's when you get to episode 26 that things get really, really mucky because it's almost like time distorts. And Shinji takes up more time talking this inner monologue with himself. And then we're left with all the stuff happening outside that's terrifying while Shinji's thinking about himself. The one thing I will note is that around the time we have the alternate universe, I would argue that around the time we have the alternate universe in episode 26, I would say that you could coincide that with the live action scenes in End of Evangelion, because it's all talking about a dream, right? It's talking about a dream versus reality. I know. It's talking about that dream versus reality. So I think if you wanted to coincide them, the alternate universe is happening about the same time. About the same time as the live action footage in End of Evangelion. But my favorite thing is to imagine that as Shinji realizes he wants the instrumentality project to end, he wants humanity to go back to normal, that's happening the same time as he is congratulated. So, that is the timeline of End of Evangelion versus episodes 25 and 26. Totally succinct, makes sense. We got that, right? But obviously, we have a lot more to talk about. So we also need to talk about the characters individually as well as the symbolism and themes. So let's move on to that. Well, I hope you enjoyed that timeline breakdown. Hope you enjoyed that. So yeah, this next part here is going to be the case files of our characters. And honestly, I originally was only going to do Shinji and Rei and Asuka and Masato because they're the main 4 characters that were talked about in episodes 25 and 26. And as you've seen, 25 and 26, you can't really separate those 2 episodes from End of Evangelion. They're 2 sides of the same coin. However, I realized that I wanted to talk about Gendo, I wanted to talk about Fuyu-chan, about Alba, about Hyuga, about Ritsuko, about Maya. I wanted to talk about those characters as well, so I've included case files for them. So what I've done is basically, we've still got to talk about symbolism, themes. A lot of that discussion is going to be saved for Whiteboard Kun and the symbolisms and themes part, so that's going to be its own thing after this. But I wanted to go down through each character and just go through what they go through in the movie and my thoughts on it, because there's a lot that happens in End of Evangelion. And it only seems fitting that we book in this segment with Gendo and Shinji, because they turn out to be a lot more similar than I originally thought they would be. Gendo, we're gonna do the case of Gendo Ikari first, because on the one hand, we learn quite a bit about Gendo in his final moments that make me go, oh, oh, Shinji's you. Okay, great. That's good. He could be you. He was like, Shinji was very similar to his father. But then we still don't get a whole lot with Gendo at the very end. I still had questions with Gendo that I was like, we don't fully get the answers to. And so when we get Whiteboard Queen out for the symbolism and themes and everything, and we talk about it all, and we'll talk about Seal versus Gendo versus Rei and all that, and like the agendas of everyone, and we've talked about it in the timeline as well. But we never really truly, there's still mystery left with Gendo as to his entire motivations. And if they're talked about in the rebuild, I don't want to know. But with Gendo, we get more from him, but there's still so much mystery shrouded with him. So his very first scene really in the movie is talking with Seal and makes the comment about nothing can be born from death. So we get the establishment that Gendo is very much, he wants to get everything set up through Seal. He wants to use Seal to get everything set up so that he can use Rei. He can cause the instrumentality, but he wants it to be under his control. He wants to have control of it and do things his way. Limp Bizkit is blaring in the background of Gendo's study. It's my way or the highway. And he wants to like just do things the way that he wants to. And so whereas Seal wants to just basically cause everyone to die, and then we have this big, massive rebirth through this ritual. Gendo's like, no, we don't want, nothing comes from death. We want to just reunite everyone, but nothing dies. It's like, well, you'd like to have your cake and eat it too, Gendo. And so he really is just, at the end of the day, trying to get back to Yui. That's really Gendo's whole thing, is that he loved Yui. He just wants to get back to her. She's the only connection that he has to anyone, and he wants to rekindle that, which is very fitting for the theme of this movie about, lost connections and the idea that once you can't, lightning in a bottle, you can't make it happen twice, no matter how much you'd like to. And that's a big theme we'll talk about later on. But Gendo making that case, and the fact that he trusted Fuyu-chan, I think that's really important. There's a mirror with Masato when we get to her. There's a mirror of Masato trusting Hyuga and Gendo trusting Fuyu-chan when he goes to start the instrumentality project. There's that whole thing. But in all honesty, it is still a little bit... Ano leaves it a little bit ambiguous as to how Gendo was exactly going to make things work in his way as opposed to Seal, and as opposed to how... not so much Seal. Like, I get how Seal and Gendo's plans are drastically different. When it comes to Rei taking Adam and going with Lilith and doing her own thing, the only part that I can think of is that Gendo thought that he would just take Rei and they would go up to Shinji and Gendo would have it all constructed and Gendo would become like the god. Like, he'd take it all on himself so that he could be reunited with Yui. I think he used Shinji, which sucks. He used his son to get this accomplished, but Gendo wanted to become the god and wanted to go up there and be reunited with Yui. And instead, Rei's like, nah, your son is the actual kind person here, not you. He was actually kind to me. You've just used me. So bye. I'm going to go help Shinji and not you. And I think that's really what ends up happening. And Gendo's just like, well, shit. Didn't go according to plan. So the one thing that isn't left is that when he shoots Ritsuko, he tells her that he truly... We don't figure it out. She calls him a liar. So you would think that his thing was that he truly loved her. It's either one way or the other. It's either you can take it from a cynical approach or a sarcastic approach. And the cynical approach would be that he says, I loved you. I did care about you. And she's like, you're a big liar. You just lied to me to make me feel better before you shot me. That's that way of viewing at it. Or he could say that he truly despised her and she takes it sarcastically and she's like, no, you're a liar. You actually liked me. So it's which way you want to think about it. I almost like that Ano keeps it quiet, that you don't know, because then you as the audience are like, well, we can take it one way or the other. It's however you want to view it. Either way, he shoots her. Either way, he's a liar. Does it really matter in the end? I don't know, but I think that's interesting. So then, yeah, we have the idea that Gendo, he fused with Adam, who was designated as the first human, so that he could go be with Yui again, and says that he did it through the forbidden unification of Adam and Lilith. Because, yeah, in the Bible, Lilith was technically the first wife, but she was cast out of heaven, and he went with Eve instead. So it's interesting that Gendo was willing to go through any means necessary to be reunited with Yui, even if it meant sacrificing his son and the rest of the world. He was just willing to do it. It's like, just willing to go through any means necessary to get what his goal was to accomplish. And the idea that once he lost Yui, if you go back to Ritsuko's mom saying that once Yui died, he was a changed man. Yeah, well, once she died, everything was poured into getting back with her. Like, he realized what was lost and was so devastated by it that he just wanted to go get back to her. And the idea that he couldn't be with Shinji, now that we know from Yui's conversation with Fuyu that literally everything she was doing was to help her son, you can see why Gendo hated Shinji in a way, because he's like, you're responsible for my wife's death. We were doing everything for you, kid, and I've lost my wife and now I'm devastated. And Shinji's like, I didn't ask for this. Shinji's like, I didn't ask to be here, but okay. So yeah, I love the idea that we get with Gendo. We finally get some more into his character and knowing why he was doing the things that he was doing. And you don't have to agree with it. I still think he's a terrible father, like one of the worst. Because he sacrifices his kid. He doesn't care about Shinji. And we get a little bit more in his final moments. We'll talk about that in a minute. But it's interesting to get finally some more context with Gendo. And yet he's still so shrouded in mystery. And I think that's kind of a cool thing Anno does with his character. But Gendo talking about seeking to complement an imperfect mind by abandoning these meaningless bodies. Yeah, Gendo's nihilism kind of comes out in this, where he's like, we don't need these bodies. We don't need this material stuff. We're just going to combine all of our souls into one. And doing that will return him to Yui's side. So even him telling Rei, he's like, I'm doing this all for Yui, nobody else. Not for humanity, not to fill the voids of their hearts. It's all for Gendo so he can be with his wife. And it's like, And yeah, and to the point where Gendo acknowledges that he knows that Seal was going to activate the third impact so that he could get to this point. It's like Gendo was totally willing to sacrifice all of humanity and potentially cause all of this suffering, all of this destruction, just so his agenda could get, forwarded, and so that he could be reunited with Yui. Like, it's kind of disturbing the lengths that Gendo goes, but he's blocked himself off so emotionally that he doesn't care. Like, he's just, nah, whatever I had to do to get what was done. And the only reason, we'll talk about Fuyu-chan here in a minute, but the only reason Fuyu really goes along with it is because Fuyu believes it's what Yui wants to happen. So there's that whole thing. Like, Yui, she's pulling the strings on Gendo and Fuyu in all of this, which is kind of interesting. And we'll talk about that in relation to her being in the Eva, who is the puppet and who's the puppet master sort of situation, where she kind of was unbeknowingly pulling the strings on both of these men, and she wasn't even alive during it, right? Which is kind of fun. It's a fun thing. But yeah, he asks Rei to lead him to where Yui is. And I want to make note that in this whole part, yeah, the whole groping scene with Rei, we'll talk about that here in a minute, but the scene where he unites with Rei, and when he tells her to lead him to Yui, we can actually see through his glasses and see his eyes. So we know that he's being very genuine here, and he's ready to go see her. And that's something about this series we've talked about with Gendo, is that throughout it, anytime his glasses were blocked or we couldn't see, there was a question to his motivation and how genuine Gendo was being. But anytime you could see his eyes, it's like, no, this is Gendo. This is really what he's thinking, really what he's putting out there. There's no like lens or mask to it or persona. So in that moment, he was ready to go. He was ready to let's go sacrifice the world so I can see my wife. Everybody else will just deal with it. They'll figure out something. And it's like, and then Rei rejects him. She rejects him. She's like, that line, I'm not your doll. I was like, oh, I love that line. It's so good. And rewatching it, you're just like, I will say the best thing is just rewatching this movie and just pausing it and letting it soak in. I spent an entire Saturday I was going to record that Saturday and I didn't even get to it because I just spent that day just rewatching scenes, recontextualizing the imagery and symbolism, and just going back through it and was like, it's amazing, right? So I'm asking Rei to lead him. She says no, he wants her to take him, but he is rejected for Shinji, which is the biggest turn of events. That after all this time of rejecting his son, he's finally rejected for the sake of his son. And it's a nice twist, right? It's a nice twist. And I guess we could talk about this in symbolism, but we'll go ahead and talk about it now. It's a nice twist because this entire series, you think that Rei has been seeing Gendo in Shinji this whole time, and that she's been doing things for Shinji and being nice to Shinji because he reminds her of Gendo. But the fun twist at the end is that at the end of the day, she recognizes that no, Shinji cared for me as a person, didn't care for me as something to be used. He genuinely did care about me as a human being, as the 18th angel. But she's like, Shinji actually cared about me, so I'm going to go with him, not with you that used me. And so I love that twist that we get where it just turns it on Gendo's head. It's really great. And so I put down here, Gendo does not have a normal instrumentality encounter. No, he doesn't get to just see Rei's ghost. No. I like that we cut back to him as all this horrific stuff is happening around everyone. We see Gendo like down there at the base where Lilith was, and he's just clutching that arm that was taken off. And he talks about how he'd waited so long for this moment to arrive that he could finally see Yui again. He waited all this time. And then he laments, and because Yui appears in front of him, and he laments that he only hurt Shinji because he was near him. And we get in this moment, getting the final confirmation that Gendo and Shinji are so alike in so many ways. He's like, he was afraid of him. And so he's like, because Yui asks, she's like, are you afraid of Shinji? And as she asks him this, there's like a spotlight, like the light of the moon, the light is on, and it's the light of the Eva, the light is on Gendo there, like the spotlight's on him, like, were you afraid of your son? But the way that he answers, he says he doesn't think he can be loved by others and isn't worthy of love. So he says that he only hurt Shinji when he was near him, so it's better that he do nothing. And that in such a way, we'll talk about Shinji later, but that in such a way is so interesting because that's been Shinji's whole dilemma in this movie, is that he keeps wanting to run away. He keeps wanting to get away with people because he keeps thinking that he's hurting them. He's like, so if I just stay away from them, I'll be fine. But at the same time, Shinji's conundrum is he wants to stay away from people because he thinks he's going to hurt them, but he's also so desperate for affection and attention that he finds that he can't do that. He wants to run away, but it makes him miserable. He wants to be around people, but it makes him miserable because he hurts them. So Shinji has this big conundrum about that, and we find out that Gendo had the same thing. The only thing is Gendo was successful at running away. Gendo could shut off all of his emotions, and Shinji's not able to do that. For the better, I guess. But yeah, he was afraid of his son, and he didn't think that he could love others and didn't think he was worthy of love, which we'll touch into a little bit of Attack on Titan spoilers throughout this entire video, but I'll save those here for a second. But then I love that Yui's there, and then Kaoru appears. Kaoru only appears to Gendo and Shinji, which I think is very interesting, but Kaoru appearing to Gendo, and it was almost like oh, hey, bitch, you killed me. you basically had your son kill me, so hey, what's up? And Kaoru appearing above him saying that he was just running away. Before you get hurt, you rejected the world. And it's like, yeah, he's like, you turned everyone away so you didn't have to deal with it. You didn't have to deal with the pain of existence. And Kaoru's like, but that's part of it, you know? I love that Kaoru appears to both Gendo and Shinji, and Yui appears to Gendo and Shinji as well. I think that's a nice little, again, tying their characters together and showing how similar they are, more so than perhaps the audience realized. And then Yui says that the invisible and formless thing that exists between people, you are afraid of it and you closed your heart. Meaning that invisible and formless thing, not only like the walls between us, but that connection. He's like, you were afraid of it. You're afraid of those walls. You're afraid of like trying to intrude into those walls. You're afraid of trying to get close to someone because you could be betrayed, which has been Shinji's whole dilemma, right? So Gendo is kind of the realization of that. Like Shinji could very well have become Gendo in this, because Gendo's like, yeah, I was afraid of being hurt, and so I closed off my heart and I just backed away from everything. The ultimate hedgehog's dilemma. And then Rei appears. And Gendo asks, is this my retribution? As the Unit 1 grabs him. And it's really cool to see the Unit 1, like, without any of the restraints. It's the unit without the restraints. It's just in its entirety, its body. It's very freaky. But there's that idea that Shinji, he says, I'm sorry, Shinji. And then the Evangelion unit eats him. So there's the idea that Shinji ate his dad, and then all that's left behind is the glasses. So at this point, and I probably won't do this a lot in this segment, but at this point, I want to do an obligatory Attack on Titan spoiler. So just wait until this is gone. But in this section here, I just rewatching it was like, Oh, not only for two reasons. One, the I'm sorry, Shinji, the Evangelion eating him, the glasses being left behind. That's such a reference to Grisha being eaten by Eren, leaving his glasses behind, and him saying he was sorry. Like, it's the idea. Now, Grisha is a much different dad than Gendo, a much better dad than Gendo, but there ends where Grisha, it's funny because Grisha and Gendo kind of do sort of the same, where they're both using Eren in a sense to get to a certain end, but the way that it happens with Eren is much more complicated, I think, than with Shinji. And so that's interesting. Isayama kind of definitely makes that his own and makes it a totally different father-son experience than with Gendo and Shinji. But just the eating and the glasses part is very inspired by this moment. And honestly, I think Eren is kind of more like Gendo in a sense, that when we come to find out that Eren, the idea that Gendo says that he didn't think that he could be loved by others and isn't worthy of love, that's Eren at the end of season 4. Eren, as he's causing the rumbling, he's like, I feel like I'm a monster and I don't think I'm worthy of love. So I'm just going to do this for the betterment of the people I care about. The only difference is Gendo is doing it for the betterment of himself. He's just doing it to get closer to Yui. He doesn't care about anybody else. Whereas at least Eren has people he's trying to protect. So there is a distinction. But I love the parallels there of Grisha and Eren and Gendo and Shinji in this. I thought that was really, you could see the inspiration kind of formed there and how Isayama took it and made it his own thing in Attack on Titan. So that's pretty cool. End of Attack on Titan spoilers for now. And then, yeah, as the glasses are left behind, we see the 3 rays, the child ray, the ray in the bandages, which is the second ray, and then the first ray, and she's holding her hands like this because she's now in the Lilith form with the egg, and so we see her and they take the glasses. They don't destroy the glasses like they did in the timeline, but they took them. So that's really interesting. So yeah, Gendo. It's almost like it's sort of an ironic thing that Gendo, his whole goal was to have the instrumentality happen and that he would become one with everyone else, and along with everyone else, he would get Yui. And at the end of the day, he doesn't get that at all. No, they don't make him a pile of LCL goop. He just gets eaten, and that's it. He doesn't, it's almost like he doesn't get to go to paradise. It's almost like Gendo goes to hell. He doesn't get to go alongside everyone else. It's like, oh, well, there you go, right? So Gendo, R.I.P. Gendo. You were a very distinct, interesting character. I guess we'll do an RIP toast for him. When we do the recap at the very end of this entire series, I'm definitely going to do like an RIP toast like I do with Attack on Titan for all of the Fallen. It's going to be interesting. But I do think that it was a fitting in for Gendo. I'm satisfied that he didn't get his way, that he used all these people and he doesn't get what he wants in the end. But it's also kind of tragic because you realize that Shinji is so much like his father and that this is the road Shinji could go down. And it's very, very tragic when you think of it that way. So that's the case of Gendo Ikari. That's his case. Now, we need to talk about Ritsuko, Maya, Alba, Hyuga, and Fuyu-chan, and Yui. So I kind of made this like a big chunk with all of them because I was like, I don't have a lot for each of them, but I do want to talk about each of them like briefly before we move on to our main players. So one thing I want to note is Alba, Hyuga, and Maya, they were kind of the center of humanity for this movie. They were the audience surrogates, the most human representatives I felt like in the movie. Like their reactions, their dialogue, they felt like the most relatable, I thought, throughout the movie. And I really wanted to root for them. And I was horrified for them during the instrumentality. So there's that. But yeah, Alba, Hyuga, and Maya, starting out the movie lamenting they don't know what the future would hold if NERV was to disband. And that's such a thing, is that they're the only like soldier representatives of NERV faculty that's like, yeah, what would they do? I guess would they just, transfer to another branch, to another job? How exactly would that go? But what I like about the 3 of them throughout this movie is that they actually, show camaraderie towards one another. It's like we have Rei, Asuka, and Shinji, who are these kids that have so many issues with their camaraderie and their relationship with one another, and they have so much clashing and conflicting between the three of them throughout this entire series and this movie. But yet Alba, Hyuga, and Maya, they have like great camaraderie and great associations with one another, right? And so I like that it proves that no, Gendo, not everyone in this movie is inept at living. Like, there were actually some normal people who were fine, did not need this instrumentality project to happen to them. They were just caught in the circumstance of being employed by nerves. So I was like, damn it. It's interesting that we get like an actual example of, no, there are actually people that are not 100% traumatized like every other character in this series, which makes it all the more horrific when the instrumentality actually begins because of how it plays out for those characters. It's like, no, these characters were fine. They didn't need 2 episodes of monologue for them or a psychotherapy session. They didn't need that. They were doing okay. And then when the instrumentality project begins, you're like, these characters did not want this at all. And it's like just horrific. It's a straight up horror at that point, right? So again, talking about the relatability, Maya puking as Asuka's eaten, that whole scene, oh my God, we'll talk about that in the visual symbolism part, but that whole scene, like Maya having like her like trying to vomit is just, it's relatable. And then even Hyuga's like, oh my God. And they don't even see it in full on the screen. It's just, they know what's happening, right? And then the conversations between Alba and Hyuga talking about like how the funding was, how they weren't properly funded from the beginning, which seems pretty intentional, setting them up to be invaded. Like their conversations, them talking about things, him offering Maya the gun, her conversation about that. It's literally the most human of the series. And I really appreciate it that Anno gives us these characters that are just normal people trying, not people with special abilities or chosen one narratives. They're just trying to do their job and trying to stay alive, and it's very relatable and very well done. I loved their scenes throughout this. And they somehow managed to hold the fort down as the third impact begins. Again, this geofront is, they are 20 layers down, right? Or they're at least several layers down, because even as a nuclear explosion's happening, they're still somehow holding the fort. I was like, damn it. And then Maya throughout this entire film, she's the surrogate of, did we do the right thing? And I love that when she asks at the first part, she's like grabbing Alba and she's like, did we do the right thing? And Alba's like, I don't know. And again, not really an Attack on Titan spoiler, but there's an Attack on Titan character that Alba plays, his voice actor plays. And when he says, I don't know if we're doing the right thing, I was just like, hearing his character say that in that voice, I was like, it was really cathartic. I was like, yep, where is Zeke saying that? I needed that in my life. It was great. But again, talking about relatability, Maya, she's so concerned not knowing if they've done the right thing or not, and her hugging her pillow, like just sitting there at the Nerve Command Center with the Magi and just sitting there hugging her pillow like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, that's so tragic and relatable. Like, if I were in that scenario, I'd probably be doing the same thing, to be honest. I think I'd be freaking out, and I'd just be sitting there hugging the pillow like, I don't know what else to do. So it's like, at that point, what can we do, right? And then, the instrumentality. I put my notes here. The instrumentality where Rey starts to appear to guide them to the Lilith egg in the next plane of existence was absolutely 100% terrifying. It was some of the most horrific imagery, and the voice acting. I think my jaw was on the floor that entire time. I was like, what do we do with this? Just the Rey grabbing Hyuga's face, and at first it's just like, it just grabs it and distorts it, and you're like, and then for a second it's so chilling, and then she becomes Masato, and you're like, oh, okay, that's what he's desired. He's wanted to be with Masato, so they're just gonna kiss or something, right? And he's gonna go blue. But no, she like attacks his face, and then he bursts. It's like, oh, like she's eating his face off. Nope. And then Alba, I felt probably the worst for Alba, because at least Hyuga and Maya and Fuyu-chan get like moments where they're like, oh, it's my loved one, and then they burst. Alba doesn't get that at all. Alba is like just crunched underneath the desk, being like this, trying to like not think about it. And could you imagine Alba, who has known Rey the most minimal out of all of our cast members. The most minimal. And he's under his desk, and all of a sudden there's a bunch of nude 14-year-old girls surrounding him, like giggling, about to turn him into mush. Absolutely terrifying. Big old pile of nope. Mm-mm. And then Maya makes the comment that everyone's AT fields are gone, and she asks once more if this was the answer and what she was looking for. She's like, is this really what we wanted? Because at the very beginning of this, they're all talking about the instrumentality project like they didn't know what was coming. Because they don't seem like they knew what was coming. They're just like, oh, they just were told, oh, the instrumentality project will begin in 13 hours. And they're like, okay, we'll find out what that's about. And then when they find out what it's about, it's like, oh no, this is seriously disturbing. So, but Maya, and here's the thing, she never sees Ray. It appears as Ritsuko from the start. And Maya, the thing about it is that for the SEAL people, we'll talk about them when we get down to the visual imagery and symbolism part. But for them, it's just like they just melt into LCL fluid. For these guys, they just burst and popped. And you actually see like Maya's hand fly across the laptop screen. What the fudge, Ano? No. And then we see on the screen the words, I need you, which is like the final act of this film. Where we see like when it's Asuka and Shinji together at the end, we see I need you across the screen. So you can make the assumption, as we all have made in the Discord, that yeah, Maya liked Ritsuko. Might have had a thing for Ritsuko this entire film, and then she finally gets to be with her. So there's that. But yeah, I felt really badly for Alba and Hyuga and Maya because they, were just doing their jobs. And again, that kind of goes along with the theme of them just following orders and doing their duty. And at the very end, they're screwed over. And it's like, yep, they made their own choices, so I can't say they didn't do that, but it's just tying in with that idea of following someone else's orders and then it kind of becoming a control of your life. And again, we talk about other shows where there's the line of once you let someone else give you orders, you're basically doomed to die, which ends up happening with them. But maybe they'll come back. Now that Shinji's seemingly reversed things, we'll talk about that at the end. Maybe they'll come back. I don't know. They all show up just naked somewhere. Why not? Maybe, but I don't know because Ritsuko died before the whole instrumentality began, so maybe she won't come back. I don't think her and Masato are coming back because they were shot or killed beforehand, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll talk about that at the very end, how that's going to work. But yeah, so then we have Fuyu-chan. Oh, sweet, sweet Fuyu-chan. Fuyu-chan, actually, despite all odds, has quite a lot to do in this movie. He has quite a lot of monologue. He does quite a lot of exposition. It's funny because I argue that Fuyu-chan gets more exposition than Gendo does, which Ano keeps Gendo. Someone said in the past that Ano related a lot to Gendo. I see that now with this movie. I can definitely see that where Gendo talks about being shut off, and we'll talk about that with Shinji as well. I can see that with Ano. But with Fuyu-chan, he gets to actually speak quite a lot in this film to the exposition of the movie. So in the end, Fuyu trusted Gendo over Seal and trusted that Gendo had the interests of Yui in mind. And we know that Fuyu-chan loved Yui. And so in his mind, he decides to go along with him. So it helps to explain a lot of Fuyu-chan's actions throughout this entire series, knowing that he loved Yui as much as he did. It was kind of like the unrequited love. He's like, well, if I don't get you in life, I'll help the man that loved you and was able to be with you, and that will help serve you in death sort of situation. Like Fuyu's like, if I can't help you while you're alive, I'll help you, to make your will come to power. And he thinks that Gendo has Yui's will in mind, kind of does, so he decides to go along with them. But yeah, I put down here, Fuyu gets a lot of commentary throughout this movie. He does a lot of exposition dumping as we go through it. Like when Shinji is taken up on his little butterfly cross into the sky, Fuyu's like, oh, they're going to use Shinji as an invocation object. I'm like, I'm glad you're here, Fuyu-chan, explaining all of this. Because most of my notes were from Fuyu in this part. I was like, okay, what's happening? So explain for all of us that aren't part of this crazy cult that is Seal. So yeah, talking about Shinji being the invocation object. He makes the comment, Fuyu-chan has throughout this entire series been one to advocate the importance of living. Like, he was kind of the foil to Gendo, whereas Gendo was very nihilistic and was like, oh, there's no point to life. Fuyu was like, no, there is. We have the right to live and address our free will and express it. And so Fuyu-chan saying that humanity doesn't want to return to the empty shell of the Black Moon, which is the egg of Lilith. He's like, we don't want to go back to the beginning. He's like, in the end, I guess we can't help it. It's whatever Lilith is going to will, but we don't want that. It's the idea that humanity is designed to live and have like a survival instinct, and it's not natural for us to want to just cease to exist or to die and go back to the beginning. So I like that Fuyu is kind of a representative of that point of view, especially after watching episode 25 where all the characters seem to want to like desire despair and go back to nothingness. Fuyu-chan was like, no, we don't want that. So I liked that he was a representative of that other view, the other side of the coin, right? And I guess in the most roundabout way, Shinji ends up kind of agreeing with Fuyu-chan that, yeah, we don't want to just sit here in a realm of nothingness where we just exist and that's it. He's like, no, we don't want that. So he knew, but here's the thing. This is such a curious thing that Gendo and Fuyu-chan, they knew so much about Seal and their plan, which would make sense that they've been on the board with them for a long time because he knows, but it's just the idea of how far things were going to go with Seal before Gendo intervened, right? How far things were going to go along. So, and the only thing I can think of is that Fuyu-chan knew Seal's plan and how they were going to use Rei and how they were going to make things work. And then he knew Gendo's plan and how Gendo was going to do something a little bit different. So when he says that he knew about the assimilation with Rei that was happening with the Eva series, it's like, so he knew Seal's plan and he knew how this was going to possibly go down either way. So, and I guess that helps to reinforce why Fuyu went along with Gendo, because he knew all of what Seal had planned and was like, no, I don't like this at all. And so that helped to reinforce why he supported Gendo and why he went along with it. Because yeah, at the end of the day, whenever he like pops and thinks he's with Yui, he's the only one out of the four. Like Alba and Hyuga and Maya are freaking out. He totally accepts it. He's like, this was part of the plan. This is how it's going to go. And it's like, okay. And so we have the whole thing about the pilot's ego, and we've talked about that with the timeline and everything, but him saying it can't take much more, which is what Seal wanted. And then Fuyu-chan is the one to bring up the fruits of life versus the fruits of wisdom discussion, where we talk about how the angels had the fruits of life, humanity had the fruits of wisdom, you put them together and you create a god sort of scenario. Like Fuyu-chan gets the right to say that, which is funny because throughout all of this series, Gendo's had a lot of the more lore exposition, but here Fuyu-chan kind of takes over. It's almost like a meta thing where when Gendo left and said, okay, Fuyu-chan, you're in charge now, not only to the operation, but to the rest of the story. He left Fuyutsuki with the ability to say the rest of the narrative while Gendo was absent, which is kind of like a nice little touch narrative-wise. I think that's cool. And so, yeah, Fuyu, he seems totally okay with the instrumentality. In his mind, he asks if Gendo got to see Yui again, and then he sees Yui and then he pops. So yeah, it's interesting. It's like, I wonder if Fuyu's like, I wonder if Gendo did see Yui, if he got what he wanted, and if that's kind of like validating him getting what he wants at the end too. Oh no. Don't know! But yeah, so that's really Fuyu and Yui's final scene. He gets one more scene with her, which is the last we see of him. And in that scene, him and Yui kind of explain why the Evas are needed, and it's his entire motivation for the series. We see that he loved Yui, and so Yui explaining the importance of the Evas and how they will continue to go on and serve as a reminder of humanity's existence. Yeah, it makes total sense why Fuyu was just hook, line, and sinker. Because that's the whole thing. Fuyu's whole argument this series has been that mankind deserves to exist. And Yui is saying, yeah, well, as long as we have the Evas, they are going to be proof of humanity's existence. So, of course, Fuyu would be on board with that. So, yeah. It's Fuyu-chan's character throughout this, I was wondering what role he was going to play going into this movie. And we finally get that established. We get it established that, yeah, he's got a pretty big role, and that it's not only to give exposition, but it's to tie things together and be a voice of actual living in the series, because so many of the characters in this series and in this movie want to die up until the final act. And so Fuyu is a nice kind of counter to that. Him and Alba and Hyuga and Maya kind of being like, no, we want to live and we have a reason to. And so it was nice to see kind of him get fleshed out a little bit and used a little bit more in this movie. But sad days for Fuyu-chan. I hope that he gets to come back, right? Maybe he'll get to come back and he'll have seen Yui along the way. Who knows, right? I had the least amount of comments for Ritsuko, honestly, in this, which Ritsuko, we talked about her in the timeline. We'll talk about her in the symbolism portion, especially, but despite hating Gendo, I like the very first scene we see her in is her in that jail cell, like she was back in the TV series. And the very first scene we see with her, the Magi is getting invaded by the other 6 Magi. The other 5 Magi are trying to invade, and they need Ritsuko's help because she's the only one that can hack in and prevent it. And when they find her, I love that she's like, that man, he's so egotistical. And that despite hating Gendo, she lets herself help him with overriding the hack. And I love that. And it's such a weird bookend, right? It's such a weird bookend of Ritsuko's character in this movie, because the first scene we really see her in is her preventing the hacking of the Magi and her in Casper's system and everything. And now seeing all the notes on the side of Casper, on the side of the Magi, all the notes from her mom, and going back and watching episode 13, it gives it so much more context, because you know now how her mother felt about Gendo. So the little notes about Gendo and teasing him and stuff, that all makes so much more sense. And there's another layer added to that. But Ritsuko, like, being in that woman part of the Magi and connecting with her mom for just a moment while she's there, and putting her hand up on Casper that's been reforged, that's been redone there. It's so interesting, because then it's bookended with her cursing Casper. Like, at the beginning of the movie, she like praises Casper, being like, oh, I'm glad I'm here with you, Mom. I'm glad you're still around. And at the very end, she curses Casper because her mom betrayed her, which we'll talk about here in a second. But yeah, Ritsuko, the next time we really see her is when Gendo takes Rei down to get this whole shenanigan started. And Ritsuko like tells Gendo that she's reprogrammed the Magi while she was helping to prevent it from being hacked, and says that her last request was to die with her mother, which is such a parallel and a twist on the Asuka scenario with her mother, because Asuka's thing is that her mother asked her to die with her, and Asuka was like, no, I don't want to. Like, I don't want to die with you. Like, stop trying to kill me. No. And here we see like the reversal of it, where Ritsuko's like, no, I'm going to blow up my mom and die with her, and you won't get what you want. The sad thing is, at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Gendo didn't want to use the Magi. That wasn't part of the plan. The Magi have no purpose after they get prevented from being hacked. So it's such a tragedy with Ritsuko, in that her plan wasn't going to affect Gendo's plan in the slightest. And he just shot Ritsuko because he probably didn't want Rei to get shot, because he needed her for the plan. And he didn't want to get shot because then he wouldn't be able to like have the... I guess it's funny though. I guess Gendo didn't want to get shot because, you know, like with Ritsuko and Akagi, they still end up getting plooped into the instrumentality despite being shot. But I guess Gendo, he wanted to live to see it through. He didn't want to just die and hope that it happened. He needed to live and see it through, especially because he needed to with Adam in his hand and everything. He couldn't afford to get shot, so that's why he shot Ritsuko. But yeah, her last request was to die with her mother. Oddly enough, like I said, with that parallel with Asuka and Ritsuko, or Asuka and her mom, the funny thing is that at the end of the day, Ritsuko does die with her mom, but it's her mom betrayed her and she ends up getting shot without her. So she has a little button she's going to destroy the Magi with. It doesn't activate. She's like, Casper, Mommy betrayed me. How could you choose Gendo over her? And then Gendo says the lines to her, and she calls whatever he says a lie, and then gets shot. And just like, we'll talk about this with Rei, but the weird thing is that just like with Masato, she ends up seeing the little ghostly version of Rei before she dies. But the weird thing is that with both Masato and Asuka and Ritsuko's deaths, they see that ghostly version of Rei, but it's before the instrumentality actually begins. So it's a curious thing. It's a very weird thing. It's almost like a foreshadowing that it was going to happen, but it's still, or maybe it's like, was Rei the Grim Reaper all along? And that, Shinji seeing Rei in the very first episode, was that like a Grim Reaper moment where he was about to die or something, and then he didn't. So I feel like, is Rei the Grim Reaper all along? That's the last thing you see before you die is Rei. So, but yeah, that I felt bad for Ritsuko in the end, especially with this movie, because her character gets such a tragic conclusion. Like, she goes through all these lengths to help someone despite knowing that it's going to do her no good. And then she tries to get revenge and it completely backfires on her. And she ends up just dying in the LCL fluid and just popping down. And it was the woman that betrayed her in the end, which is such a callback to the idea of being betrayed by others despite their relationship with you. So she thought because she was her mother's daughter that her mother would go along with her. And in the end, she ends up getting betrayed because her mom liked Gendo more. And it's like, it's such a nice connection to the overall themes about love and betrayal and relationships. It's tragic, but it's a great narrative callback to that. So then we have Yui. And Yui with Masato's speech of why they all hate one another despite being human. Yui kind of gets a lot of exposition with Shinji, much like Fuyu-chan gets with us, the audience. But Yui takes Masato's speech of why they all hate each other despite being human. And it could tie to why Yui wanted to work on the EVA project and the instrumentality to begin with. She wanted to save her son from the fated third impact and death. So yeah, as insane as the instrumentality is and as horrific as it is and terrifying, it makes sense why Yui went along with it, because she's like, otherwise we're going to have this third impact. She's like, my son is going to be caught up in that and going to die and not have the chance to live. So she's like, no. She's like, I will definitely combine myself with this divine seeming being so that my son has a chance to have a life and a fate beyond the third impact. So, because it was fated to happen. Like, at this point when Fuyu-chan and Yui have the conversation, they know it's coming. And so how can we prevent it? And Yui's like, this is the only thing I can think of. So and so it's funny, we have Masato talking about them all hating each other. And Yui's like, well, this is the only way that it's going to work. And she does seem to act for herself as she helps to get Shinji to Asuka, which would lead to the instrumentality project. So it makes sense that she's all about it, because when Shinji's lamenting that he can't actually get to the EVA unit and we see her reach her hand out to help him, it's like, no, she wants this to happen. She wants Shinji to get to a point where he can cause the instrumentality to go through. So she kind of takes matters into her own hands from beyond the grave as part of the EVA unit to make that happen. And then Yui says that this Rei, whenever the Rei becomes Kaoru and Shinji's like, oh yeah, I'm totally about this. I'm about this now. Whenever Rei becomes Kaoru, Yui makes the comment that this Rei is an embodiment of Shinji's wish, which includes Kaoru. And so it's almost like Rei became an illusion of Kaoru to appease Shinji and to get that ego to break down. Like Shinji was like, nope, I'm not going along with this. I'm not having this. Nothing's going to happen. He like runs away hardcore, except he has nowhere to run away to. He's just kind of cowered down in the EVA unit. And it's almost as if Rei and Yui were like, okay, Shinji's not going along with this plan. What if we turned Rei into something that would totally get Shinji to be on board? It's Kaoru. So yeah, I like that she explains that, because at first I was like, oh, Kaoru's there too, but it's like, it's really Rei's more of like an illusion of him. But then by the end of the series, Kaoru and Rei are kind of both two sides of the same coin. And Kaoru and Rei are both a part of Shinji at the very end, so there's that. But yeah, I do like that Yui has more of a role in this movie as well, and that we finally get kind of confirmation that she's tied in with the O1 unit, that she was like, that soul was put in there to like keep everything going and to give her son a chance at survival after the second impact. So there is a little bit of, we talk about with Rei and the darkness and everything with Yui, there is a little bit of the idea, and we've talked about this in the comment, that Yui was not like a totally innocent person, because she still went along with all of this and was still part of the project itself, knowing like all the sacrifices and all the death that would happen along the way. So you could talk about that, but I do feel overall Yui is presented in a much more positive light than Gendo is, because at the end of the day, Yui is doing things for her son, and she's doing things to help him, and Gendo is doing things to help himself. So you had that kind of selfish versus selfless argument between Yui and Gendo, which I find pretty fascinating. So yeah, that's only taken 45 minutes. We still have the main people to talk about. I suppose if we're going to talk about anybody, we need to start with the case of Asuka Langley. Asuka in this movie, she kind of has like, at first, she has like the best turnaround of the entire series. I've been worried about Asuka this whole series. And at the beginning, I was like, man, no, Asuka's in a great place. Until she isn't. So yeah, we tie back to episode 25, where Asuka, we find out the whole history of that and how she ended up at the bottom of the lake, how she ended up in the EVA unit, and her reiterating that she doesn't want to die. She's one of the characters of the group. Like Rei has talked about despairing and wanting to die. Shinji wants to die. Masato seems like she does not. Ritsuko seems like it's inevitable. But Asuka has been like the one that is like, no, I do not. Which is so funny because, not funny necessarily, but such a twist, because at the end, in episode 24, we get her like in the tub and we think that she's trying to commit suicide, and here she's in the EVA unit, that when she's actually faced with this, like these bombs coming down at her and it seems like Seal is trying to kill her, she's like, I don't want to die. Like, I've decided that I want to live. And she hears her mother. I love that as she's saying, I don't want to die, we hear the other voice coming in saying, stay alive and everything. Which made me wonder, like, was her mom in the O2 unit in a way? So because they established her mom was part of the experiments, and the O2 unit was made in Germany, where Asuka's from. So that leads me to believe that her mom's soul was inside the O2 unit, just like Yui's was inside the O1 unit. And maybe her mom, like, after part of her soul was taken out and put in the O2 unit, it just drove her completely insane, and that's why she retracted to the doll and thought the doll was Asuka and went crazy and killed herself. Maybe that's tied to it. But I felt like her mom's soul in some way was inside the O2 unit because she tells her to stay alive. And so, and it's weird because there's all these different conflicting voices overlapping in that scene. At one point, I'm looking at my notes, at one point her mom says that she won't let Asuka die, which is a different perspective than the last several episodes of the series. But there are conflicting voices throughout that moment, because we hear the mom say, don't kill her, and we hear Asuka's voice actress say, die with me as well, which alternates what we've known throughout the series as being that context between the two of them. So it's funny because this whole movie is about like reality and what we perceive as reality and how it can be altered and reimagined and viewed from different perspectives. And so in that one moment, you kind of get the idea that maybe the reality is a little bit different than what we thought. I don't know. And then Asuka has that image of her, and I had to go back and pause the image, and I really wish I hadn't now, because the image is of Asuka like dead and rotting. And then we tie back, we'll talk about it in the symbolism and themes, but when we go back to those drawings that Asuka did, there's the sketch of the monster, the sketch of people dying, and the sketch of blood everywhere. And we had the sketch of like the dog rotting, and it kind of reminded me of that. Ugh. But yeah, she's like, I don't want to just sit here and die. I don't want that to be the case. And so then we see the angelic form of her mom reaching out to Asuka from beyond the forest, right? And everything's in color now. It's not like gray tones anymore. And her mom reminded me a lot of Yui. Her mom and how her mom appears reminds me a lot of Yui. They look very similar in those moments. And she connects with that spirit of her mom, which activates the Eva. And it's like we've established at this point that humanity are angels. They are the 18th angel. So when that attack happens and we see the big cross come out of the sky, it's like, yeah, no, that angel part of her has activated. And so within the Eva, and she lets down that wall, which allows her to become more like an Evangelion and an angel, and it's like lowering that wall of her heart to an extent. Not enough that she becomes primordial soup, but enough that she kind of realizes what the point of the AT field is, and she can use it, right? And for a while, Asuka seems to be in a much better place, which is the irony of all ironies, because when we get to symbolism, we'll talk about like the violence and the gore of this movie, but she seems to be in a better place. She like understands the meaning of the AT field. She knows that's why her and Shinji were brought back, and we're going to talk about the ending with that, but she understands the whole point of it, and that it's like, it defends her, it protects her, it connects her with those that are lost, and so she seems like in a great place. When she lifts up the ship to like block the bombs, it seems like such a callback to episode 9 when we first met her and she was with the naval fleet. Like, it seems like a great symbolic callback to that. I wondered if her understanding the meaning of the AT field, as I was making my notes and rewatching the movie, I was wondering if that possibly was why her and Shinji were brought back in the end, because he wanted her to help him specifically, and she understood the meaning of the AT field. So if that was why they were brought back together, if that was one possibility, maybe we'll talk about that more with the symbolism. But Asuka finally, for a hot second, for 5 minutes, Asuka becomes the protagonist that she's always wanted to be, taking on 9 EVA series by herself and using what she's gained knowledge-wise and accepting that she's an angel, using it to defeat Seal's army. Like, everything's going great. She's just taken out all that pent-up frustration on the angels, and it's just, we'll talk about the symbolism of it too when we get down to that part. But after all that anger, though, it's almost like the movie was like, yeah, you got to be the protagonist for a moment. I hope you enjoyed that. Hope you enjoyed that. But at the end of it all, despite all of her anger and all of her frustration and like just all of it manifesting into this like demon energy that she has, she ends up getting picked apart by those same demons. And she has to suffer for it. And with that feeling of getting eaten alive, that just the fact that they like, when they all descend upon her and like pick her apart, and she's just like writhing because like she can feel that pain even though she's not physically experiencing it. And despite all of that, her saying that she'll kill them in her rage and her reaching out to grab him, like that moment was probably one of my favorite Asuka moments in the whole series, is her like reaching up saying, I'm going to kill you, and like just despite it all. And then even after all of that, and like her arm being split apart, like even after all that, Shinji ends up like coming to help her. He ends up getting attached to the butterfly Eva cross. He ends up being helpless, and she's left behind once again, not able to help Shinji or anyone, and just being utterly defeated. It's like after all of that we've experienced with Asuka, her having her moment to shine, her moment in the spotlight, she ends up right back where she was, utterly defeated and helpless, that she was at the start of this film, which is really freaking sad. And so then we have the whole thing of her in the flashback with Shinji, which we'll talk about that flashback. I got a whole segment on that flashback of her and Shinji. But her idea that she's driven crazy when she looks at him, that she's driven crazy, and her refusing to help him even after he says that he's struggling, and he says the whole line about he doesn't want someone to kill him, which relates to how she feels too. Even after all that, she can't find a way to reach out to him, and she just accepts it. She's like, no, I don't want to help you, and I can't. Like, she just runs away and just puts up the AT field and blocks him out. And it's so crazy that she refuses to help him, and so that leads to him choking her, which we'll talk about with Shinji. But then at the very end of the movie, they're back to that same part where we're back to that same moment where he chokes her. Only in this case, when he first choked her back in the flashback, she didn't do anything about it. She was just like glaring down at him like, really? This is what you're going to do? This is what you're resorting to? You want me to help you, but this is what you're doing? Whereas at the very end, he's choking her and she's like, oh shit. And she does reach up to stop him. She does reach the hand up to his face to stop him. And then she breaks down, and then he breaks down, and her reaction is, wow, how disgusting. Which we'll talk about. We'll talk about that in the symbolism, but just the fact of her character ending on such a dour note, right? We'll talk about that at the very end of the film because I have much more to say about it, but this is just where the characters are at the end of the film. But her just like saying how disgusting, and she gets the last line in the movie. Asuka finally gets the last say. She gets the last say at the very end. Look at her go. Look at our girl Asuka go. But I did feel bad for her in this film because I was like, man, she finally gets a chance to shine. She has some amazing animation. She gets to face all. And I find it funny that she's facing all the Eva series that are modeled after Kaoru, because Kaoru was the first violin and she was the second fiddle to him. And so I find it funny that she gets to face him and is doing seemingly well, and then nope, it all goes to hell in a handbasket. So then we have the case of Masato Katsuragi. We'll transition over to her. And Masato gets quite a bit in this film. A lot of what she does we'll talk about in the symbolism aspect, and we talk about in the timeline, and we'll talk about with Shinji as well. But I like the journey that her character goes throughout this. At the start of the film, she's trying to keep it together. Like, Masato has always throughout the series been one that when she's doing her job professionally, she can keep it together and stay focused. It's just after you get outside of the battlefield, everything with her falls apart, right? She can't manage her own life. She can't manage relationships with others. There's a whole slew of issues with her emotionally. So at the start of the film, she's trying to keep it all together and focus on the mission and find out more about the Instrumentality Project. And she assumes, and in doing so, she assumes her role in helping to prevent Nerve from being invaded by Seal. Because she's like, I need to know more. If Seal invades, that can't happen. So, the enemy of my enemy is my friend in this moment. And she kind of buckles down to help Hyuga and the others keep it together while she's still trying to find out more information for herself and kind of take what Kaji gave her and move forward with that. But here's the thing. Very similar to Gendo, she leaves things with Hyuga to go take care of Shinji, just like Gendo left things with Fuyu-chan to go to Rei. So it's funny you have this parallel of at the end of the day, Gendo chooses Rei over everybody else, and Masato chooses Shinji. And so that's kind of cool. And it's kind of cool that there's always been throughout this series, I've always talked about how Gendo and Masato have been polar opposites. Gendo has been not caring at all about Shinji, and Masato has cared an awful lot about Shinji. Both of them have been ineffective in a lot of ways in trying to be a guardian or mentor, but they've had different, like Masato wanted to help Shinji and try to comfort him and be a positive role model for him. Gendo just didn't care. And it's funny that at the end of the day, they choose polar opposite people. They choose Rei and choose Shinji. It's rather interesting, right? But yeah, Masato remains calm as she gears Shinji up to go into the O1 unit. Like her dragging him along the way is still one of my favorite parts of the whole movie, where she's like, let's just go. And she just drags his lifeless body. I was like, girl, just like that dedicated about him. But her keeping calm, like even in her final moments, like, and Shinji knows that she's dying, like by the end of that elevator scene. But telling Shinji that he's on his own now to destroy the Eva and protect Asuka, to like get Asuka out of there to destroy the Evas. And her telling Shinji that the only way to not get hurt is, she's like, yeah, the only way to not get hurt is to die without trying anything. But that's funny because I thought in that moment when she's having that conversation with Shinji, if that connected to Kaoru in episode 24, the idea of like the only way to not get hurt is to die without trying anything. That's kind of what Kaoru does. At the end of the day, he asks Shinji to kill him. He's not going to try anything. Kaoru just kind of gives up and he's like, I'm not going to do it. He's like, just kill me. I just want to die without trying anything because I know it's going to destroy everybody. So it's funny that you have that Kaoru kind of embodies the idea that Shinji talks about throughout this movie, is that Shinji's like, well, I don't want to hurt anyone, so I just want to back away and not get involved. And that kind of connects to Kaoru a little bit, except Kaoru puts the responsibility of dying in Shinji's hands, right? But Masato understands that Shinji hates himself, and that's why he hurts others. But she's like, I understand how you feel. I get it, but I'm not going to forgive you if you just sit here and do nothing. She's like, everyone is trying in some way, shape, or form to do something to stay alive or to do something towards the cause. So she's like, you either need to just go ahead and die or do something, but don't just stand here and do nothing and let everything play out. She's like, or I won't forgive you. And so then Masato, again, we tie this back to Shinji hearing all this from Masato, and then what we see in episodes 25 and 26 go down, and the case of Masato in those episodes. But the idea that Masato, she tells Shinji that she's like, yeah, I have a lot of flaws and I'm aware of them, and I have had repeated regrets. She's like, I keep doing the same thing. She's like, I know I'm in a continuous cycle of, quote, hollow joy and vicious self-hatred. She's like, I get that I'm in that cycle. I keep doing things that I think are going to make me happy and they're just hollow. I keep doing things that are just self-destructive. I get it. But she's like, through those moments, I feel like I've made a step forward each time, and it enables me to keep going. So she gives this advice to Shinji, and then, but I think she talks about taking a step forward with every mistake she's made and learning from it. But I was like, maybe she took a step too forward in encouraging Shinji to come back for more after their adult kiss. It's like, it's so funny because it's, again, Anno creates these characters that are flawed, that are not perfect or infallible. And even after they do something good, we're still reminded of how human they are, right? Because Masato makes this big, plea to Shinji. She's like, I'm flawed, you're flawed, everybody's got their flaws, and we make mistakes and we regret it and we hurt others, but we just have to keep moving forward and learn from those mistakes and become better people, right? And which is great advice to Shinji in this moment. She's trying to encourage him to keep going and to do something, right? But then in that moment, she has the makeout session with, well, not really a makeout. She kisses him and, says this is an adult kiss. And if she just left it at that, I would have been fine with it. If Masato had just left it with that she was like, that was an adult kiss. Now it's like, okay. But with her making the line, come back for more, I was like, Masato, that Shinji doesn't want that. This is not what you should tell him. And I don't know if it was her just being like, if she knew that Shinji was probably aware that she was dying and that he wasn't going to see her again, and she was just trying to encourage him in the moment and say, come back for more. Like, I'll still be here waiting for you, to try to make him think that she wasn't going to die. That's the only thing I can think of. But it's funny that she seems so self-aware of her flaws and how she has this weakness, but yet at the same time, she still kind of succumbs to it at the end, where she tells him to come back for more, and she uses that sexuality as a means to connect to him. And she's established throughout this whole series that that's not exactly a good thing to do, and it doesn't end up well, and you end up getting hurt, but she does it anyway. So it's kind of like, she can't help but be human in that moment and kind of play to her strengths, or what she considers them to be strengths. And then she laments as she's dying to not be able to be a mom to Shinji, which, no. And she tried, and I love Masato for trying. And then we had the flashback of her and Kaji having sex, and her lamenting that it's a way to confirm her own existence, that this is the only way she finds to prove that she exists. And it's so sad that we see her like wanting to have been a mom to Shinji, but then how she's acted kind of contradicts that. And then it's so sad that she gets like blown away before she becomes the LCL fluid, before the instrumentality project happens. Like when we see her jacket and everything, she's turned into a pile of goop, but her jacket's like charred and blown up. Really sad. I'm glad that we finally got to know how Ritsuko and Masato died. I'm glad we got confirmation. Still don't know who shot Kaji. Maybe we'll find out in the rebuilds. Maybe. I hope. Or in the manga. We may find out in the manga, so I don't want to know. I don't want anybody to tell me what happened to Kaji. At the very end of the series, when we do the recap, we can talk about it. But if we don't find out by then. But I am at least happy to know how Masato and Ritsuko died. That was satisfying. I was like, okay, Anno, you checked off those questions I had. Good. Good. You created 1,000 other ones, but that's fine. So then, the case of Rei Ayanami, guest starring Kaoru Nagase. Because those two characters end up being quite connected by the end of this. It's funny, they're like the two characters that have different names, but are connected to like Yui and connected to Rei and Lilith and everybody else. but they have their own names, which is a fun time. But yeah, I don't have most of my comments from here on out. I have Rei and Shinji left to talk about. Rei and Kaoru I kind of put together in this, but I have the most comments for Shinji, obviously. But with Rei, I do have some commentary. So Rei starting out the film seemingly on this path of self-discovery. Rei goes through, arguably, with the exception of Shinji, Rei goes through the most change in this entire series. Rei goes through the most. She goes through the ringer the most. And I feel bad for Rei in this film because she kind of loses a lot of her identity in combining with Lilith and Kaoru and Adam. She kind of loses a lot of herself. And I feel like she only really gains her voice back at the very end when her and Shinji are connected. Like, there's that whole deal. But yeah, Rei starts out this film seemingly on this self-discovery quest. She's broke the glasses that Gendo had gave her, that she'd taken from him. She's dipped into the Eva pits, like she's doing a self-meditation reflection in there. Like, she's just seemingly on this path of self-discovery and gaining her independence from Gendo. Which I really like. I'm sad that she kind of goes back into Lilith and combines with her and kind of, it distorts her identity a little bit, but I'm glad that Rei finally pulled away from Gendo to not be used by him anymore, and she makes the decision for how she wants things to go, which I appreciate. But yeah, the whole thing with the dummy plugs, I missed that in the original reaction, and going back and watching it and realizing that Gendo and Seal, how they used Rei and Kaoru, that Gendo used Rei to make the dummy plugs for his Eva series, and Seal used Kaoru to make the dummy plugs for that Eva series. It's like, when Kaoru told Rei in episode 24 that they were one and the same, he was being quite literal. He was like, not only are we both, part angel, well, now we know that they're all angels, but at the time it's like, not only were they part angel made out of Adam and Lilith, but at the same time, he's like, no, you're being used to make the dummy plugs just like I'm being used. It makes so much more sense now, because then it also ties to Kaoru's character and Rei's character, because in episodes 24 and 25, both Kaoru and Rei want to die. They want to be destroyed because they've been used to do all of these awful things. They've been literally torn apart and reused to make parts of these Evas. So of course they want to just not exist anymore. They're done. And so it's really cool to see how similar both Kaoru and Rei are, looking back on the episodes 24 through 26, but now seeing it in this movie as well. So yeah, it's really, and it's also like foreshadowing as well. You have Rei when she's in front of Lilith, like she starts to fall apart and break down, like her left arm like falls off. And Gendo's like, oh yeah, your AT field is breaking down, so it's unable for you to keep your shape anymore. And then it's foreshadowing kind of parallel later on when Shinji breaks away from Lilith/Rei, her right arm falls apart. So it's like, both of her arms fall apart, and then of course the head comes off. But it's like just that idea of keeping their shape and how the AT field helped to do that. And it's visually very, very interesting. And so Rei is asked of Gendo to release her AT field, the quote-unquote barrier of her heart, to him, to Gendo. Like, he asks her to do it for him. And my notes here, the whole thing about Rei just being violated by Gendo, like he gropes her, like he grabs her breast with the hand with Adam in it, and then he literally goes inside of her and like goes down like into her womb, essentially, to use Adam to like technically like impregnate her to create the Lilith egg. It's just the imagery of it is awful. And then she like grimaces right before it transitions to that episode 26 title page, that title screen. It's just But here's the thing, all that imagery and that moment where Gendo like violates her, it all makes the moment where she senses Shinji's pain and decides to like reject Gendo, it makes that more satisfying. She's like, no, screw you. And then, because yeah, Gendo tries to get Rei to quote unquote lead him to Yui, but that line where she's like, I'm not your doll, and she just snaps his hand off and takes Adam for herself. I do like that, just like how Asuka gets to have her moment where it's funny because Asuka gets to have her moment where she becomes the main character, gets to have that satisfaction of being the hero in the moment. Rei gets the satisfaction of getting to take control of her life and control of her destiny away from Gendo. which is satisfying. It's just very sad that in the end, Rey ends up not only getting her head severed while she's in Lilith's body, but also just ends up becoming part of Shinji along with Kaoru. So we'll talk more about that in the symbolism. But I do like that she gets to take control of her life in that moment, and she gets to choose how she dies. Sort of like how Kaoru does. Kaoru gets to choose how he goes. He wants Shinji to kill him. So the parallels between Kaoru and Rey in this movie and through episode 24 are really, really interesting, right? But in any case, I got the impression, I wrote here in my notes, that she snaps off the hand that Gendo had Adam inside and takes it in. And she says that she's not Gendo. She is her own person. And then using Adam, she's able to grow her arm back. And then like Kaoru, she's able to levitate. So like someone posted in the Discord like an AU. It was like a high school AU, and Kaoru, kind of like what we saw at the end of episode 26. And Kaoru was like there like floating around. And I commented in the Discord, I was like, I really like the idea that Kaoru in the high school alternate universe still has the power to levitate. He still has that power in there. And so now I'm like, I want Rey to have that power too. In the high school alternate universes, her and Kaoru can just fly around, essentially. But yeah. And so Rey chooses Shinji over Gendo because Shinji was actually, in my interpretation, is that because Shinji was actually kind to her, that he didn't use her, that he was actually kind to her. We can argue that Rey is made partially from Yui, so there's that connection there too. And the reason why she goes to Shinji, because Yui essentially chose her child over Gendo too. So there's that. But she returns to Lilith, who eats her, just like comes out of the stomach and goes yoink and eats her and Adam. And so I'm assuming that's what Kaoru meant to do. He was meant to be eaten by Lilith the same way, I'm assuming. Or maybe Kaoru was meant to merge with Adam, kind of like what Gendo had done. And then he realized it was Lilith and was like, oh, okay, what's this? So there's that whole scene. And then the whole merging with Lilith. It's really interesting because it's clearly not Rey. We know that it's Lilith that's merging with her, so it's not just Rey anymore, but her will to rescue Shinji, that she sacrifices herself to save Shinji and to forego everyone else's plans, seemingly, that she takes control, and she seems to take control of the Lilith hybrid in a sense to help him when her eyes become hers as she's the giant, standing over Shinji. And then the imagery of Rey and Lilith becoming Kaoru as well. And that moment where they're split and like half of it's Kaoru, half of it's Rey, and like their bodies switch back and forth, where like the body as Kaoru's looking at Shinji and Rey is back here just flailing, and then their bodies switch to where it's now Rey and Kaoru's back here. That imagery was really cool. I like that. And then of course, Kaoru doesn't scare Shinji. Obviously, we'll talk about this in the imagery, in the symbolism, and in the Shinji portion. But yeah, Shinji's terrified of Rey in the Lilith body. Terrified, right? And it's very, very similar to how she looked in episode 23, which we'll talk about in a second. But the moment that she becomes Kaoru, she's like, okay, this isn't working. I'm freaking Shinji out. She becomes Kaoru, and then Shinji's like, oh, that's where you went, Kaoru. You died and you became this body. Okay. It's like, oh God. So yeah. It's so bonkers. Again, I feel like a lot of my commentary with the timeline, with this segment, and with the visual imagery and symbolism is going to overlap just a little bit because it has to. So a lot of this is going to get talked about all over again, or you've already heard. So Rey voices over the instrumentality scene, which I think is pretty relevant. She gets to be the voice of the instrumentality because it was all designed to have her as the catalyst. That makes sense. And then Rey and Kaoru, they have a pretty big part in this as they kind of merge and become one with Shinji. They basically merge. I like that we have all these souls floating around, but Shinji, because he's, tied to the Ark, tied to the Tree of Life, tied to all of this, it's like Shinji and Kaoru and Rey kind of combined together to become this deity. Like Shinji becomes a god. He becomes a god alongside Kaoru and Rey. They become this singular divine presence, but they maintain their individual consciousness. So, which is funny because it's the three of them, right? It's the three of them. They maintain their consciousnesses even as they're combined. Kaoru kind of becomes part of Rey, and they both end up become part of Shinji's heart. Just like how Rey referenced in episode 23, she's like, when the angel tried to merge with her, and she became like the, the angel form that's not a nice foreshadowing to the Lilith form that we see in the movie. She's like, oh, is this what's meant to happen? I'm meant to become one with Ikari. Yes, that ends up what ends up happening in End of Evangelion. And it's interesting because that whole angel scene with the white form of Rei and that whole business was not in the theatrical cut of episode 23. It's something that was added afterwards in the director's cut, because I think it ties into End of Evangelion and is a nice bit of foreshadowing for it. So you can take what you will with that. And I can understand if people don't necessarily like End of Evangelion, or if they prescribe more to the ending of episodes 25 and 26, that they wouldn't want the director's cut of episode 23. I've had a few people comment saying that they actually like the original TV version of episode 23 because it makes the death of Rei that much quicker. It's more of a shock thing, whereas, and it doesn't have all the extra symbolism that's tied to End of Evangelion. It's much more succinct with the actual TV series itself. So I can see you liking it either way. I can, right? But yeah, Rei, I like that Rei doesn't die necessarily. Although, God, the imagery of the head of Lilith, just of Yui, Rei, Lilith, that whole combination just sitting in the waters post-apocalyptic style. Freaky shit, right? That part's scary, but I do like that at the end of the day, we have Rei and Kaoru as part of Shinji. Like, they're still in his heart. Like, they're still there within him. They're just not physically there anymore. And we'll talk about that with the symbolism and all that jazz. But Rei goes through a lot of things in this movie, and arguably has like not only the biggest physical, but like emotional, spiritual transformation throughout this. But I am happy that Rei at the end of the day chose what she wanted happening to her. She made the choice. Gendo didn't make it. So cheers to Rei and Kaoru. We'll talk about them more in the symbolism and themes part. So then, yeah, there's Shinji. I got quite a bit on Shinji. Again, like I've said several times in this, after this segment is going to be the visual imagery, symbolism, and theme segment. And that's where the bulk, along with the timeline, that's where the bulk of this conversation is. So I'm going to just kind of skim through all the things that happen with Shinji kind of in a more chronological format in this segment. And then a lot of things are going to be expanded upon in the next section, because like End of Evangelion, none of this is linear. None of it can be chronological. There's overlap. It's like a big Venn diagram. It's just insanity. But here's the highlights about Shinji in this. We're going to talk a lot about the hands. That's going to be like the very first thing I talk about with the visual symbolism is the hands. First things first. That's going to be the very first thing we talk about in this. But the hand grabbing, the power of self-will, the hand of the Eva reaching for Shinji, like in the opening episode, it's almost beckoning to him, the constant gripping of his fist, the ones that are used throughout End of Evangelion, it's all just, it all comes full circle, and we'll talk about in the symbolism, but I wanted to just make a brief mention of it here, that it's coming. I have noticed it, we're going to talk about it. But yeah, Shinji starts out the movie at his lowest point, where he seems to have no one trustworthy enough around him to help. And honestly, I was a little bit confused at the very beginning. I get it now, especially rewatching the movie. I get it now with the timeline. But at the very beginning, I was questioning whether or not, him wet on the shoreline. I was like, are we actually at the end of the movie? Are we starting at the end of the movie and now we're going to backtrack and work our way back towards it? No, but it's funny that Shinji, like, wet in the ocean at the very beginning of the movie kind of parallels him wetting on the beach at the end of the movie. So there is a nice little bookend with that. And at the very beginning of the movie, we have him and Asuka. At the very end of the movie, we have him and Asuka. So it's kind of, again, bookending quite nicely with that, with those two characters. But he's at his lowest point, arguably at the end of the movie too, but we'll get there. At the beginning of the movie, and he turns ironically to Asuka, who aside from Gendo has kind of treated him the worst out of everybody. Aside from Gendo, she's the one that's avoided him the most, that's been kind of the coldest to him, that's been kind of the cruelest to him verbally. Like, outside of Gendo, she's really treated him kind of poorly. Not that she means to, and not that she deep down inside thinks that he's that awful, but that's like her defense mechanism, right? It's her hedgehog's dilemma. And so he feels like he can only turn to her, and she won't respond to him. She's completely closed off, seemingly unconscious. So it's like a physical and mental closed off to him. And the only thing he can resort to quench his emotional starvation in the moment is to masturbate to her. Like, that's all he can do. And then that just makes him feel even worse. So it's like, what I equated it to in the moment is that in a lot of films, at this point in the movie, we are just coming off of episode 24 because End of Evangelion is happening at the same time as episodes 25 and 26. So at the beginning of this film, Shinji is just coming off of the death of Kaoru. And you can argue, like, was Shinji on the beach, like, covered in the water? Did he try to drown himself? Did he just sit there and let the water wash over him? Next week, we're going to look at the scripts for episodes 24, the first and second drafts. And I've already recorded it because I couldn't wait. As soon as I finished End of Evangelion, I was like, I kind of want to go ahead and record this. So I went ahead and recorded that for next week, which is kind of weird that I already have it done before this is done. But there's a moment in one of the earlier drafts of episode 24 where it's acknowledged that Shinji doesn't know how to swim. He doesn't know how to swim. So I wondered, watching this movie, rewatching it, if Shinji, with the water over him, if he had originally tried to drown himself. And he just became cowardly in the end and couldn't go through with it and then jumped out of the water. I don't know. That's a possibility. But the point is, in a lot of series, when someone that you love, when someone that a character loves dies, that character is at their lowest point. And often if it's a romance, or if romance is involved in the genre, they will turn to somebody for physical intimacy to help relieve them from that stress and that pain and that grief. And so Shinji, coming at the start of this film, has lost Kaoru. He killed Kaoru. He's at his lowest point emotionally. He wants to turn to Asuka for some comfort, and she won't give it to him. So now, did that comfort include physical intimacy? We don't know. But since he can't get it, since he cannot get that comfort from her in that moment, the only thing he can do is to, like, relieve himself. And that's literally to masturbate to her. That's all he feels like he can do in the moment. And then he says he's the worst afterwards. So yeah, so there's that. And that's how we start the film. So then Masato, we tie this back to episodes 25, where Masato gets mad at Shinji, like talking to him, saying that he's hiding behind a girl. She is making reference to Asuka. But I, in my notes, related it to episode 25, where he's looking at the relationships between all three women and him in the series. When Masato says you're hiding behind a woman, we reference in episode 25 to him going through the case files of Rei, Asuka, and Masato, the women that he's quote unquote hiding behind. And she says that from there, you're also running from reality, which is a major point of episodes 25 and 26. And you're lying to yourself, which Asuka considerably and consistently chides him about throughout episodes 25 and 26 as well. So there's those connections. But Shinji seems to be totally indifferent during the first part of End of Evangelion. He's stuck in episode 25 land. He's stuck like in his own head. And he seems indifferent to the lore about Evangelion. It's so hilarious, the contrast, because Masato is going through, like, when they're driving past all of the rejected Eva heads, Masato's like going through the whole lore of Evangelion, and we as the audience are like sitting here eating it up, being like, finally, we're getting answers. Shinji is totally indifferent, not even paying attention. I'm like, it's great. He's just in the fetal position throughout most of the first act. He's just cut off and having his existential crises from episode 25 going into episode 26. So there's that. And then Masato tells him before her death that he'll have to make decisions on his own. He won't be able to have anybody's help anymore. Shinji doesn't think that he can do it, that he can't kill others and pilot the Eva. He's like, I can't pilot the Eva if it means I'm going to have to kill others. He doesn't feel like it's the right thing to do. He realizes at that point, he says, that he was fooling himself, and he doesn't think he has a choice in piloting the Eva. He says that he doesn't understand the Eva and he doesn't deserve it. And so he's not quite there yet. It's like he's getting towards that self-actualization that we get at the end of episode 26, but he's not quite there yet, right? He laments he can't do anything good for others, and he's done terrible things to Asuka, and he's killed Kaoru. There's no kindness in him, only dishonesty and cowardice, which again is tying to Gendo and how Gendo feels. So in that moment, it's like, wow, Shinji is a lot like Gendo, and him feeling like there's just no point, that he has no reason to be around anybody because he just hurts them and he doesn't feel like he's capable of loving. So Gendo Shinji never says that he's incapable of loving and doesn't deserve to be loved, but Gendo kind of responds to that with that answer, that if you're like this, if you feel like you only hurt others and you have no kindness in you, only cowardice, then yeah, you probably feel like you're not deserving of love and you're not able to love others. So he wants to just do nothing and avoid that feeling anymore, which is what Gendo says is the reason why he didn't want to be around Shinji, was because he's like, I just feel like I have to do nothing, otherwise I'll hurt him. It's crazy, right? To see all these characters and everything paralleled at this point in the movie. Like, it all just comes full circle. And Masato, she suggests that Shinji hurts others because it makes him suffer more than hurting himself. She's like, it's kind of masochistic and self-destructive, right? Just like in episode 25 at the end, she says, no matter how things make you feel, you choose to do this to yourself. You have a choice, and you doing nothing is a choice. You hurting others is a choice. It's all up to you. And then Shinji gets mad at her and he's like, well, what about you? He's like, you're a stranger. You don't understand me. And it's like Shinji gets some sense of what to do after that conversation with Masato when he reaches the O1 unit. Like, she complains, after him. She's like, yeah, I know that I don't understand you, but doesn't matter. Here's what you got to do. And it seems like Shinji gets like a little bit of resolve after that. Like when he's in the elevator crying, he has a little bit of resolve, but then he gets to the O1 unit, and the first thing he hears upon entering it is Asuka screaming that she can't rely on Shinji, and we see that he can't physically get to the O1 unit. So it's like, man, Shinji gets that one little moment where he like gets a little bit on the hill, and then we're right back down to rock bottom once again, right? And so there he remains for a good portion of the movie until Asuka starts talking about Mama, and he seems to connect to that moment because he remembers Asuka talking about Mama when he was about to kiss her. And even as he seems dejected that he can't reach the Eva, he kind of seems like he wants to, and he ties Mama to his own mother. And he has that moment of giving up, and he laments that he can't save Asuka because he can't get into the Eva. And that's when the Eva responds to him and goes to him. Like, he connects with his mother in that sense, Yui inside the Eva unit, and she helps him. And so, yeah, Shinji's able to sync up with the OU1 unit because Yui's in there and it's his mother. It's combined with Yui and a clone of Lilith, which is why the whole cross comes into play. That all makes sense now. They established earlier, we talked about in the timeline, that Yui is combined with this clone of Lilith to make the O1 unit. And then, yeah, Shinji has his anime rage moment. We talked in the Discord, and I saw on Twitter the other day, it like popped up there. It wasn't a picture of Shinji in this moment, but there was a picture of like Atsushi from Bungo Stray Dogs and a couple other characters that they had that weird like fishbowl eye moment in anime and manga where it's like they have the fishbowl eye moment when you know something crazy is about to go down. Shinji has that moment here. And when he realizes that after all of that, after everything he's gone through, after Masato dying to get him there, because he's still got the cross necklace with him, he takes Masato's cross. After all of that, it still wasn't enough, and it was too late to save Asuka because the other Evas have torn her apart. And it's crazy because it's like Shinji, he like just has this moment of just being in absolute pain and rage, but he doesn't attack the other Evas. He doesn't get a chance to. He like goes to this moment of having all this pain and rage inside of him, and then he's seemingly just crucified on the butterfly cross as the Lance of Longinus comes up back from the moon and directly points at Shinji. And it's like, Shinji is so helpless in this moment. He's like got up there, got to where he can do something, and then he can't. And all he can do is stare at his own hands. And again, we'll talk about the hands in a little bit. But yeah, it's just insane, right? This idea of helplessness that Shinji is thrust into. And then he's used to start the third impact. And I like that he stares at the cross at his hand and he kind of lets it dangle and then just like grabs his face as he curses and cries that he couldn't do anything like Masato wanted him to. She told him to go do something, that if he did nothing, she wouldn't forgive him. And then he's at a point where he can't do anything. So he's like, is Masato not going to forgive me? It's so sad. It's so sad. And so then, yeah, the next point in my notes about Shinji is Shinji says to Asuka at the very beginning of the film that he was scared of Ayanami before she merged with Lilith. But then, yeah, he is clearly terrified of her, terrified of what she has become, and that she does not seem quote-unquote human anymore. Which, again, Shinji does not understand. Masato is telling him about how they're all angels and this is just the form that they've taken. But Shinji was like in his own headspace at that time. And now he's truly seeing that, no, yeah, Rei is not, quote unquote, what we define as human anymore. She's become this monstrosity combined with Lilith. And him screaming and just like terrified of her, because yeah, in Shinji's mind too, he's like, oh my god, not only has Asuka died and I've lost her, but now this other person I connected with has become this monster. It's like, it's very Akira. It is a very Akira moment when Tetsuyo like transforms and he's like, oh my god, like his friend just becomes this monstrosity. It's very reminiscent of that, right? And so he connects with Rei to what he saw before and how that image of her has been connected with him from the start, and it terrifies him, like from where he saw her from the very beginning. He tries to move the Eva unit as it opens itself up and he can't make it move. It's insane. He can't run away. He can only ask for no more, right? And his ego is starting to just like be completely deconstructed. It's like the most horrifying thing is that the one time he desperately wants to run away, he's got to sit there and watch it. It's like you have to just sit there and watch the train wreck happen. It's like a very Clockwork Orange moment where his eyes are like forced open and he has no choice but to watch. Very much so. But then Kaoru shows up, totally accepts it, lowers the AT field for Kaoru. Huckleberry, it's like, nope, we're good. We're totally fine. And so then essentially, as Fuyu-chan notes, Shinji becomes equivalent to a god. Becomes part of the embryo of souls, the tree of life. He can either choose to save humanity or annihilate it. What a choice to give to a 14-year-old traumatized kid. Glad we're here. But yeah, the whole Grainy segment, we'll talk about it separately, but we see Shinji as a child building up the sandcastle in the spotlight and how he's constantly been in search of a purpose. And so we'll have that whole scene that we're going to break down. And then we're going to break down the possible sexual encounter with Asuka. We're going to break that down. And I think it's tied to a scene that I'm going to talk about later on. I don't think they had sex. I think they got close, but I don't think they had sex. We'll talk about it in that scene later on. But I think that they may have been about to, and then it fell apart, which ties to him seeking out her later because of that familiarity, right? It's almost like a toxic familiarity when you have intimate relations with someone and it biologically hardwires your brain to be closer to them. It's like a biological complex. And so I feel like even if you've not had sex with someone, like even just the act of kissing someone, the act of physical intimacy, even if it's not sexual or intercourse necessarily, it still brings you closer to that person and it hardwires your brain to be more connected to them. So we talk about Shinji referring to Masato as the stranger and not being able to connect to Rei for the longest time because he didn't think he understood her. He sought out Asuka because they had that intimacy or that near intimacy, and it was kind of like this toxic familiarity that drives her to him. And Shinji asks if he drives her crazy because they're so similar. And they kind of are. We've established this whole series that they are very similar characters, Shinji and Asuka are. So yeah, her feeling like she's like driven crazy by him is because how much he reminds her of herself. And she just struggles with that. And so there's a nice little callback to that. We'll talk more about it in the symbolism and imagery. And then Shinji realizes that Masato having sex is part of her identity and and the reality of her. And God, that whole scene. Again, I feel like I keep saying we'll talk about it later, but we really are. In the next segment, it's probably the longest of the whole discussion. And this has gone on for an hour and a half. So you know how that goes. But yeah, Shinji fears ambiguity. It makes him insecure. He talks to that like in the scene where it's all three of them like naked, like coming, again, tying back to episode 25 and then being like, we are being gentle, and he calls them a liar and says it's a lie. He fears that ambiguity and it makes him insecure. He doesn't want to be seen as useless to others, and he can't stay calm and he feels awkward. He wants the three of them to care about him and see him. And then that leads to the scene where, again, we'll talk about it in more detail, but that he releases his anger at Asuka for not offering to help him. That he just finally gets so fed up that he has to release that anger, and that's when he chokes Asuka. And laments that no one understands him. And he tells Rei at the climax of the movie that he thought the world was supposed to be one without unpleasantness, where no one would betray him. And Ray's like, yeah, you thought that everyone was like you, but that was just you assuming things. You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and about you and them. So she's like, no, that's not how this works. And he's like, and at this point, Shinji kind of goes off the deep end a little bit and does the whole, no, he's like, no one needs me, so everyone should die. And I was like, you think the protagonist of the series is going to be like, let's save everybody? And he's like, nope, nobody needs him. Nobody's going to change. So everyone should just die. I was like, and whether he exists or not makes no difference to anyone. So no one cares if he exists. Nothing will change. So they should all die. And again, I'm not going to do an Attack on Titan spoiler, but if you've watched season 4, relates a lot to a certain character, right? That just, if nothing's going to change, let's just wipe them out. And do that. So, and then Ray questions, like, fine, if you think that you shouldn't exist and everyone should die, why do you think you're here then? And he questions, well, is it okay for me to be here? And he's met with silence. Like, there's literally the word silence on the screen. There's no answer. Like, nobody's going to give him the answer to that question. Like they say in episode 25 and 26, you have to find that out for yourself. No one's going to answer that question for you. And in episode 25 and 26, Shinji just accepts that and goes, oh, okay. Oh, step towards self-actualization. And here he screams. Here he has like a mind-blowing scream. And he gets absorbed into Lilith in that moment, and we see the egg along with everyone's souls and bodies represented by little rays swimming around. And I was like, oh my God, like the bodies of humanity are suddenly all represented by Ray. And then the imagery of Shinji like freaked out is so iconic in this movie, I feel. But him in that moment where he sees like all the souls are represented by Ray. And then we see all the rays in the tank, but it's the Ray body, but with Shinji's head on it. Like, that image stuck with me. Like, going back and rewatching, I was like, oh my God. Like, it's just him being absorbed and becoming one with Ray. Like, merging with her and Lilith and Adam. Like, the 4 of them just becoming a quartet. Asuka's left out. Asuka's left out, of course, of the quartet, as you do. But they become the quartet there, and they become literally the creator of all things. And Shinji becomes a god along with them. And then there's discussion of discerning a dream from a reality. And that whole discussion we're going to have shortly, but it leading to Lilith/Ray having their necks severed. And so, yeah, Shinji decides he doesn't want to become alone, merged in instrumentality. Kaoru and Ray warn him. It's this cautionary tale that, fine, if we get these limitations to your freedom and you go back to being human, you're going to have those AT fields and they're going to have barriers to your hearts again. Like, do you want that? And so Shinji's like, well, he's like, yeah, I don't mind. Sure. It's like, okay. But then the thing that's such a conundrum with it is that Kaoru and Ray warn him. They're like, if you go back to being individualized again, you're going to lose that individualism. You're going to gain individualism, but you're going to lose that merging and peace of one entity. You're going to have barriers to your hearts. Do you want that? And he says, sure. But then Kaoru's like, well, okay, well, fine. Well, just know that you've got these barriers, that there's going to be this wall, but that Ray and I are going to be in your hearts, and we're going to symbolize the hope. Ray's going to symbolize hope, and I'm going to symbolize love, and we're going to be with you, and we're going to keep you safe and from being betrayed. And Shinji's like, well, I don't fully believe that. He's like, I may have hope and love in my heart, but that doesn't mean that alone is going to keep me safe and keep me from being betrayed. And it's like, yes, that there's still that possibility. And Shinji acknowledges that. But I like that Shinji also acknowledges, he's like, but the feelings that I had when I were with people and the connections I did make, they were real. And I want to have that again. And so he's like, it's worth the possible betrayal. It's worth the possible pain for the chance to make those connections. And I want to experience that again. And Shinji kind of chooses the non-nihilistic path at the end of it all. And so he gets what he wants. Ray and Kaoru are now memories within his heart, as are the others. And he finds himself, in the irony of all ironies, left alone with Asuka, the one person who has never put down their wall around him. And we'll talk about that at the end of the movie. But yeah, that's the case files of everybody in this so far. And that only took an hour and 40 minutes to talk about. This is going to be a long discussion. So we're not even to the main portion of this, right? We're not even to the heaviest portion of this whole thing. And that is the case of Evangelion and the visual symbolism and thematic elements that we need to talk about. So at this point in our journey with Neon Genesis Evangelion, End of Evangelion, we need to talk about the visual symbolism and thematic elements of the movie. And so Whiteboard Coon's been brought out to help us with this. I filled Whiteboard Coon up with all the talking points we have to go through. There's a lot. So I was gonna write on the other side of Whiteboard Coon, and I'm like, I'm just gonna simplify it and make it all just points. Because once I started writing down actual details for my notes, it was going to take 5 Whiteboard Coons to fill it up. So we're just going to go point by point, right? My only regret is that upon making this rainbow of colors, I only have 6 colors in a row and it switches instead of 7. Should have done the 7th, could have had the Mask of Lilith, would have made sense, but what can we do? So we need to talk about this film and just the symbolism, the thematic elements. Like I said at the beginning of this, I'm sure nothing I say is going to be anything you've not heard before, but there are things that just came to me upon rewatching the film. And a lot more than just sex. Because when I first watched the film, when I got done with it, going back and re-listening, I was just like, man, Shinji got sex. And I was like, no, there's more to it than that. There's a lot more to it than that. And I think someone was describing in the comments on YouTube that when you watch the series, you're given an amount of breathing room. It lets you get get a breath, you get to go back, you can kind of reflect on things. This movie throws so much at you at once that upon first viewing, you really just go with whatever your brain has processed, which for me was well, Shinji got to have his way with every female character in the series, except Kaoru. And so then when you go back though, and you actually rewatch it, everything makes a lot more sense and it kind of ties together in different ways. And so I took a lot of notes for this portion, but I want to separate it out and kind of talk to you all bit by bit. And the very first thing I want to talk about is hands. Hands are a constant symbolic reference throughout this movie and throughout the series. The flexing of Shinji's hand throughout the entire series has become a metaphor for the entire series and the concept of free will. But hands are constantly symbolic in this movie. And so I'm going to be going through my notes here that I've got to look through. From Shinji's hand flexing, showing that he's alive, he has the will to move, he is in existence, to the opening scene where he masturbates using the other hand, might I say. He has the one hand and then he uses the other one. But where he masturbates to Asuka, from Masato's bloody hand that's caging in Shinji and then later holding his face, to Shinji wiping the lipsticks from his mouth onto his hand, from the hand of the O2 unit reaching towards the Eva series once it's pinned down, to the hand that gets Shinji so that he can go rescue Asuka, mirroring it coming towards him from episode 1, as well as shielding him in that same episode, to Shinji staring at his hands as the Eva series launches him into space as the invocation object. Shinji uses his hands to try and choke Asuka in the flashback. The hand of Lilith and Rei is merged and passes through Maya, who seems to have this shocking revelation and starts screaming no, which is a terrifying moment. And then Shinji staring down at his hands with the bloody cross of Masato in it while he's trapped in the Eva unit. And then from there, we have Rei asking, as Shinji says that everyone should die, what are his hands for? And we see him holding on to the phone and having people tell him that he hates him. And then Rei connects hands to the heart. At this point, it made me think of the 4-H pledge. 4-H is an American organization. It's usually for youth kids 8 to 18. But we have a pledge that we say, and our pledge is we pledge our heads to clear thinking, our hearts to greater loyalty, our hands to larger service, and our health to better living. So I keep thinking of the hand and the head. And so that was interesting. We see Kaoru with his hand over Shinji's in the bath. We see Masato's with hers in Kaji's hands as they're having sex. We see Asuka's over Shinji's when they are in sync together in the Dance Dance Revolution episode. We see Masato reaching for Shinji with her hand. Rei/Lilith's hands are opening up to start the instrumentality and absorbing all the souls of humanity back into their hands. In the Sea of LCL, Shinji opens his hands to reveal Masato's necklace that he kept. It's just, there's lots of hands. And in the very end, Shinji and Asuka's hands are side by side on the beach. and they can't reach towards one another. Shinji uses his hands to strangle Asuka. Asuka raises a hand to Shinji's cheek, and it's just everywhere. But in this movie especially, hands were constantly brought up to signalize that they are a symbol of action. They are a symbol of meaning. They're how we connect with people. They are very all-encompassing. And so it's interesting to see just how often they are brought up in this movie and used as a representation. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So that's hands. I was like, there are so many. I just kept making like a list as I went through the movie going, yep, there it is again. There it is again. The montage where we saw all the hands all put together, like Masato's hands with Kaji's, Kaoru's hand over his, just a sign of that relationship, that physicality, right? Because this series, and especially in this movie, it kind of epitomizes that conundrum of we as humans need to be pack animals. We need each other, but at the same time, there's always a wall there. We need each other, but we're always afraid to let people in. And that contact is that sign that someone has breached that wall and they've invaded that personal space that you have. And so now it's like, do you reject the hand? Do you accept it? What do you do with it? Do you hold on to it? Do you let it go? It just becomes this big all-encompassing metaphor of not only our action and will to exist, but also our relationships with others and whether we let people in or not. When we shake hands with somebody, when Shinji shakes hands with Rei at the end there saying thank you, that's another use of the hands. So it's very, very clever how Anno incorporates it so much into this movie and throughout the series. But the movie is just like a tour de force of hands throughout. What it's also a tour de force of is violence. The angels versus the humans. The violence depicted of Seal and the government versus Nerve, it far outweighs any angel attack as far as being gruesome, senseless, and overdone. It's just, the angels had an objective, right? They wanted to reunite with Lilith, and which was what Gendo was trying to do as well. But you know what? And yeah, it would have caused a third impact. But the angels, they weren't just mindlessly going through and killing people randomly. They got to the target, drilled down, and was trying to just get to where they needed to go. There was not a lot of senseless violence with the angels throughout the series if you go back and kind of examine it, right? So it's very interesting because it's like, there's a big question of Gendo versus Seal versus, you know, the objectives of everybody. And so just the violence, though, it's so senseless throughout this movie, and it's just so excessive. The image that constantly stands out to me when I think back of it is when the girl was trying to drag the soldier away by the vending machines, and we see like the guy just shoot her for no reason. Like she's just trying to drag him away and he just shoots her. And when people just, like, the person had died from being shot and they kept shooting him in the head over and over again. Like, it's absolutely awful. And it was just completely mindless and horrible to the point where you just kind of get desensitized to it. And I think that's the point. And it's almost ironic because as one soldier, we see later on, one SEAL soldier trying to lift up another one and carry them away. And then one of the Eva series, which is a series that they created to attack Nerve, it lands on those two people, killing them. And it's like, it seems like such a metaphor of that its own creation killed them. And I think even Fuyu says at the beginning of the filming, it's like, oh, man will destroy man. And it's like, yeah, we're our own worst enemy, right? Which when we find out that we're all angels, that compounds on it even more, being like, wow, we've been killing each other this whole time. Surprising no one. So I liked that a lot. I also liked that Anno kind of demonstrates that when we are caring about someone to the extent that we kind of forego other compassion towards others. Like when Masato is trying to get Shinji to the O1 unit, we see her run over a SEAL soldier and she just like runs him over like there's no big deal. Doesn't try to dodge him, doesn't try to do anything, just runs over him because they're nothing. They're dead. They're just bodies at that point. So I thought that was very interesting. It's funny, I kept thinking of Vinland Saga throughout this point here, and the idea of love being discrimination. That's a plot point in that series, Vinland Saga, that love is discrimination, where we choose to love people over others. We don't equally love people, we choose who we love, and we don't love equally between everyone. The people that we pick are the ones we care about, and everyone else we can kind of throw to the wayside. And that kind of is proven in this movie, because there's characters like Gendo doing things for Yui and Masato doing things for Shinji, and characters Ritsuko choosing to help Gendo despite her mother and everything. And it just shows that kind of like when you like somebody, you kind of throw logic to the wayside for that investment. So it's interesting, right? But yeah, that kind of ties on to the next step here, where it's talking about Seal saying that it takes poison to quell poison, that it takes monsters to fight monsters, as with the Evas as well as the Angels. And we see kind of the Eva series fighting Asuka being like a case in point of that, which it should have been. Now that I look back on it, it should have been obvious that the Eva series were going to be like a big bad that was going to fight Asuka in them, that was going to fight the Evas at some point. But I just never thought we'd get to that point, especially after episodes 25 and 26. I did not anticipate us getting to the point where the Eva series were even going to be mentioned. I didn't honestly think we were even going to bring up the Evas anymore. I thought that was just going to be a drop point, wasn't going to be a thing. But no, they come in here and do their thing. So we'll talk about them throughout this. But speaking of that, the Evas that were made from Seal, units 5 through 13, they look like angels, but they also look like vultures. They're so creepy and uniform. They have the weird lips. They have no eyes, which we'll talk about eyes here in a little bit. Eyes being very important in this series, in this movie as well. They all look the same. They don't have any individuality. They're all just like autonomous. They have no lip. They have no eyes. They have these creepy red lips. The red lips, I made a note that it was kind of connected to Kaoru, and that's before I even saw the dummy plug. I was like, oh, it's kind of like red lips like Kaoru's eyes, you know, kind of matches, right? As Fuyu says, they're all equipped with the S2 engine and are excessive. And made by China and Germany and the US. Finished up there, right? So before we go back to the whole dummy unit, the dummy plug thing, because that's gonna be a thing in itself. Before we go back to that and Asuka, we have Masato talking to Shinji as they're going through the Eva graveyard, saying how we're all destined to hate each other. That the angels all had the hedgehog dilemma too, which kind of explains something. The idea about the hedgehog dilemma, the fact that the angels have been attacking one by one. We talked about throughout the series, you know, why didn't the angels ever team up? Why didn't they ever like come together to attack Nerve as a group rather than individually? And it kind of comes up to that hedgehog dilemma, the idea that we're all destined to hate one another, according to Masato, that they didn't want to work together, or they didn't have the capability to work together. So they all had to act individually. I think that's really interesting and kind of a neat concept to bring up in the middle of all that. But there's been other series that I've watched that have talked about that concept of humanity is always destined to be in conflict with one another. And this series kind of, you know, says the exact same thing, right? Even though we're all human, we all work separately instead of working together. And it could be connecting to why Gendo is so keen on the Instrumentality Project. He's realized that humanity is always going to be in conflict, that's always going to be a thing, so why not just get rid of these meaningless bodies, as Gendo puts it, and just all become one soul, and then we won't have any war, we won't have any violence, we'll just exist in this little primordial soup bowl all together. Sounds like a plan, right? Or at least that's what Gendo says it is, right? So one of the more fascinating set pieces, I think, is the one set piece that gets brought up like one time, and that is the Prime Minister's chamber with that giant pendulum that just swings back and forth, which I connected the giant pendulum to the swing set that we see in Shinji's dream that he has later on, and we're going to talk to an extent about that. But I thought the Prime Minister's office was really neat. The giant pendulum was cool. We have a tie back to the phone that doesn't connect anymore. I found it curious that the Prime Minister says that Nerve is wanting to cause a third impact with the Human Instrumentality Project, which would cause the extinction of life. For the sake, I know we've talked about this in the timeline, but it's so fascinating how we go from Seal wants to cause a third impact to cause everyone to die and return back to the beginning and nothingness. Then we have Gendo, who essentially wants to cause the third impact, but transform it into instrumentality to connect everybody together into one soul and being to exist singularly. And then you have the Prime Minister saying that they're kind of having the same goals. And it just makes you as the audience a little bit confused as to, well, who's trying to do what? And I guess Anno's point is that in some way, shape, or form, the goals are all the same. Humanity is going to be ended one way or another. Either they're going to become one in the soup, and I guess that's existing according to Gendo, technically, or we're going to all be sent back to the beginning to our original state, which is no different. So it's almost like Anno's saying, yeah, both sides want the exact same thing to happen, but they both want it to be on their own terms. And that's kind of ties to any war or any conflict. Both sides of a war, both sides of a conflict are essentially wanting the same thing. They want something for themselves or for someone that they care about, but it just depends on the perspective and who wants what for whom. And that's tied to every conflict, right? And so I feel like it's Anno just saying that, yeah, this is dumb. Everybody wants something for themselves, and we're both after the same objective. It's just we want it for ourselves, not the other person. So I thought that was rather interesting, right? And so he wants to clear up the ruins of Nerv's headquarters. The woman that's with the prime minister, she follows up Masato's words by saying, humans are the only life forms that hate each other. Yeah, I don't think cows don't necessarily, argue or squabble with one another. But I don't know. My family has cows, and some of them don't like the other. Some of our dogs don't like other dogs. So I'm not sure if that's maybe it's not hatred, right? Maybe it's just disdain or something. But I was like, I don't know if I can entirely agree with that. But she asks if they'll ask China and Germany to help with the reconstruction after everything's all said and done. And the prime minister, I love how he says, yeah, if it'll make it cheaper, right? It just, in the face of the apocalypse, in the face of everything going awry and the world ending, the prime minister's like, well, we got to worry about the cost of reconstruction. I'm like, that's the last thing that we should be worried about. And it's so insensitive to all the life that's being lost during that time, right? There's like all these nerve faculty just dying in the middle of headquarters there, and he does not care a bit, right? And he makes the comment, they'll close it in the next 20 years like old Tokyo. Yeah, it's just history repeating itself, right? It's just the same stuff happening over and over again. And again, it feels very much like a commentary that Anno's making about just conflict in general, that people often don't learn from history and they're just doomed to repeat it over and over, which is really, really sad, right? So I made note, it's not pure on the board, but I did make note that number 3 and number 7 are used constantly in the movie. And we've talked about number 3 being used throughout the series quite a bit, but number 7 is also used, which could tie to the 7 eyes in the Mask of Lilith. It could tie, 7's kind of like a holy number. It could tie to a lot of different things, but it's used constantly. So Asuka versus the Eva series and the cross entrance to the elevator. Whenever Asuka picks up, when she starts fighting the Eva series and she picks up that first Eva and she like rips it in half, it reminded me of Rafiki and the gourd in The Lion King, where he like cracks the gourd open and like spreads it over Simba's head, which is kind of like almost a religious ceremonial thing in itself. But there's definitely like a symbolic religious element to it, especially as she cracks the Eva overhead and the blood pours all over herself. It's like, yeah, there's some connotation there. But it's even more pronounced because we cut immediately from her spilling the blood over herself, like a sacrifice, right? We cut immediately from that to the cross-shaped door that Masato and Shinji are going to get to the elevator. So it's like, you couldn't get more on the nose, Anno. You really couldn't. And plus, I'm like, a cross-shaped entrance to the elevator going down to the Eva unit that is possibly the savior or destructor of humanity. What? I was like, okay, Anno, all right, we'll let you have it. So I took a ton of notes on the elevator scene. The elevator scene I wanted to elaborate on. As I was watching, I wrote and wrote and wrote, because I really like the elevator scene with him and Masato quite a bit. When I first watched it, in my reaction, I was like, oh, because I suddenly felt as if everything everyone had been telling me about Masato making an advance towards of Shinji, and me being like, I just had this like helicopter flashback of everyone in the comments saying Masato was trying to make an advance towards Shinji, and me being like, no. And then I saw that scene in the movie and thought, do I need to put my foot in my mouth? But here's the thing. So Masato's been gravely wounded. She was shot on the way there. And we get confirmation that that's how she ends up dying in episode 25. We get confirmation that that's the reason. And so the question as to who shot Masato is just a random soldier. Now, the question of who shot Ritsuko is Gendo, and that's pretty significant. It almost makes me wonder, like, whoever shot Kaji, I guess it doesn't even matter at this point, but it's still, like, so nagging that we don't know. I hope the rebuilds answer the question. I hope they do. But Masato's been gravely wounded, and she opens the elevator door for Shinji to go down to the O1 unit. And here's the thing. So when she cages Shinji against the elevator door, she can barely stand at this point, so she's trying to steady herself, and that's what causes her to, like, Kabadan style, like, close Shinji against the elevator cage, right? And he looks very apprehensive, not only because he's in such a close proximity to her and he's avoided her so far. Again, it's that idea of contact and getting in your personal space, getting into your bubble. And Masato is definitely in the middle of Shinji's bubble. But it's also the fact that the hand that's next to his face is a bloody one. Like, it shows she's been injured, and he gets that visual clue, right? Again, hands. And he almost kind of collapses forward, almost against her. Like, he doesn't collapse against her. She's got enough space in between her and him. But he collapses towards her very similarly to how he kind of collapses above Asuka at the very end of the film, right? When he's kind of at his wit's end. And Masato explains that even if you hurt yourself or you hurt others even more, they're still your actions. Because she tries to get Shinji to go down and do something. He's like, I don't want to. And he's like, all I do is hurt people, so it's better if I just do nothing. And she's like, no, that's stupid. She's like, whether you hurt people or not, it's still your actions. Everything that you're talking about is about yourself. It's your actions, and those actions have meaning. And it's like, we've seen what happens when you don't take action. You become like Gendo, right? So she tells him he needs to stop lying to himself, because he tells her that he doesn't deserve the Eva and all that. And she's like, don't say you don't deserve it or that you can't do anything. She's like, instead, think about what you can do. She's like, you need to make a positive spin on this, or it's just all going to go to hell, right? She's like, you need to think about what you can do right now and do something. And then if you make a mistake, if you accidentally, like, have some grave sin, you can atone for it later. She's like, do what you can now to save everybody. And then if you have to do something awful, you'll atone for it afterwards, because it's going to bother you, but you can do it afterwards, right? She tries to tell him to, like, be somebody of action, and then you can atone later. And Shinji calls her out, saying she needs to do the same. And he has the conversation with her about being the stranger and how Masato doesn't understand him, and how can she tell him what to do or what to expect. And he's like, you don't know me, so how can you dictate what I'm supposed to do in this situation? And then Masato gets mad. And she says, well, so what if I'm not you? Is that a reason that you have to give up? And we cut to her cross necklace. And so I feel like at that moment, when she tells him, like, yeah, I don't understand you, but that doesn't mean I'm not supposed to do anything, I feel like it ties to her relationship and her lack of understanding of her own father, of Kaji, that, despite her not understanding her father and Kaji like she wanted to, she still did something, right? She still, like, tried to understand her father. She still tried to love Kaji. So the things that she wasn't able to do, she's still regretting it. So she's trying to tell Shinji, like, look, I know how you feel, but you got to keep moving forward. And so she says that she won't forgive Shinji if he stands there and does nothing. And that's when she, like, grabs her face with, like, the bloody hand and everything. And she acknowledges in that moment that, yeah, I'm not perfect. She has her own shortcomings. She's regretted it later repeatedly over and over again. I love the conversation where Masato says that she is aware of that cycle within herself, that cycle of hollow joy and self-hatred. She's like, she knows that it's there, but she still feels the need to exist and move forward. Or at least that's what she tells Shinji, to try to get him to feel the same way, right? She tells Shinji, pilot that Eva one more time and find yourself. Figure it out. And she's like, and then it's nice because it mirrors episode 1 when Shinji and her, because at first she was kind of defending Shinji not wanting to be in the Eva because she understood why he wouldn't want to do that. But then by the end of that episode, she's encouraging him to get in the Eva to, like, figure out what to do. And she brings up that question again. She's like, why did you come here? Why are you still here? She's like, you're still here for a reason. Whatever you've been looking for, you haven't found it yet. So go in the Eva one more time and see if you can. And the crazy thing is with that, she's like, what do you hope to find? Can piloting the Eva give you the answer? And it's so funny because I don't know if Masato realizes that Gendo's whole thing was that he wanted to get Shinji into the Eva so that he could get him with Yui so that he could be used as the invocation object. So it's almost ironic and sad in a way that she's telling him to get into Eva to find answers, but him getting in the Eva is going to be doing exactly what Seal and Gendo and them want him to do. So she wants him to get in the Eva so he can destroy the Eva series that are plaguing Asuka right now. But that's not the big picture. It's just what needs to be done in the moment. So it's funny to see how all of the things kind of tie together and how the plot kind of like all connects the threads. And at this point, Masato just doesn't even realize it. She doesn't even know that Gendo's wanted him to get in that unit the whole time, right? So I do like the idea that there's this message in this moment about searching for the answers yourself. And that directly contrasts Shinji the whole time thinking that he had to rely on someone else to give him the answers, because this entire series, Shinji has wanted to ask questions and have someone else answer them for him. And here Masato's saying, that's not gonna work. You've got to answer the question for yourself and figure out what to do. So then she says that when he's found those answers, he can come back to her. And she passes the necklace on to him. And at that point, it's now his cross to bear. She's passing that responsibility to him. And she asks Shinji if he can promise her. And he's almost too afraid to answer. He doesn't really give her an answer. He's like, it seems like he's too afraid to even answer her. And she's like, she doesn't seem surprised. She's just kind of like, okay. And then she tells him to take care and gives Shinji the quote-unquote adult kiss. Now, the only odd part about that whole thing, and I talked about it earlier, is the whole, let's continue when you get back. And I don't know if it maybe shows she hasn't quite moved on from her flaws, despite being aware of them, because she assumes that it's going to motivate Shinji, or if it's just her trying to give him like hope that she's going to be there when he comes back. If it's that, it might be that. So regardless, I'm not surprised that she kisses him, I guess, but I kind of am. I thought when she leaned forward in the scene that she was kissing him like on the forehead. And I was like, oh, she's kissing him on the forehead. And then when you start to get a little closer and look, you're like, oh, nope. It is a full-on mouth kiss. And I was fine with that, but the whole come back for more, I definitely think it was just her trying to convince him that she'd still be there when he came back, so that he'd go through with it and not despair anymore. But in any case, she pushes him into the elevator dramatically, and like you do in any film, she says that she lets him go, and then she collapses to the ground. And what I had in my notes was that she says if she knew it was going to end that way, she would have done like Asuka said and changed the carpet. And she says, right, Pin, which is such a very odd line, and I wasn't sure how to take it. I was like, there's a number of ways I guess you can take it. It's such an ambiguous moment. If you want to get your mind down the gutter, when you say change the carpet, I'm like, does that mean like shave down there if you're a lady? But that doesn't mean, I don't think that means anything, because Shinji, I don't think she expected her to be alive when he came back, if he came back. So that doesn't make much sense. The only thing I can think of is maybe she's lost all this blood and she's delusional, and she just collapses as she says something very generic about Asuka and the apartment, just kind of like showing that she's not quite there. And then when she says, right, Pin, it kind of alludes to that as well. And so she asks, like in her haze as she's dying, to Kaji if she did all right. And we don't see Kaji. She looks off to the side this way, and we don't see anything. But behind her, there is Ghost Ray. And Ghost Ray is right there, and the level's blown up. And at the time, I thought that maybe it was that the instrumentality was beginning, but we don't necessarily see the timeline, as you guys will notice, is a little bit off, because I was like, I don't know if that really matches up with the instrumentality starting. Maybe it does. I don't know. It's still a very creepy moment. And so we cut to Shinji in the elevator, and he's wiping his mouth. And honestly, that part disturbed me a lot, because as he's wiping his mouth, he's using this hand, or he's using this hand, and we see that he has like the lipstick all over his hand right here. But then also, like, that was the side that Masato grabbed that had blood on it. So a part of me wondered if maybe he had not only lipstick but blood on his hand, and they're both from Masato, which is just kind of creepy in itself. And you can tell he can hear the explosions from upstairs, so I'm sure in that moment he knows that Masato is probably dead. And so he's crying over it as the instrumentality begins. Because now he not only has this mission from Masato, but he knows that she's not going to be there if he accomplishes the mission, that she's gone. Which is really tragic and really, really sad. Probably the saddest thing about this whole scene is that with the blood, the lipstick, and the cross, is that he, finally gets a little bit of resolve where Masato like tells him to move forward. And what happens? His resolve is like instantly crushed. And so it comes back later when he's crying while he's being held by the Eva series because he has the cross and he laments that he can't do anything even if he wanted to now. He can't fulfill Masato's wish. So it just sucks. But I love the elevator scene as a whole. I think that if Masato was to go out in any way, the elevator scene is much better than the shot in episode 25 where she's just on the ground collapsed. Like it's such a shock seeing that in episode 25 and having no context. But here having the context, if Masato had to go out one way, I'm fine with this ending for her. I think it works. So meanwhile, we cut to Asuka fighting Asuka's defeat, her fighting the Eva series, and she runs out of time. She runs out of time. And it's funny because you see her trying to get the Eva series to work, and it's that desperate like mimicking of her trying to move the controls is the exact same that it was in episode 23 when she's only in episode 23 she's just like not even really trying, she's just so desperate and downtrodden, and here she's fired up and desperate, but it's a different type of desperation and it's still yielding her no results, which is interesting. And so I have on here the visual of the Evas descending upon Asuka and ripping her apart while she's spear with the Lance of Longinus. It is one of the most disturbing moments in the movie, and all I could think of is I'm like, was Anno inspired by We're Back, a Dinosaur Story? I'm honestly thinking there's a Don Bluth movie from 1993 called, and I looked up the year because I was like, this came out in like 97. So I was like, did We're Back, a Dinosaur Story come out afterwards? No, it came out in 1993, so it was before. But there is a villain in it whose name is Screw Eye, I think. And there's a villain in it. And I'll show you all a gif of that moment. But at the spoilers for We're Back, a Dinosaur Story, if you ever want to go watch that movie, spoilers. But he's Screw Eye is the villain, and at the very end he's like cornered by all these crows and he's just like frozen in fear, and they all surround him, like they all just flock to him, and then they just eat him alive and then fly away. And I know that it's not a direct reference. I'm sure it's inspired by actual crows on a body and everything, but it's just funny that it seems very similar in terms of that moment. So I don't know if Anna watched that movie and was like, I want to do that with Evas. But yeah, they all like descend upon her and consume her and like grab her guts and everything. It's disgusting. And just like trying to fly off with the guts in their mouths. The visual of her hand, like the hand of the Eva reaching up towards the crow-like Eva series. It's almost like primal. It almost looks like there's hair coming off of it and there's like a nail ripped off. It almost looks primal in how it's designed, but it contrasts very much with the angelic presence of the Eva series. And so we see them flying overhead along with the sun, which connects kind of back to the poem where she said that she hated sunlight, the start of a new day. Connects back to that. And then her actual hand being severed as the lance goes through it, that was complete shock. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? It was really, really gross. Very much so. So the activation of the O1 unit, and then she's just left there, and they just picked her apart and took all her pieces with her. So we cut down to the second impact versus the third impact. And I want to combine a lot of these notes together for this one. But the activation of the O1 unit, it mirrors the second impact because we saw like the wind blowing and all the debris and everything when that angel or Adam shows up, or Lilith, as we come to find out, appeared back then. We see it, the same looking wings, the same ominous look, the scary winds. And it's the craziest thing. We see the O1 unit looking just as terrifying, but then we cut inside to it, and it's literally like dead-eyed, sad Shinji. Like, Shinji's not mad at that point. He's just like completely crushed. Like, here I am. What other choice do I have? Okay, fine, I guess I'll do this. But from there, Gendo, we cut back to Gendo as Shinji's looking dead-eyed. And this is right about the time of the intermission, right? It's right about that time of that intermission. And we see Gendo pushing his hand into Rei. Now, at this point, I don't know why I think in the reaction I was like, I'm not surprised. But like Gendo like groping Rei and pushing his hand through her breast, into her chest, and going down seemingly into her womb with the Adam hand. So I'm like, is that what was going to lead to the egg of Lilith being created? Was that part of it? Aside from the symbolism, I was like, what is the purpose of him putting his hand with Adam down the womb? Is it to create life, to create the Lilith egg that's going to make them all one entity? That's the only thing I could think of, is that because we see the Lilith egg pop up shortly thereafter. So I'm like, okay, was that the point? Or Gendo, what were you doing? I was like, there has to be more to it. That was the one thing, right? Because in the grand scheme of things, Seal, as bizarre and complicated as the whole Tree of Life thing was, it made sense. I was like, okay, this ritual is going to activate the third impact. Okay, they were going to use the Eva series for it. I guess I was curious. They were using the Eva series to make the cross and everything. I was curious, and then I guess but they thought that Lilith was contained, so it's curious. But Gendo didn't want the Lance of Longinus because he didn't want Seal's plan to go over exactly as planned. So I guess my point is that you had Seal that wanted the Lance of Longinus to combine with the Eva unit to cause the third impact, which is what kind of ends up happening for the most part. And then Shinji decides, they can just start the instrumentality and everything. But with Gendo didn't want the Lance of Longinus because he didn't want Seal to be able to do what they were going to do with the Eva units. So I'm assuming he was just going to take Adam and Rei and go and become a god. I guess. I'm still a little curious as to Gendo's overall goal aside from starting the instrumentality himself. I'm still a little curious why he was mad that Rei left him to go with Lilith. I guess because she didn't take him with her. I guess that's it, right? That's the only thing I can think of. I'm sure in the comments down below you all will give me plenty of reasons of what Gendo's plan was, right? And then we can tie that into the recap later on. But we have Seal, we have the 12 monoliths, which kind of connect to the 12 disciples of Jesus. You have the 9 Evas taking Shinji on the butterfly cross in the air, leaving Asuka behind. Left behind again. Our girl, she has like 2 minutes in the sun, and then she's playing second fiddle once again. It's really tragic. I felt for Asuka in this. I really did. But the Eva series and Shinji in this stigmata form, as they say, and he's the basis for the Tree of Life that we saw in the OP. I'm really glad you all didn't spoil me on that, because I wondered why the Tree of Life was even there, and it's been there from the start because it was been hinting at End of Evangelion the entire time. Great. But then they released the anti-AT field, like what was hinted at in the second impact with Adam, and it's going to tie later on into the instrumentality, right? But I always found this part of the movie where they get all this started, and so we have the SEAL soldier, and he says, oh, the mission failed. And I was like, but you guys, everything's going according to how SEAL wanted, so how did you fail? And so I wondered if it was an example of maybe the soldiers being led on, if they were misinformed. I wondered if it was something like that, if that was just like a commentary about the foot soldiers not even knowing what the plan was. I wonder if that was something to do with it. And so from there, we start the third impact and the imagery of the eye, the appearance of the eye and Lilith and Rei. And so the image of the eye is so creepy. It's like symbolizing eternal time, and they say that like the red earth purification ceremony is going to begin, which does make the earth red, and it's like blood tied to it, and you have Lilith's egg, the black moon. And so the geofront this whole time was connected to that egg of Lilith, the source of all human life. And we had some hints to that earlier on in the series of why that location was chosen. They said that it was connected to the South Pole, and it was a location that was similar. And so I guess that the black moon, the false moon, is tied to Lilith's egg, as Kaoru said, and the instrumentality is tied to the white moon, I guess. I wish we'd had more with the black moon and the white moon, because we get that in episode 24. I wish we'd gotten more with it in this movie. I really did. So I'm hoping rebuilds, maybe we'll touch back on it, possibly. I know nothing about the rebuilds, nor do I want to know anything. I want to go in completely blind. I don't want any explanations, but I'm excited because I have no clue what to expect. So that's fun. But yeah, I think my favorite imagery of this is when Rey is joined with Lilith and Adam, and it like eats her, and then slowly the mask that Seal had put on Lilith comes off. Like the mask that they put on her comes off, and she starts to transform more into like Rey. I really liked that, the idea that Rey was combining with the angel. And again, it's a tie back to that like puffy form that she has in episode 23. It's very Akira-like. Her whole like growing and going through nerve, it's very much like Akira, which I'm sure it was inspired by. And so they say that she's now got the pattern blue of an angel, but she's a human. So again, it's that hybrid sort of thing that Kaoru hinted at as well. And her merging with Lilith resembles Shinji's nightmare that he saw, like her face and everything. It's a mix of episode 23 Angel Rey, Lilith from the basement. It's all very, very creepy. And I think what really pushes Shinji over the edge in that moment is that when her eyes change from being like these soulless monster eyes to Rey's eyes, and then it like connects to the beast, connects back to Shinji, that like just, the whole thing just pushes him over the edge, because at that moment Shinji realizes, oh my god, Rey is not only still alive, but now she's this monster. And yeah, just, it's such a good moment. I love the eye. I love this symbolism with the eyes. Not only the 7 eyes of Lilith, but the eye-shaped thing that, it's funny because you have the Seal, their symbol is the mask with 7 eyes, and then the red earth purification thing is a big red eye, and then you have the whole thing with Rey like transforming from the black eyes to her own there to look at Shinji's, right? So from there we go into this idea of breaking down the ego and the horror imagery of Evangelion, because this show is not only a psychological thriller, but this movie is a straight up horror. Like, just Seal saying that they have to destroy the ego of the O1 pilot in order for humanity to undergo instrumentality. They have to break down his human ego to get him down to where he'll choose to either destroy or save the world. And we see the main head of Seal not behind a monolith, which is interesting, saying that the third retribution has come. And then we see the Eva series having wings with eyes on them. They look really scary. And so instrumentality was apparently part of the third impact, only it's the destruction of souls instead of just merging with them. So Seal, this whole time, they've just wanted to destroy everyone. Like, go back to the beginning, wipe the board slate clean and start over, right? Which is sort of the opposite of, it's funny because Gendo and Seal, their goals with the instrumentality in the third impact are similar, and the events that happen are similar, but whereas Seal wanted to just destroy all life and reduce it to the bare atoms that they started as and then restart everything, Gendo didn't want to restart everything. He didn't want to lose Yui. He wanted to keep her in the soup. He wanted to keep everybody, all their souls in the soup, just get rid of their bodies and return to this one entity so he could be with his wife. And he wouldn't have to, like, if you're all just one person, you don't have to deal with anyone else. So that, again, ties to what Gendo wanted to do. He wanted to reduce them all to one person, whereas Seal wanted to reduce them to nothing. So the AT fields of the Evas resonate, and they form this crazy pattern with Rey. And then there's the horror of the art with the Eva series. Like, just like in episode 23, when Shinji saw like the hands and the little rays popping up on his arm. Yeah, we get that with the Eva series. They become a series of faces, like how Lilith had a series of limbs hanging off her. And when Shinji sees Rey's face and it looks part Eva with part of its face missing, you can see the eye inside of it. The artwork is stunning and gorgeous and horrifying. And like Shinji, you can't run away from it. That's like I said earlier, it's like Clockwork Orange. It's in your face and you just have to stare back at it. You can't run away. It's like, if I wasn't reacting, I don't know if I could stare straight at it. It's, ugh. But it's so good though. It's almost like it's so horrific, but it's also so beautiful that you kind of want to watch it. It's crazy, right? And so we cut then to Shinji, like praying, like for no more. and he has Masao's cross in his hand. He's like, I can't take this. It's too much. He's like, I can't do anything. I don't want to see anymore. What do I do? And at that point, we see Kaoru and we are fine. The image of Kaoru and Rei, though, being one and reaching for Shinji, like just the image of Kaoru, like their bodies like split in half, and just it's so creepy. But Shinji accepts Kaoru and he makes the face of thank you that he does at the end of episode 26. So we've talked about it in the timeline, but I wasn't sure at that point if that's where the moments were aligning, because I don't think it was. I think the moment Shinji says thank you is later on, like way up top, when they're at the top, when he's actually with Kaoru and Rei at the end. But it's debatable. It's very debatable about when that moment occurs. The big thing that happens with Kaoru is talking about, and Fuyu kind of explains the exposition for this point, is that the fruits of life from the angels and knowledge from humans create a divine being equivalent to a god. And Shinji, accepting Kaoru into his heart as his Lord and Savior, breaks down that barrier of his ego and is transformed along with the Eva into the embryo of souls, or the tree of life. Now, again, obligatory Attack on Titan spoiler, but I'm just going to say that the image of the embryo of souls, tree of life, kind of looks like the founding Titan form that Eren transforms into once he connects with the founder. So do we want to have like Eren and Ymir, Kaoru and Shinji parallels? We can do that, because I think that's fair, right? Because if you think about it, Kaoru was the first after the second impact, and Ymir was the first after she encountered the founder originally. So there's some similarity there. So I'm just saying that the founder form of Eren, once he merges with it, looks a lot like the tree of life that Shinji becomes once he merges and decides to give himself over to Kaoru. Just saying, end of Attack on Titan spoilers. So will the tree of life be an arc to save humanity, or will it be a demon to bring about its destruction? Don't worry, we're gonna let Shinji decide. And the sad thing is, if you had told me in episode 25 and 26 that Shinji was going to, at the end of the episode, get to decide whether or not the Instrumentality Project would save or destroy humanity, I would have said, oh, sure, let Shinji pick. He's been through everything in episodes 25 and 26. He's realized he wants to exist. We're fine. Let him go for it. But in this movie, seeing where he's at this point, I'm like, oh no, don't give him the power to choose that. No. And so it's so terrifying, because you're like, oh my God, Shinji, who is like our most emotionally unstable person at this point, is going to decide whether or not he wants to save humanity or utterly destroy it. What? And so this part was interesting too. The ray of your heart, the ray of his own heart that Yui talks to him. So Shinji is seeing Kaoru, and at that point when Yui's voice says, this ray is your own heart, we see Rei switch places with Kaoru, that she comes to the forefront again, having her hands around Shinji, and Kaoru is now in the back, which suggests that Rei and Kaoru are combined at this point. They're both sharing a body, and they're sharing themselves as one entity, right? And Yui tells Shinji that this is the embodiment of his wish, that he's wanted Rei to be there. And it kind of connects to the bridge between episodes 25 and 26, that whole idea of this is what you wanted. So we get visual clues as to this, as there's a droplet of water that has been a constant visual cue that ties us to the spotlight on the stage, and the stage points to Shinji and gives him focus. And the background behind that spotlight the entire time is orange, like the LCL fluid. So from there, we go to probably the most interesting parts, which I think is the climax of the series. From here on in, it gets really interesting. And again, you can interpret this a lot of different ways. But from what I saw here, we have Shinji and the playground. And from here on, the visual imagery gets so fascinating. We have the empty swing between two identical trees, and the sun that has been present in all of the scenes with Shinji, whether it's on the train or he was first meeting Kaoru. Either way, it had a very Twin Peaks vibe, this scene did. And so the scenery is grainy, it looks like a film. And there's a square, like a pyramid-shaped area of sand in the center, and it's formed like a diamond, right? It's formed like a pyramid. And Shinji forms a pyramid with it and then destroys it. So you could liken that to a lot of things. That idea of him building the pyramid up and destroying it, it could be like if Shinji is a god, he has the power to like create things and then destroy them as well. And then he goes right back to doing it all over again. You have that. You could tie it to that. But Shinji says that like playing the cello, he came to NERV looking for something, a purpose. And as he's saying this, he's building up the pyramid with his hands, the sand pyramid, but the people on either side of him are dolls. They're not real. And so we see a mom alone in the chair in the corner. She has long hair, so I don't think she's Yui. She could be, but I don't think she's Yui. I think it was more like supposed to represent Masato, right? That she's sitting in the chair, kind of like a mother figure. But she's sitting on the chair on the stage, and there's other empty chairs on the stage, but they're all spaced apart, right? So it's kind of like there's room for a crowd to gather, but they're spaced apart to where they're not in close proximity, right? There's still that hedgehog dilemma going on, right? And the fact that Masato, or the mom figure, is alone on stage means that nobody else is there to interact with them, right? So there's no real connection. We see one of them, a redheaded doll, say mama and leave, and the other one is dark-haired. So the one doll that says mama is obviously tied to Asuka, but then the dark-haired doll, I originally thought it was Masato, but then if the woman in the chair is representative of Masato, maybe it's supposed to be Rei. I don't know. But either way, it leaves Shinji alone on the playground. And then we see at the top of the catwalk, there's a figure looking down on him. And I was like, is that supposed to be Gendo looking down upon him? Shinji gets sad though, because he's done what he's told. He's tried to earn the praise of others as the pendulum swings back and forth endlessly, but he's got nothing to show for it. He built the pyramid, he did what he was told, but he doesn't get the praise that he wants. And so he's just stuck there with the pyramid and the swing. And as it becomes night, the swing stops swinging and just kind of like comes to a halt, and he destroys the pyramid. And so I'm like, well, that could mean like it could symbolize destruction of life, but then the lights stay on again, and Shinji, who's not satisfied with that result either, starts to rebuild. Like it's an endless cycle. And again, Attack on Titan spoilers, it's almost like whenever he's sitting there building the sandcastle and destroying it and building it again, I kept thinking of Ymir, of her just building over and over again endlessly. And then that also ties to Ymir because Shinji's asking, am I seeking affection or some form of connection, and that's why I keep doing it? Do I keep building the castles thinking that something's going to come my way and change things? Kind of like Ymir, right? So it's very interesting. End of Attack on Titan spoilers again. But Shinji cries because he's alone and he doesn't know what to do. He's alone by himself. No one's there to help him, and he doesn't know what to do. And from there, we cut to Asuka telling him, "You drive me crazy. Looking at you drives me crazy." And so there's the question here of Asuka, Shinji, and the breakdown of their encounter. So this is going to be a long-winded thing, but did Asuka and Shinji have sex? I don't think so. But if you told me that they had, then maybe you can interpret that. All right, but I at least think they just had a close encounter. And this next segment is going to kind of break down why I think that. So, why I think that. So, did Asuka and Shinji have sex? Well, so at the very least, they probably had an encounter. During Shinji watching Masato and Kaji have sex, he's standing there holding the cross, right? But during that scene, as he's watching this happen, we hear Asuka whine that it's only lonely adults comforting each other. We hear Ritsuko counter that even if it's only physical, we want to feel needed, right? So Asuka's kind of lamenting that like, oh, it's just what lonely adults do. It's like sex is stupid, blah, blah, blah. And Ritsuko's like, well, yeah, it's only physical, but we just want to feel needed, which gives reason to why she was having sex with Gendo, right? Masato adds in that scene, "It makes me feel wanted, and that makes me happy." But Asuka argues it's an easy way for you to feel that you're worth something through sex. So, and Shinji in that moment asks if sex is a part of Masato as well, as he holds the cross in his hand, and she admits it and talks about it being melting into each other's hearts. And it's a part of reality that we have to bear. And from there, we cut to Asuka saying that she's like, do you think I'll do that when I get to be Masato's age? And then we sandwich that with an image of Kaji having sex, and then Asuka asking to kiss Shinji while wearing Masato's shirt. So there's a lot going on here, but like Asuka is shown wearing Masato's shirt in these scenes. Masato's shown wearing that shirt again. Masato like puts on the shirt that Asuka just had on and says that it's not something for kids to do as she pulls on that same shirt and as Asuka goes in for the kiss. So it's like it's a nice little thing we've talked about in that episode where they kiss, that Asuka thinks, oh, this is what adults do. But then she's proven that it doesn't live up to her expectations, and she's let down in the moment. And so we see her and Shinji, they're in two different scenes, but Shinji is wearing the same pants and shirt in both scenes, so it's a little harder to tell. But Asuka, she's wearing Masato's shirt for both of these scenes, but her shorts are different colors, right? So we see Asuka in the yellow shirt and Shinji in the pink shirt, and she says that Shinji doesn't understand. And so after the kiss, she tells him to stay away, and Shinji, flexing that hand, says that he knows. She gets mad in that moment after kissing him and kicks him in the knee, saying that he doesn't understand her. And she asks if he can help her. And we see the image in alternating color of red with her licking her lips, and says that it's just his conceited ego that he can't understand her. That he's just keeping himself from understanding her with his own ego. And Shinji, who's represented in blue, he looks at her face and then looks down at her breasts, and he seems dejected, right? So he says, how can I understand you? He says, you don't talk to me. You don't understand. He's like, I can't understand you without communication. And so it's so crazy because in this moment, Shinji's like, no, I would try to understand you, but I can't. And we cut to Shinji telling her that he's tried to understand her. And then Rei asks, did you try understanding? And he says he did. And then Asuka calls him an idiot and says that she knows about his quote-unquote jerk-off fantasies, and says that she'll even stand and watch him if that's what he wants, which is obviously not what he wants, right? And the image, it's funny because in that moment where she says she knows that he fantasizes about her, we see the image from the hospital, and we see that he's standing over her bed, but there's this shadow that's now over Shinji and over Asuka, and I'm like, is it supposed to be Rei? It's kind of like a ghostly phallic image, so I'm not exactly sure how that works, but it's there. And we hear Asuka leaning over Shinji. Now she's on the train too. Before, Asuka's not been on the train, but she's on there now. And she leans over Shinji and says, you know, if I can't have all of you, then I want none of you. And Shinji's like, why can't you just be nice to me? And so it's just the craziest thing. I'm going to answer the question of did I think they had sex or not. I'm getting to it. I just got one more point before I get there. But it's the craziest thing, showing all these contradictions between Shinji and Asuka and how they've treated one another. And so all of them, like the Reis, Asuka's, and Masato's in his mind, tell Shinji that they all have been kind to him. And he calls them liars. He screams at that point. He's like, you're liars. And so then they're all nude around him. And he says they're hiding behind their smiles. And they counter that the truth is painful. But Shinji's like, well, then just tell me. He's like, I don't care if the truth is painful, but this ambiguity makes me insecure. And at that point, it's like, well, that's why he loved Kaoru so much. Because there wasn't that ambiguity. Kaoru would just say whatever was on his mind and was honest. And Shinji really loved that. That he could trust someone and talk openly with someone and not get, pushed aside or made distance between. So it's interesting that we have that. And Shinji, he's like, ambiguity makes me insecure, and I'm afraid of being seen as useless or emasculated. I love the visual shot where Shinji's at the corner of the train in that moment, and you have Asuka, and you have Masato, and you have Rei, and they're all staring at him from behind. And it's Shinji at the corner of the train. Like, it's such a good visual representation of how Shinji feels about them in this moment, that he feels like he can't trust any of them, and they're all against him. It's a great visual metaphor, right? So the reason, after all that I don't think that Asuka and Shinji had sex is because when we see the post-Kaji death revelation to Asuka, the two are wearing the same outfits again, like they were in the kiss scene, but this time Asuka is wearing a different color of shorts, so her shorts have changed, right? And Shinji says that he wants to help Asuka. Like, we have him, like, she's like sitting there lamenting Kaji. We had in the death true reaction where he was looking at her at the table. He saw her at the table. This is cutting back to that, where he goes around the table to her and he's like, I want to help you. He's like, let me help you. And then he wants to stay with her. He's like, let me stay with you. Let me help you. And Asuka says that she doesn't want anything or for him to come near her because he hurts her. And Shinji says, well, but I need you. So it's very interesting because it cuts immediately from him being like, oh, let me help you. Let me help you, to her being like, I don't want you near me. And then him being like, well, help me then instead, right? He says that he needs her, but she says it's only because he can't connect to anyone else. And he's using her as an escape, as his last option. She's like, you can't connect to Masato, can't connect to Rei, can't connect to your friends or anybody else that isn't dead, so you're just using me because I'm a last option. And I think that's what Asuka, it connects to her telling him, you know, on the train, she's like, I either want all of you or none of you. She's like, if I'm either the first thing on your priority list or I want you to leave me alone. And she's realized in her mind that she's not the first on his priority list. So she's like, no, I'm not going to play second fiddle for you. No, I'm not going to deal with it. So she just pushes him aside, right? She just pushes him aside. And so she says that he's never loved anyone seriously. And that because he hasn't loved anyone seriously, he can't expect her to like want him back. And she pushes him, and that's where we get the coffee pot being knocked over, right? We see the coffee pot knocked over from the episode in the series, and tells him that all he has is himself, but he's never learned to like himself, and she calls him pathetic. She's like, you are all that you have, but if you don't respect yourself, how can you expect others to respect you as well? And it's like, damn. It's awesome, that whole scene. But the point is that she calls him pathetic, and I am curious what music plays during this part of the movie. I feel like it's the violin version. I don't know exactly what song track plays during this argument that they have. It sounded like violin in the moment of the movie, but it could have been a cello too. I'm like, is it tied to the compositions that they played in Death? Is it tied to that? Hers was like rondo, so I didn't know if that song was tied to it. It'd be really cool if it was. But Shinji's gotten the coffee on his shirt, which he may have gotten changed later. And I wondered in that scene that opens up where she's like over the top of him, he's shirtless and she seems like she could be shirtless, so I don't know what's up with that. But I wondered if maybe he'd gotten the coffee on his shirt and he went to go change it and she confronted him and knocked him over and got on top of him, and that's when she like calls him pathetic. I don't know. It was just a thought. It was just a thought. But I mean, that could be why he was shirtless. Or maybe it was a moment of Masato-like weakness for the two of them, where the two of them were going to have sex and then it fell through. My only thing is, I don't think that they had sex because Asuka, she just seems like she's disgusted with Shinji at this point. And them trying to kiss is different than them having sex. So I don't know if she got on top of Shinji and made a move and then instantly stopped and regretted it. I'm not sure, but I think if anything, they may have gotten close to having an encounter, but I don't think they full on had sex. I don't think that that's entirely, I just can't see Asuka going through with it, right? I can't see Asuka going all the way. The craziest thing is at the end of this film, the song that kept going in my head was Paradise by the Dashboard Lights by Meatloaf. I kept thinking of Paradise by the Dashboard Lights. If you've not heard that song, you should go look it up. But it's basically Shinji and Asuka. And the concept of that song is that a guy is trying to have sex with a woman and he gets like nearly to home plate and she's like, I'm not going to go any further unless you say that you love me and you'll love me forever and you'll have nobody else but me. Kind of like Asuka. And then he agrees to it. The guy agrees to it. And so then they have sex, and the end of the song is him lamenting, being like, I'm waiting for the end of the world so I can get away from her. And I kind of thought of Shinji and Asuka in that moment, being like, I wonder if at the end of this movie, when Shinji's trying to strangle her, if Paradise by the Dashboard Lights is like playing in his head. I don't know, but I just kept thinking about it, right? But Shinji just wants someone to care for him and to help him. And the fact that Asuka tells him no and is like, I'm not going to help you, sorry. He gets mad, he knocks over the table with the coffee cups. He like swings the table chair, and like he swings the table leg and hits a chair. He like begs Asuka not to be alone and that he doesn't want to be killed, which Asuka stares at. And it's like, for a second, I'm like, did Asuka like connect with him for a second? Because he basically says to her the same thing she's said about herself this whole series, that she doesn't want to die. But then she says no. And that's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. He's like, nope. And the moment she says no, he tries to strangle her, like he's lost it. And we have that connection there in that moment of him trying to strangle Asuka to Ritsuko's mom strangling Rei. And the parallels that they just couldn't take it anymore, right? They couldn't take that lack of a connection. And from there, it's just like the drawings that we get, the dead dog dying with the maggots are among Asuka's doodles that we saw, like the dead fish head, the people with knives killing each other, the red stoplight, which is like the inside of an Eva, a random cat. I don't know why the random cats were in the drawings, but everything else was gruesome and gross. And then there was just a cat. Why? Who knows? But it's so interesting because the whole relationship between Asuka and Shinji throughout this movie, it's sort of a direct contrast and a talking point, I feel, to the whole thing of the illusion of Kaoru's love versus the reality of Asuka's distance. And what I mean by that is that Shinji has this idealized form of love, and that's with Kaoru. The thing is, Kaoru is a perfect person. He's not even a person. He was the 17th angel. But Kaoru, him and Shinji had like such a perfect, like on surface love, instant connection. But that is an illusion. It's not real. Like, as much as we want to have that like perfect romance where we instantly connect with someone and instantly say I love you within days of knowing them and our head over heels and think that they're perfection, the reality is that relationships are so much harder than that. And they have within them the arguments that you're going to have. They involve tearing down those walls. They involve possible betrayal. They involve becoming hurt, possibly. And so with Kaoru and Shinji, there was none of that up until, the very end. But if that circumstance hadn't happened, it could have been a very perfect relationship. But it's not perfect. And his relationship with Asuka, Shinji's, is far from it and is much more realistic. Right? Now, am I saying that every person in a couple is trying to strangle one another? No. But you have arguments, right? You have arguments, you have moments of doubt, you have moments where you question, like, does this person love me as much as I love them? Like, it's those thoughts happen throughout relationships, and you can put up those barriers and like the AT fields of your own, right? And so I feel like we get this nice parallel of the perfect relationship with Kaoru versus the more real relationship with Asuka in this scenario. But we cut from that to the concept of mama and the need for the mother to be brought up, and how Masato couldn't be a mother for Shinji, and how it kind of ties back to the whole concept that they talked about, that Seal brought up, about we all want to go back to the mother, and Gendo brought it up with instrumentality. We all want to go back to the mother that was lost. It's been part of their plans all along, and we see that illustrated here. Why not? At this point. So I'm going to be honest. At this point, we're at the imagery of instrumentality, right? And with that imagery of instrumentality, it is some of the creepiest shit in the entire film. Some of the creepiest stuff. But also, you know what's creepier? The song that plays. And I know it's a nice song. There's nothing wrong with it. But the tone of that song, it sounded like so chipper and like upbeat, as like souls are all being merged into the hands of this giant monolith. And you know what it reminded me of? And y'all are going to just like raise your brow and go, really? But it reminded me of like a Care Bears song. If you've ever seen the 1980s Care Bear movie, that song sounds like something the Carpenters would have sung at the beginning of the Care Bears. And that's all I could think of watching the whole movie. I was like, God, this just seems like the Care Bears movie all over again, only 1,000 times creepier. Lilith is giving the Care Bear stare to the world and like absorbing their souls. Why not? But yeah, the imagery of the moon in front of and behind Lila Ray, as we call them, the big wings, the Chamber of Guff opening. I thought that was cool to tie back to the Chamber of Guff because we've talked about that in the notes about it being like the place souls go before they're placed into new bodies. And so the idea that it opens up and it's just the souls being combined back into that and it's part of the third impact. I thought that was a really cool callback and tie to that. The gate to the end and beginning of the world. And then we see like Ray's distorted face peering down at the destroyed nerve. It's the creepiest thing and I love it. It's really cool. But yeah, all of the bodies that were killed, they just become Ray's, or Ray appears before the bodies that were killed and they all become LCL fluid. And it's so crazy that because earlier in the film, we got the juxtaposition of like them releasing the coolant and it looked like blood and it was mixing with the human's blood. And now we have Ray appearing before the bodies that were killed and all the blood has become LCL fluid, which is the fluid of life, right? And as this is happening, Ray gives this big monologue about how people are drowning in sadness and emptiness and the loneliness fills the souls and hearts of the people. And the instrumentality scene is actually just horrifying. The beginning and end are one and the same. All the monoliths start disappearing. The main guy with Seal, he says everything is going well and then he dissolves. And so the leader of Seal, he was like, we get a long shot of him after he's dissolved and his body, everybody's bodies become that LCL fluid and his dissolves, but all that's left behind, all like the mechanisms, the mechanics, it makes him look like he was part Eva himself. Like the leader of Seal, he looked like he was mostly machine. And I'm like, was that why he wanted to start the third impact? Because he was disgusted at what he'd become. And so he just wanted to like end it all. I don't know. But things in this movie cross a threshold between extreme violence and sexuality, which I'm sure that there's so many psychological philosophers that would tell you about the correlation of violence and sex. And it's like, okay. I do remember reading enough to know, I don't know if it was Freud or if it was someone else. I remember in grad school reading about like the act of sex being a violent act and kind of ties to this where the Eva series, they push the lances of Longinus harder into themselves, penetrating themselves, and then a drop of something is released. Is it LCL fluid? Is it blood? They're like moaning during it. So you can make the assumption of whatever you want to with that scene. But it causes the world to be instrumentalized. And there are just the millions of screams get me. And I put in my notes, I was like, fun! And the Eva's just like heartless and crucified as it happens. And they're all just going back to Lilith to start all over again. And then her third eye opens up on her forehead and it absorbs Shinji into her brain. I'm glad it absorbs her into her brain at least. It's like the least sexual thing that happens in this whole movie. But yeah, just the fact that like Gendo made the concept of instrumentality, he's like, it's fine. It's for peace. It'll be a nice tranquil transition into this idea of us all being one. And then we hear millions of people screaming as their bodies explode. The juxtaposition, right? Right? So we go from there to a big scene, like from Shinji being absorbed into Rei. We see Shinji sees himself on Rei's body, and we've talked about that before. And then we see not only the exit sign, but the red light of the train superimposed over it to where the exit sign looks red, which I think is really, really cool. And then we hear, I thought what we heard was a slap to the face. I thought that was a sound that we heard, and I went back and watched it a few more times. I think it's a slap, like when Asuka slapped him in the face. I'm assuming it's coming from Rei because Shinji's been absorbed into her. And then from there, we get the language we fear as we become one. So at this point, the idea of the instrumentality was to make everyone one being and to have the void in our hearts filled to where we wouldn't have to suffer anymore. All of those bad negative emotions would all be filled by our combined consciousness. And it's the craziest thing because you have all of this stuff happening at once. You have all this language and text over the top of the screen and all of this imagery. And then so the very first thing that you see is the phrase, I hate you, and it's in Asuka's voice. Of course, it's Asuka saying I hate you is the first thing that we, the audience, and we assume Shinji hears. And so then we have this text. Why do you think I would be with you? Don't misunderstand me. Why do you think I'd ever be with you? You bother me. And we hear like the signal of a train crossing. We start hearing moans like someone's having sex. We start hearing the sound of the train. And we hear, don't get into my life anymore. Get lost. Don't call me anymore. You are persistent. Your type makes me sick. You're the type I hate the most. I'm sorry, what? With someone like you? Get lost. Look at you. You get on my nerves. Who the hell are you? You are persistent. I'm not going to restore our relationship. I couldn't care less whether you live or die. I hate you so much. Don't come any closer. I don't love you that way. I don't want you in my life. To be honest, you get on my nerves. Just go away. Stop following me around. I can't do this anymore. I hate you so much. Let's break up. I don't need you anymore. Who would want to go out with you? I don't need you. I never did, you coward. And then we see the swinging back and forth. We see the ocean water and like the moaning builds. And I guess you could tie that to Shinji being in the ocean later when he's like in Rei's lap and him looking up at the sky. Like we've constantly had that image of Shinji looking up, and it's always been like Masato or Rei or Yui looking down at him. So it could be that. It could be tying back to the entire series as a whole, with the water, with Shinji smiling the sky. We see the images of Rei and Asuka like going behind him just like in the OP. Masato says, if you're suffering so much, and then we see the face of Masato. She says, if you're suffering so much, you can quit. And Rei says, if you hate it so much, you can run away. You want relief, don't you? And that's when we see the bodies of Rei and Asuka on either side of him like the OP. We see a naked body crouched before the camera. There's lots of sexual images. There's like hands. There's like a shot of like what looks like Masato's body like curved around there. And then we hear, you want peace, don't you? You want to become one with me, don't you? You want to overlap the bodies and souls, don't you? But if I had to be with you, I'd rather die. And then we see the eye opening to the empty theater. So there's a lot going on, and I will be honest, I have rewatched that scene several times, mainly to try to see all the bodies and stuff that were in the part that came after Masato and Rei's heads, trying to see all of that, and there's lots of images of bodies and like hands, again, hands grabbing a hold of hands holding each other. There's like a pixelized version of bodies that look nude, but it's almost like the idea of Shinji merging with Rei and Kaoru in their consciousness is, yeah, they become one, and the most obvious act of becoming one is sex, because it's the creation of life, right? It's not only the creation of life, but it's also like the connecting of souls, the literal connecting of bodies together. It's the melting of one's hearts to one another. It's just that representation of two beings, multiple beings, becoming one entity for even a short amount of time. So I get the whole sex thing. I get that that's why the moaning and all that is represented. But then like all the language that I just said are all hateful languages that are tied to like relationships and them falling apart. And so I feel like in this moment when instrumentality is happening, it's taking all of those negative emotions, all of that negative language that's broken apart relationships, and it's trying to gather it all up into one part so that it can be discarded perhaps, or at least pointing out all those moments that can break apart relationships and then showing like in the midst of it all coming together. So it's a juxtaposition of the moment when bodies come together and become one and the language that separates them out, because that's been something that's been said in the series. Love often happens for no reason, but it always ends for a reason. And we tie that to the last line that said, you want to become one, and you want peace, tying to the instrumentality. Like, you want us to all become one body and one mind, right? You want us to overlap bodies and souls, right? You want to just all be this big orgy in this instrumentality project, right? But if I have to be with you, I'd rather die. And I couldn't tell if it was Asuka or Shinji's voice, to be honest. It was one of the two. But the idea that even after all that merging, I still don't want to be with you. It's like, it's such a slap to the face. And then we get the eye opening to the empty theater. And honestly, at this point, when I first watched the movie, I was very confused. I thought it was like an artistic decision. I thought it was just Anno being artsy. And I was like, well, there's really no reason budget-wise or time-wise for this live-action stuff to be there, because he had time to make this movie. So what's the point? And rewatching the theater and the dream. This part's pretty interesting, honestly, because it's tying to the fact we get the live action imagery of the city, the train, the theater, the crowds, the cat. There's like a cat throughout this movie. It's great. The city and the swing, all the images that have been references and representations in the anime and the movie itself. And so we get all this like representation. Again, we're talking about realities in this show. The live action part could represent like a reality that exists outside of the show that is real, but then the show is its own thing, right? And Shinji asks, what is a dream? And Asuka and Rei talk to him in this point. And Asuka says, a dream, and Rei says, yes, a dream. And in the subtext on the screen, it says, does it feel good? And Shinji says, I don't know. I don't really understand reality. So how can I know if a dream feels good? I can't understand myself, so how do I know if something else feels good if I don't understand myself? And Rei says, you can't distinguish the border between someone's reality and your truth. Like, what you perceive, your perspective is going to be different than somebody else's. So you can't, tell someone they're right or wrong because you don't know what their border is compared to your own. And he says, I don't know where to find happiness. And Rei says, so you only find happiness in your dreams. And Shinji says, well, then that isn't reality. And we see the live action imagery, this world where no one exists. And she says, right, it's a dream. He's like, so I'm not here either. And so, again, that's tied to the instrumentality. He's like, well, is this reality? And she's like, well, I guess it can be. And he's like, well, is it a dream? And she's like, well, no. Or maybe it is a dream. And so he says, so I'm not here either. And she says, this convenient fabrication is your attempt at a revenge against reality. So it's the question of, is she referring to like the live action scenery that we're looking at? Is it referring to the instrumentality? What is that fabrication referring to? But I like the idea of dreams as being attempts at revenge against reality. Because it is, like, usually when you dream, it's something that's not possible in real life, but it's possible in a dream, right? So I like that explanation. And Shinji says, is it wrong? And she says, you escaped into imagination and you distorted the truth. And he says, well, is it wrong to have my own dream? And she says, that's not a dream. It would just be overcompensating for reality. She's like, no, you're just trying to take reality and substitute it with something. That's not a dream. And then we see the theater of people. And I wondered if that was a commentary too, that does escapist art just not compensate for the reality of what actually is in our world to deal with? That's what I thought is what maybe Anno was making a statement about, saying that, yeah, you can't just escape into this artwork and have it replace what is really going on. That's not going to work, right? And so then the theater becomes empty again, and Shinji said, oh, so where's my dream? And she says, it's a continuation of reality. Where's my reality? And she says, it's where the dream ends. And at that point, when I rewatched the scene, there is a big reference, a cutaway to a death threat letter on the screen that says, Anno, I'll kill you. And at that point, it's like, oh, this entire portion of the movie is Anno taking the time to address his reality. Saying, look, my dream was this show, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I know it's not reality. I know it's not what you expected, but this was my dream. And I love that it's like that whole line, you can't distinguish the border between someone's reality and your truth. And Shinji's saying, I don't know where to find happiness. And she says, you only find happiness in your dream. And it's like Shinji is a representation of Anno trying to find happiness in the show. And then people were like distorting the truth and were distorting what they wanted out of the show to what Anno was trying, what his intentions were, right? So at the end, when she says, he looks at the empty theater and he's like, oh, well, where's my dream? And she goes, it's a continuation of reality. And he's like, where's my reality? And she says, it's where your dream ends. It's like, once the show's over, he has to go back to reality, and the reality of getting these death threats, like, I can't imagine. So I imagine that little part of the movie was put in there maybe as catharsis for him, maybe to be like, I gotta get these thoughts out here about what I'm struggling with. But it leads from that moment, the Anno, I'll kill you death threat, to seeing the neck of Lilith Ray severed. Like this giant red spray as its head tilts back. We cut to the white moon and the red-orange waters. The violin version of Fly Me to the Moon starts playing. They're in the sea of LCL, the source of life. And Shinji looks up like he's been doing the whole series. And we see, as like the neck of Lilith is severed, we see the two of them combined. As Ray tells him that this is where the AT field is lost, along with all individual forms. It's all the souls just calling out with them. You cannot tell where you end and others begin. So I was gonna have this big like congratulations on the sex joke, and then rewatching this film I was like, it's not really like, at this point it's a little bit more beyond that. It's not just Shinji and Rei having sex, it's like they are literally merged together as one being. And so it's kind of even beyond that. It's not even juvenile like that. It's something like they're literally a divine individual, right? They're just combined together. And she says it's an ambiguous world where you exist everywhere, a fragile world, which ties back to episode 26, and it's explaining like the freedom of the world and where everything is like limitless and open, right? And Shinji says, he asked if he died, and she says, no, everything is just joined into one entity, and this is the world that he wished for. And again, it's tying back to episode 26, and Shinji opens his hand with the cross and it starts to float away. And he says, well, this isn't right, I think it's wrong. And that ties back to episode 26 of the insecurity and him starting to like get those restrictions back in place, right? He doesn't want the instrumentality. And Ray says if he wishes for the existence of others, the walls of their hearts will separate all people, and the fear of other people will begin again. And she seems so sad when she's saying that. She like she wanted to hang out with Shinji in limbo forever, damn it. Why didn't you show him Kaoru? Where's Kaoru? And all this. I bet he would have stayed if Kaoru was there. Just saying. But she says that Shinji says it's all right. That with the cross floating in front of him, he pulls his hand out, he pulls Rei out of him, and he shakes her hand, thanks her for the sex. That was my joke in my notes. I was like, it's not really sex, but it kind of is. I mean, if you can assume that that's what they were having during that conversation. He's like, he thanks her for the sex, and then the scene transfers to them in the ocean. Like, as the head starts to sever and break apart. The scene with Shinji and Rei in the ocean, and then just talking under the waves, and he still has, like, the cross necklace in his hand, and Kaoru's there. If you had just made a whole episode about that, I'd have watched it. And it's not the fact they're naked, it's so soft. It's such a soft scene where they're just sitting there in the ocean and he has his head in her lap like he's being comforted by her. And it's like the most soft and comforted we've ever seen Shinji in this show, and the most at peace and at ease. And he talks about before he went to Nerve, or he talks about joining Nerve. He says, I think there was nothing but bitter experiences back there. Meaning back there at Nerve, right? He's like, remember back when we were all humans? Remember back when we were like entities and I was at Nerve trying to be an EVA pilot? He's like, I just had bitter experiences. And he still has Masato's necklace, which I think is a testament that her necklace survived the instrumentality, that it still stuck with him throughout all of that. And he's like, so I thought it was all right to run away, but there was nothing good in the place I escaped to after all. And after all, I didn't exist there, which was the same as no one else existing. So it's like, are they on the moon? They're still underwater? Kaoru's here too. I call cop out though. Kaoru doesn't get to be naked. Why not? You guys are cowards. I Rei and Shinji get to be naked. Why can't Kaoru be sitting there naked with them? What's wrong with that? It just looks odd. I think it would look less odd if Kaoru had been nude with them, but he's not. But yeah, so you're left a little bit ambiguous there of, is he referring to his bitter experiences before he went to Nerve? Is he talking about his bitter experiences at Nerve? Did he not exist before he came to Nerve? Did he not exist there? It's interesting. And so Kaoru says, is it all right for the AT field to cause you and the others pain again? And Shinji now has clothes on, and he says, I don't mind. But who are you two? But he's like, what are you two doing? Are you living within my heart? And Rei says, we are the hope that people can understand each other. And Kaoru says, together with the words, I love you. So Rei is the hope in Shinji's heart that people can understand each other, despite everything. And Kaoru is the idea of I love you, which I love. I love the idea of Rei symbolizing hope, like a ray of hope. And I love that Kaoru represents love. I love it, right? And it kind of ties back to Fuyu telling Gendo that Rei was the source of his hope. It's the same thing for Shinji, right? And Shinji, he kind of argues. He's like, well, that's all just a pretense. And we start to see like more bodies like come back, like they're coming out of the instrumentality. They're all naked and just floating in the water. He's like, that's all just a pretense, a selfish belief. It's like a prayer. It can't possibly last forever. And the background starts to turn red. And he's like, eventually I'll be betrayed and there's a forest. I'll be deserted again, an abandoned city, but there are crowds now. He's like, yeah, I may have hope in my heart and you may tell me that I can love someone. He's like, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. He's like, that's such a selfish request. He's like, it's a prayer. You're doing it for yourself, right? It's not going to last forever either. He's like, eventually I am going to be betrayed and deserted. So he's like, is this really what I want? But then as we see more crowds in the picture, he says, but I want to meet them again. I believe the feelings at that time were real. And we see the shot of everybody happy. So he's like, besides all that pain that I could experience, it's worth it because of those moments of happiness I could get. And that's when Lilith falls back. The Eva unit breaks from its eye. Is it pus that comes out? Is it ejaculate that comes out of the eye that secretes like tears? I'll leave you to decide. We've had enough sex in this movie. It could very well be ejaculate that comes out of the eye. That's where my head was going. I was like, yeah, I think that's what it is. But ugh. And then the O1 unit grows its wings. And the black dot, like the impact forms like on the earth. It forms under Lilith. And then like the egg becomes like a bloody cross that becomes a grid. And then the egg breaks. It like pours blood all over the abdomen of the angel. And the souls are released into the air. So, and scattered back out. So if you were wondering whether Shinji and Asuka are the last two on Earth, as I did at the start of this reaction, at the start of this discussion back when the movie had just ended, I questioned whether Shinji and Asuka were the last ones left on Earth. I don't think so because the egg breaks apart and all the souls are released. Now the question is, the souls are scattered about. We saw the bodies lying in the water while naked Shinji was having the conversation with Kaoru and Rei. So are the souls going to go back towards their bodies? Or are the bodies just going to float in the water dead and lifeless and then the souls will just be reborn as Asuka and Shinji repopulate the Earth? We aren't given answers. Nope, we're not given answers at all. We can just assume that things are going to happen. Maybe. But then we have this conversation between Kaoru and Rei. We have three conversations that happen at the end of this movie. We have Kaoru and Rei having a conversation, Fuyu and Yui having a conversation, and then Shinji and Asuka seen together at the end. And so Kaoru and Rei, Kaoru says that reality is an unfamiliar place and dreams are within that reality. And Rei says truth lies in your heart. So the way you can navigate the world is within you. And so Kaoru said it's people's souls that create their own form, and new images will change these people's hearts and appearances. So again, it's the idea that the souls are they'll form their own people again. They'll become people again. It will just take time. And Rei says imagination. I love this part though. Rei says imagination, the power of creativity. As we see Lilith's head fall to the earth, with this we create our own future and flow of time. But if people don't act of their own free will, as Lilith falls, nothing will change at all. Which is kind of like the message of the whole damn film. It's just like Masato telling Shinji to do something. Like, if you don't act of your own free will, if you don't get out and do something, if you just try to stay stagnant, then that creativity that you have will be wasted. You have to do something with it, right? You can't just let it sit there. You have to do something with it, which is pretty inspiring, right? It's just juxtaposed over the most creepy, disturbing imagery in the movie, but it's still really inspiring. And so Rei says, so you must regain your own lost form by your own volition, even if you lose your own words, even if you are deceived by what others say. So no matter what happens, even if you lose a voice and you feel powerless, even if people betray you, you have to regain your own form, and you have to do it by your own actions. And at that point, Shinji pulls the lance out of him and uses it to blow up the other lances and send the other EVA units out into space. Kind of case in point. And Rei says, if people can imagine themselves in their own hearts, then anyone should be able to restore their human form. Meaning that anybody has the power to do anything as long as they can imagine it in their hearts. So then we cut to Yui. And Yui, I think it's Yui. I don't think it's Rei. She says, don't worry. All life forms have the power to restore themselves and the hearts to go on living. If you decide to live, then anywhere can become heaven. After all, you're alive, and there are chances to be happy anywhere. And then we see the angel wings on the O1 unit. They like curl into like a dying spider, and the EVA unit shuts down, and we see the spirit of Rei staring at the unit. It's really cool. As long as the sun, moon, and earth exist, it will be all right. And we see a water droplet and a hand on Shinji's face, and it's Yui. Will you be okay now? We went through all that, Shinji. We went through the world being destroyed, you going through an existential crisis, you becoming a god for a short amount of time. Did you figure things out? Are you okay? And Shinji's like, I still know where to find happiness. I want to be like, what? And then he says, but I'm here. And I'll keep wondering why I was born again. But in the end, I'll simply realize the obvious things again and again in order for me to continue to exist as myself. As he falls back to earth from Yui. And it's crazy because it's like Shinji's like, I'm always going to question myself, and I'm going to keep having those doubts. That's just part of being human, is that even when you think you have it all figured out, you're still going to come back to those moments. But he's like, I'm self-aware now, and I know what to do. But then he comes out of the ocean, and it's a really nice bookend to the beginning of the movie when he was on the beach to the end here. And he says, but mother, as we see her face horrifically split in half, what are you going to do? That's the question, right? And then we cut to Fuyu-chan and that flashback with Yui. And he says, humans create Evas as an imitation of God. Is that the true goal? Humans create Evas in an imitation of God. Is this the true goal? And Yui says, yes, humans can live only on this planet, but the Eva can live forever, along with the soul of the person inside it. Even if after 5 billion years, it'll remain. Even if it's just a person. It'll be very lonely, but as long as one person lives, and Fuyu-chan says, it'll be proof, eternal proof that humankind existed. So the important thing is that you just, it's very much, it's kind of like an anti-nihilistic statement, which I like, saying that as long as somebody survives, then humanity will be proven to have existed and gone on. And it's kind of the idea of like the soul living on within the Evas. It's like the stories living on, souls living on within those Evas that were constructed. It's kind of like referring to a man-made construction being a vessel for humanity to live on in. And I always think of stories as an example of that, like the oral tradition. Like as long as we can keep telling stories and sharing memories through that, then it's like those people live on decade after decade after decade, right? So it's interesting. But then Shinji says farewell, like at the end of episode 26, and we get one more final, I need you, which is like it was on the screen with Maya and Ritsuko. And we cut to this post-apocalyptic hellscape. Shinji has nailed Masato's cross to a beam. The sea is red and polluted like it was in the South Pole. There's images of the headless Eva like the angel statue of Lilith that Kaoru was on in episode 24. And we get the ocean again, and a line of red across the moon. Now, the line of red across the moon, is it the blood that spit out of Lilith's neck that's just floating in space? Is it the souls traveling back? Is it the blood of Lilith? I think it's the blood spray, but... And then we have Asuka and Shinji on the shore. And Asuka's hand has been conveniently bandaged up. Good for her. Good for Asuka getting bandaged up. Right? Their hands are close, but they're not reaching towards one another. And when you and it cuts straight from that motion of their hands next to each other on the beach, but not close or reaching for each other. It cuts from that to the moon, and there's the red line of blood dividing it. A clear representation of the barrier between them once again. And so Shinji, he hears the drop of water that we've heard all over in the series, and he looks over to the water in the ocean, and he sees Rei, just like in the first episode. And then he straddles Asuka. He straddles Asuka, and he starts to choke her like he was back before. And Asuka's fingers tense, and she reaches up to grab his face. And she looks just like disturbed and horrified throughout this entire scene. And so he eases up when she grabs his face, he eases up. It's like that contact. That contact reminds him that she does care about him, and he eases up, right? And he starts to cry, and she gets like all the tears on her face. She's sporting the same injuries as Rei, it's just on the opposite side, which I think is interesting. And so Shinji sobs, and she looks up at him and says, "How disgusting." And that's the end. So what does that mean? Well, after rewatching it, I think it's the conundrum of humanity, that at the end of all that, at the end of the day, they're still going to be destined for conflict. The question is there going to be a miracle happen between them? Is this Meatloaf's paradise by the dashboard lights? Or is it a sign that that they're still flawed, nothing's changed, there's still a barrier now, and it's just Shinji stuck with Asuka, who's the hardest to reach, and maybe that's why he breaks down, but it's like there's still gonna be conflict now, but this is what Shinji wanted. And again, it ties to the idea that this is the reality you wished for. Shinji wanted to go back, and it's like, okay, you've gone back, now what are you gonna do? And we're stuck in this cycle all over again. The question is, and that's not answered for us, is Shinji going to be able to move on, and what's going to happen next? And that's left kind of ambiguous for the audience. So I like it. I like that it's ambiguous. It's great. I like that we can kind of interpret it to our own meaning. You can take it as when I first watched this movie the first time, I thought it was a really, really bitter ending. Not even bittersweet. I said bittersweet earlier, but I was like, when I first watched this movie, I was like, oh, that is a bitter ending. I don't view it so much as bitter now, but I definitely do think that it's meant to be ambiguous, and it's meant to point out that just because Shinji had this revelation, just because he went through all of this to get here, he's not perfected. He's still human, and he's still going to have flaws, and they're still going to have conflict, and they're going to have to just work through it. And that's really all they can do. So I'm very curious to know your take on the ending. I think that it's just a representation of humanity and its conundrum, that it's always going to be in conflict no matter what, and that we're still destined for it. It's just, what do we do now? How do we get around it? But that's what we want, right? That's the conundrum, is that we're always going to have conflict, but at the same time, we want there to be more than one of us. So it's like, how do we deal with it? So I'm curious to know what you all thought in terms of the imagery. What was your favorite symbolic image in the series? What was your interpretation of the ending? Do you like the ending? I'll talk about that at the very end, in the conclusion of End of Evangelion versus episodes 25 and 26. But first, now that we've done an hour and 45 minutes of analysis of the visual cues and everything, now that we've gone through this, we need to analyze the OP lyrics for the show, as well as the intermission song, and just talk about that briefly. I honestly think that, with the exception of maybe Attack on Titan Season 4 Part 2 recap, this is the longest thing I've ever filmed. And you all have stuck through at this point, so I'm not going to spend too much time on the OP and intermission song lyrics, but I wanted to look at them. I wanted to give them a fair shake to look at them. I thought they would be interesting to do so. So I figured, why not? Let's just look at the lyrics, see what's going on with them, and go to from there, right? So I've got the lyrics pulled up, and we're going to look at them and just kind of evaluate them here together here in 3, 2, 1. All right, so the lyrics of the OP. I had a request on YouTube for me to look at the lyrics of the OP. I've been reading them the whole time, so it's not like a reaction or anything because I've been reading them with each episode of the TV series. But I've never really, now that End of Evangelion is over, we know that Yui is a part of the O1 unit. Which, by the way, everybody was asking. Like, my brother told me at one point I would text him and be like, WTF. I finally asked him today. I was like, what were you talking about? And he was like, oh, that it's Yui inside the Eva. And I'm like, that was it? I was like, really? What? It was like the biggest, just, wait, what? Yeah, that was freaky, but I was like, you thought I'd text you about that? He's like, yeah, I didn't think you. I was like, do you watch anything that I watch? So it was so anticlimactic. I was like, well, yeah, it's like a WTF moment, but he was like, well, you figured your text. I was like, okay. So that was it. Very anticlimactic. I was like, I figured it'd be something more. And he was like, more? What more do you want? I was like, fair enough. So, I mean, these OP lyrics have been here the whole time. But, so the Cruel Angel's thesis, right? The idea of, I guess you could tie the Cruel Angel's thesis to the whole thing about how that's how humanity is. They're always in conflict. They need to be together, but being together is incredibly difficult. It's one of those things where we're a species designed to be in groups, but in groups we can be self-destructive. We can self-hate ourselves. We can be fearful. We can feel like we're going to be betrayed, and we pull away from each other despite the fact that we're built to be together. So it's definitely very cruel, very fitting of the cruel world, right? Live up to be a legend. Yeah, Shinji becomes a legend by the end of this film, whether he intended to or not, right? And so even though the clear blue winds beat on the door of my heart, you just smile looking straight at me, too involved in yearning for something to hold on. The innocent eyes still know nothing of fate yet. Yeah, it's the idea of Shinji's innocence kind of going throughout the series and being kind of opened up. And again, what a coming of age story, right? Who knew Neon Genesis was going to be a big coming of age sci-fi tale, right? For the ages, of course. Of course. But someday you'll notice on those shoulders of yours there are strong wings to guide you to the far future. Yeah, some strong wings, huh? Like going into that Eva unit and becoming like basically a god by the climax of End of Evangelion? Of course. A cruel angel's thesis will someday fly high from the window. If memories are betrayed by the overflowing, burning pathos or emotions, young boys shine like a legend holding the sky in your arms. Well, I mean, you have like Rei as Lilith holding the sky in their arms, and you kind of have that with Shinji too. Yeah, a lot of this connecting to End of Evangelion and the ideas of him being betrayed, of him being afraid of being betrayed, the cradle of love that sleeps within me. There'll be a morning that a servant of dreams will come for you. Oh, and the idea of dreams versus reality. Interesting. The moonlight shines on your thin neckline. But again, yeah, the white moon, the black moon, that's really interesting. I'd stop time in this world and lock it away for myself. But, and that's kind of cool too. The idea of Yui saying that she could have done all this for herself, kind of like what Gendo does, but instead she sacrifices herself for the sake of her son. So that's interesting. I like that. I kind of like that interpretation. If there's any meaning in the fate that pulled us together, then I am, yes, the Bible that teaches you of freedom. Oh, that's cool. So End of Evangelion talking about like the idea, the construct of freedom and the instrumentality, everything tying to all the biblical references. That's really cool. I like that. A cruel angel's thesis, and then sorrow comes forth when the shapes of your dreams you hold in your arms come to life within you. Oh, so like the live action part of End of Evangelion, we talk about the dreams and reality as he's controlling the essence of all the souls of humanity. Okay. Young boy who shines brighter than anyone else, rise to become a legend. Well, yeah, Shinji, whether he intended to or not, becomes the one that's like responsible for everyone's fates. So he does kind of like have to shine, right? Shine brighter than anyone else. Interesting. And then that kind of ties the idea of the spotlight being on him. That's cool. People weave together love to create history, and so I live on, unable to become a goddess. Ooh, I like that. So the idea of people weaving together love to create history. And so I live on, unable to become a goddess. Ooh, that's kind of cool, because if we're talking about, if this is from Yui's perspective, if this song is Yui's, then the idea of weaving love together to create history, you've got like Fuyu-chan being backed by his motivations based on what Yui has, what he's believed Yui is doing, and then Gendo following through with Yui's plan. So that kind of ties, like the love that they had for her kind of creates that history for one another. It creates those truths that they chase after throughout this. And she says, and the whole So I Live On kind of talks about the conversation she's having with Fuyu-chan, where she mentions the Eva unit. Even after humanity is gone, the Eva will always be there. It's timeless, it's immortal, and the person's soul can reside within it, talking about herself. But she's not able to become the goddess. She's not able to do what Shinji does. Shinji's the one that ends up with the choice, not her. So, that's curious. We'll fly high by the window and repeat that. Nice, okay. Young boy shine like a legend. And then he ends up doing so look at that. So that's fun. Now, Thanatos that does If I Can't Be Yours. I feel like rewatching this movie, the lyrics were not anything like overly symbolic or emotional, but rather were just tied to like the idea of loving someone and letting go. Because it's like, now's the time, I fear to tell. I've been holding back so long, but something strange deep inside of me is happening, and I feel like I've ever felt, and it's making me scared that I may not be what I think I am. So that could tie to Shinji having all these sexual urges with Asuka and with everybody else. It could tie to Masato and kind of her views of herself, and like it could tie to Asuka because she says, if I can't be everything for you, then I want none of you. It could tie to that. What do I say? Are we both from a different world? I guess I could be talking about Asuka and Shinji, really. I couldn't face my life without you, and I'm so afraid. There's nothing to comfort us. What am I? The what am I could be from Shinji's perspective, though. This song could be from Shinji's perspective, If I Can't Be Yours. I can't cry from the pain or shed a tear now. And I wonder if this is tying to the very end where Asuka and Shinji are together, because it says, I realize we're not the same, and it's making me sad because we can't fulfill our dreams in this life. So the idea that Shinji and Asuka are so similar, but at the end of the day, they're still different people with their own agendas and ambitions. And because they don't perfectly align, it's like one can't fulfill one's dream and the other one simultaneously, right? That's interesting. So I must let us break free. I can never be what you need. If there is a way through your heart, then I would find it. I take the blows, yes, I would fight it. But this is the one impossible dream to live. What am I if I can't be yours? Ooh. The idea of letting someone go, but then realizing, that's such a conundrum, because it's like the idea is that you want to let someone go because you realize that it's not going to work out for you to be together. But at the same time, you would fight it to stay together, because without that person, what are you? So it's that idea, that dependency and that person completing you. Oh, interesting. I mean, that could apply to Shinji and Asuka. Could apply to Shinji with Rei. It could apply to Masato and Kaji. I like that. I feel like it's more Asuka and Shinji, though, because right at the intermission where that song comes in is where Shinji saw Asuka torn apart, and he like screamed out of rage that she was hurt. So I feel like it's more geared towards Shinji and Asuka, but curious. That's really curious. I like that. I like that quite a bit. So yeah. So, well, obviously at this point, I really am glad I looked at those song lyrics. That was a lot of fun. But at this point, we need to just talk about this as a whole and wrap things up. This has been a lot of fun. Oh, you know what the sad thing is? I've spent probably nearly 6 hours talking about this movie. I've spent over 6 hours talking about this movie and about the contents of it. And the sad thing is, I know what's going to happen. The comments are going to have so much stuff that I never even thought of. That's the power of this series, that you can talk for that long about it, and it's not enough. It will never be enough. I'm sure I've gone back ever since recording other parts of this video, and I've gone back and rewatched them and been like, I didn't talk about it, damn it. And I've been like, just so frustrated because there's so much more to talk about. I'll go ahead and tell you, the recap that I do at the very end of this, when I'm done with the rebuilds, when I'm done with the manga, the recap is not going to be this long. It's just not. One, because I won't have nearly as much to say about End of Evangelion, probably, because we've exhausted it here. But the recap for me is going to be ranking the episodes, doing a character tier, talking about my favorite themes, talking about the overarching themes of the show. Like, it's going to be something that's really big, but I don't think it's going to be as deconstructed of an undertaking as this was, because it's just looking at it. The recap's kind of like a post-mortem. It's just looking at it, the whole series as a whole, and just analyzing, like, which did I like better? Did I like the manga better? Did I like the anime better? Did I like the movie better? The movies better? You know, talking about those kind of things. The fun stuff. The recap's going to be like the fun party we have at the end to celebrate the series as a whole. This was 2 weeks of just diving into madness. I got done with episode 26 early so I could watch End of Evangelion, because I knew it was going to be an undertaking, and it's been 2 weeks of scripting and rewatching and recording this and editing, and it's still not enough. It's not enough. No, it won't ever be. I know as soon as I'll read the comments as soon as this video premieres and be like, I didn't think of that. So the good news is I do have a few comments I want to touch base on before we conclude all of this, because there were a few comments that came up from episodes 26 and the death true thing that I want to touch base. I'll go ahead and tell you, I recorded the reaction to the episode 24 scripts before I finished recording this. So there's going to be a lot of things I touch upon in those that I'll talk about at the End of Evangelion that I hadn't even gotten to yet in this recording. So I couldn't wait to read the scripts. So as soon as I finished watching End of Evangelion, I wanted to read those scripts and record separately. So you got that to look forward to. But I figure whatever comments come from this series, from this movie's reaction, as well as the scripts, I'll be able to incorporate those comments that y'all have into not only the recap, but into the rebuilds and into the other sections as we go. The thing about Evangelion is it's been around for so long, and people have been able to spend so much time analyzing it, that it's kind of insane. Like, every thought you could possibly have with this series, you've probably read. So I don't think anything I said was probably anything revolutionary, but I needed to talk about End of Evangelion, and I've exhausted myself at this point. For now, I'll recharge and then think of new things as I rewatch the movie and be like, I didn't get to talk about this, and then it'll all come back full circle. But before I give my final thoughts, I do have a couple comments that I want to tie into to talk about with End of Evangelion. Ayano talked about how Ano saw the otaku culture and the quote-unquote industry as thriving off of the destruction of people, and the idea of fan service and sexualization being kind of a problem. And so in Neon Genesis, they basically talked about how the show shows the dark side of that fan service with Masato. That's the one thing, that the fan service in this series, anytime there's nudity, it's not sexualizing, not really. It's showing like the dark side of it and how terrifying it can be. And it's not meant to be like sexy in any way, shape, or form. It's meant to be disturbing. And that's kind of, I think Ano does that very effectively in this. I think the only parts that are really sexual that you could possibly get with maybe with Masato and Kaji, that part's a little bit more romantic. And maybe that side of it isn't quite so disturbing. But everything else, the sexualization with the 14-year-olds, it's creepy and disturbing, and it's meant to be, right? That's done by design. But I like the idea of the industry for otaku culture feeding off the destruction of people, like isolating people and not letting them, making them like socially withdrawn and things like that. I could see that. Like, it's the Hedgehog dilemma amplified, right? I think what's kind of cool is that in the most ironic of ways, his series found a means to bring people together, which is kind of odd, right? There's still that wall, there's still that AT field there, but there's more. His series helped bring an understanding to it, which I kind of appreciate. So I don't know, that was a really good comment. Eri talks about how the alternate universe spin-off manga talked about in episode 26. They said it was the Shinji Ikari Raising Project, but then Alex Cornejo said it was something like called Angelic, something different. There's a lot of secondary Neon Genesis content apparently that I'm never going to have time to get to. But the idea that there's been multi-volume manga and game spin-offs and adaptations, I can't imagine. Like, the merchandise I've seen for Neon Genesis, and I've not even, like, scratched the top of the iceberg, it's insane. I am excited when I'm done with the rebuilds. When I'm done with the rebuilds, I am excited because that means I'll be able to actually go out and look at merchandise. It's like, what? I'll be able to look up stuff? That'll be fun. Loco Logic talked about how in Death True, that reaction, that I kept saying the number 4 kept being brought up, and they noted that it could be connected to the symbol of death in Japan. And additionally, that Shinji, it's interesting because Shinji has been alternating in his Walkman between numbers 25 and 26 throughout the series, but in all honesty, it could symbolize his internal conflict and the lessons that he experiences within episodes 25 and 26. I thought that was a really cool thing that Loco Logic pointed out, and it's been hinted at all along since the start of the series, right? And then we see in episodes 25 and 26 it come to fruition. CW, I will defend myself because CW was like, Pachelbel's canons by Jonathan Pachelbel, not Bach. I was like, well, you know what? My poor school got rid of music when I was in 7th grade, so I know virtually nothing about music. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But thank you for correcting me on that. And then Vorspier is Shinji's musical number means foreplay or prelude. Makes sense. Asuka's is basically like an instrumental, but it's tied to a family of patterns and inspired by French folk dance. Why not? And then V2099. I will admit, they were talking about Gendo sacrificing, and kind of, we've talked about the connections between him and a certain Attack on Titan character earlier on in this. But Gendo sacrificing himself, or sacrificing the world to get what he wanted, and doing things for the cause he believed was right. I will say that my views of Gendo, I still think Gendo is a horrible father. Like, worst father of the year. Absolutely. But having said that, I will admit that this movie made me think of Gendo in a new light. It made me connect him to Shinji in ways that I hadn't thought of. And it makes much more of Gendo make sense throughout the rest of the series. That ending dialogue where he explains that he was afraid of his son because he didn't think he was deserving of love, and so he just shoved him away. And that connecting to the entire Hedgehog dilemma throughout the entire film and series all makes much more sense. So I'm glad that we got those moments with Gendo, and I'm glad his character coming full circle. It would be interesting to go back and rewatch and look specifically at Gendo and see how much more of that makes sense now that we know that about his character. So that's fun. But yeah, aside from that, also want to note how V2099 noted how Neon Genesis, the father of so many memes, the father of tropes, the father of trends. It's funny because Space Monkey talked about how this series, back on Patreon, when we were first doing the retro poll to see which series would win, I remember Space Monkey commenting saying, like, Neon Genesis is not everybody's cup of tea, but it is iconic and it is necessary. And I would agree that you're either going to like this series or you're not going to like this series, but it's one of those series you need to watch. You need to see it just so that now it will ruin every other anime because you'll be connecting it back to this series. So you need to dive down that rabbit hole, even if it's just dipping your foot in. You need to dip that foot in that rabbit hole and decide if you want to go all heads first in or not. So I thought that was really good to note. And then finally with the comments, Nuclear Gandhi commented how this series, the 3 main characters we have, Rei, Shinji, and Asuka, all are under the guise that their love has to be earned. It's not something that they're born with. And they spend this entire series trying to figure out what their purpose is and if they need to be EVA pilots to be deserving of love and praise. And by the end of it, Shinji comes to the realization in episode 26 that no, you can just exist. You don't have to have all these other things. And most of it's in your head. You don't need it to survive and exist and have purpose. And I think that's really fascinating. And it kind of ties to the fact that if they can't find value in themselves, how are they expected to find it in others? And that comes down to the big thing that I think Ano gets at, is that you have to love yourself. And you have to be able to be honest with yourself and understand what you need if you want to move further and like start to incorporate other people into that circle. So thank you guys for the comments. Like I said, any comments I get from this exhaustive, bloated review that I get on YouTube or Patreon, I'll probably incorporate into the rebuilds as we go into them and then tie it all together in the recap at the end. But oh my God. So the question is, my overall thoughts of End of Evangelion. This was a trip. I will say this. Everybody was telling me that this was their favorite piece of Neon Genesis media. It is definitely the most stylistic. It is definitely the most ambitious, the most bold. It goes in the craziest of places. It ties in the themes wonderfully. It has some of the most stark imagery and some amazing symbolism. Is it my favorite? I will say this. Watching this movie gave me a much deeper appreciation for episodes 25 and 26. A much deeper appreciation. I went back and rewatched episodes 25 and 26 after this, along with, rewatching Death, and I was like, oh my gosh. Here's my thing. I am more of a TV show person because I feel like within a show, you get the idea. We talked about this in the comments with episode 26, but in the context of a show, you have so much more time to flesh things out. Character moments can sit and stew. End of Evangelion is such a stark contrast to the series because in the TV series, there's all these wide shots and moments of silence and lingering, and you just sit there and kind of simmer with the emotions, and it just like bubbles. It's like you've turned a saucepan on low and you're just letting it simmer there for a while, right? And it gives you time to breathe and kind of soak in what Anno's trying to tell you. With End of Evangelion, you don't really have time to do that. The whole time I was sitting there trying to process what was happening and brace myself for the next piece of madness. But then when you go back and you're able to like pause the movie and look at a shot and go back and rewind it and watch it again, then you can kind of let it soak in a little bit more, and I appreciate it a little bit more. But I'm definitely, I'm kind of like a happy ending person. I can do an ambiguous ending. I can, but I like a happy ending. I'm that optimistic summer child that likes me a happy ending. Or I can take a bittersweet ending, right? End of Evangelion takes definitely the bitter approach to its end. It's funny because it's an ending that you expect, that's Asuka and Shinji at each other's throats. It's an ending that you're not surprised necessarily by, but it's so ambiguous that you just kind of go, And it's meant to like you linger and think about it, which I have, as you've seen in this. But I honestly, if I'm being truthful, I kind of like the congratulations ending better. because even though we don't get resolution to the plot, we get more resolution, I feel, to Shinji. I say that, and then you have the conversation between Kaoru and Rei and Shinji underwater when they're all naked together, and that's equally just as important. But I think that episodes 25 and 26 really run like the full therapy session with Shinji, and at the end there's kind of this hopefulness. There's this hopefulness at the end of episode 26 that, yeah, Shinji may still hate himself, but everybody's congratulating him, and he realizes that he's meant to exist there, and Shinji seems rather hopeful at the end. And you're just kind of like, okay, he'll work it out. He'll figure it out. The end of Evangelion, it's like almost that Shinji makes a decision, and then Anno's like, okay, now you have to live with it. And it's not quite as optimistic, right? It's much more real and much more disturbing, right? Which if that's your tea, then you're like, oh yeah. And I do love it to an extent because Anno's not afraid. In both cases, both in episodes 26 and the movie, Anno is not afraid to give you an ending that you didn't necessarily want. But it's the ending that the film and the series deserves. That's the thing. The series deserves having Shinji have that realization at the end and go through that psychological therapy session and find value in himself at the end of it. The TV series deserves that. The movie that has just made you go through all this traumatic elements, it deserves to have like a equally surreal and bizarre ending, right? When you watch End of Evangelion, you just know, you're like, this is not ending kosher. Like no shape, way, shape, or form. So it's very hard for me to pick. I would say that as a form of visual symbolism, End of Evangelion's amazing, and I love it. I like the ending of episode 26, but there's no way you could have that End of Evangelion. There's no way. All the souls just become everybody clapping at him, and that's how we end it. Yeah. The visual imagery of End of Evangelion is so amazing. I feel like each shot of that film you could take piece by piece and just put it up there and analyze it for days. Right? So, I've got lots of screenshots I'm going to have to take at some point to show everybody, but yeah, Yeah, so the Discord, we were gonna have lots of shots to go through, and go through as we go through and brace ourselves for the rebuilds and everything else. But oh my God, I really, as you can tell by the length of this reaction and recap and discussion, I really enjoyed this movie. It gave me so much to think about. I'm now going to take a couple days break and gear up for the rebuilds. So I'm very curious to know, if you've made it this far, what your thoughts are down below. The only thing I ask at this point in the series, we can talk about lots of things now, but the only thing I ask is don't spoil me on the rebuilds, and do not spoil me on the manga. Because I am going to read the manga and I am going to watch the rebuilds. So don't spoil me on those two things. But now it's free for all. We can talk about wherever we want to as far as End of Evangelion goes. I'm really excited for the comments because I feel like people are going to go crazy, and it's going to be a lot of fun to incorporate your comments into the rest of this fall and the Neon Genesis content we still have to go. So I'm very curious to know your thoughts down below. Thank you so much for watching this and for taking your time to watch this, because no one asked you to. And y'all are mad people for watching me ramble on as long as I have, but I just needed to get it all off my chest. And now I feel good going into the rest of the Neon Genesis content. So I hope you all have a wonderful week. Please stay safe, take care, and yeah, I'll be back next week with the draft scripts of Neon Genesis Evangelion episode 24. Get some more Kaoru content, right? I'll see you all then. Bye.